beginning and allowing Chair Mitchell to proceed with her questions.
Presiding Commissioner Kemright, would it be okay to take up preliminary matters first or later?
What preliminary matters?
Just
we should take up?
a witness that we understand that there are no questions for.
Okay, please go ahead, Mr. Neal.
Following the commission, again, David Neal for SACE et al. Following the commission's procedural guidance, we have determined that no parties have cross for SACE et al. And NCSCA witness Jake Duncan, and we understand the commission has no questions. So we would, if there's no objection, ask that he be excused from appearing at the hearing and that his pre-filed direct testimony filed on May 28th, consisting of 44 pages and testimony summary, be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that his exhibits be admitted into the record at the appropriate time.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Are there any additional preliminary motions or requests? I did want to make one further comment about the process. I want all parties to have an opportunity to ask all of their questions for the witnesses, but we would ask, the commission would ask that you be as efficient as possible with your questions and do your best to comply with your estimated cross-examination times. With that, Chair Mitchell, you may proceed with your questions.
All right, good morning. I'm going to try to be quick here, guys. All right, Mr. Thomas, yesterday, I think it was you that mentioned or discussed a disconnect between sort of real world cost to the company or pricing versus what's put into the model. Do I remember correctly that you testified to that issue?
Yes, I think I might have been talking about maybe offshore wind, but yes, in general, the model is kind of an estimate and isn't always reflective of what you might see in a competitive procurement or in some sort of RFP.
Okay, so my question for you is, and Mr. Metz, so we've now had two solar procurements flowing from the initial carbon plan. What are we seeing in terms of the solar pricing that's used for purposes of modeling versus the pricing that we've seen in these RFPs?
Sure. Great question. So the solar RFPs are unique, and because I think I talked a little bit yesterday about the reference price that's used in the volume adjustment mechanism. And to my understanding, and subject to check, but the 2022 and the 2023 RFPs had a weighted average portfolio price from the RFP that was very close to the reference price from the model. Within a few percent, I think the VAM might have been triggered in a upward direction in 2023, but I'd have to check, and the Duke panel on renewables might be able to give more detail on that. And the 2024 is obviously ongoing. Okay,
so I'm not hearing you say that there was a concerning disconnect between the pricing we've seen and the procurements and that which was used for purposes of the modeling?
Not on a weighted average portfolio price. Certainly there are individual projects in there towards the end of the list that are much higher than the model price, but on a weighted basis, it was very close.
Okay. All right. Mr. Metz, in response to someone's question yesterday, I can't remember whose it was, you talked about the present value revenue requirement associated with a long-term plan that doesn't take into account carbon dioxide emission restraints. Do you remember that testimony yesterday?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And you referenced, I think you said PV0. Is that right?
It'd been portfolio 0 or P0, which had been Duke's P0.
Okay. P0. And where can I find the amounts associated with P0?
So I think actually P0 is what I think we call it. I don't think it's actually called P0 in the, but I know in the South Carolina chapter of the CPIRP, they talk about the no carbon constraint portfolio that they were required to run. And I believe they have some summary of the capacity reserves that are selected there. But I also have some information about it here if you have questions about resources deployment or amounts.
Well, what I want to understand, and I think you made the point yesterday, so I'm probably asking you to make it again. But well, let me ask the question this way. What point were you making yesterday about PV0 or P0?
So I was comparing and contrasting basically carbon compliance scenarios versus a non-carbon compliance scenario and looking at where, from a PVRR standpoint, where the separation starts to occur. And when looking at the analysis, the divergence starts to occur around 2036, 2037, but you have to look at the magnitude. I can't recall the exact number off the top of my head, but it was approximately $3 or $4 billion relative to some portfolio plans. So when you evaluate that, then you have to kind of take a step back and start looking at the risks. Well, that P0 plan, as I'm designating it, has a heavier reliance on natural gas. That heavier reliance on natural gas will expose more risk to volatile natural gas prices. So you would take a look at it and say, well, look at your incremental volume of natural gas consumed compared to the carbon constrained scenarios. Let's just say an event like 2014, 2015, 2018, or 2022, where we've had high natural gas volatility, even if a winter season over an annual period, you erode those potential lower cost savings with P0 because you have more risk exposure. So I was just trying to highlight that for the near-term action plan in approximately 10 years, the overall costs are relatively the same. There's minor divergence in 2038, but you have exposed yourself to a higher risk with more natural gas given the volatility. Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, if I could just add a little flavor, because I did happen to bring the numbers down. So just for reference, so if by 2038, and I think this conversation happened in terms of some questions we got around the bill impact. So by 2038, P3 fall base, Duke's portfolio had a net present value of revenue requirements of about 77.8 billion. And the P0, the no carbon constraint, had a net present value of 74.3 billion. So it's about 5% lower PBR without a carbon constraint. That indicates, one, that we need to spend money to expand even in the absence of a carbon complaint. But to Mr. Metz's point, in that same year, subject to check, I believe that P3, Duke generates about 30% of its energy from natural gas. In the P0 at that same year, it's about 50%. And so that is a lot of exposure to what has been in the recent history a fairly volatile commodity.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, both of you. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm getting to the end here. All right, a couple of questions about interconnection, the interconnection of solar facilities. Have you all reviewed Mr. Burgess's testimony in which he suggests some options that the companies could consider for interconnecting increasing levels of solar and storage?
Yes, I'm familiar with some of his suggestions. I think some of them aligned with some of the suggestions in my testimony, and then he had some other suggestions as well.
Right. And so one of his suggestions has to do with the ERIS. So allowing solar to interconnect and provide basically an energy only service. Do you recall that testimony?
I do, yes.
Okay, and he calls it a couple of different things. He refers to it as connect and manage, energy resource interconnection service, or provisional interconnection. In your mind, in the mind of the public staff, or in the opinion of the public staff, are all of those things the same thing? Or connect and manage, energy resource interconnection service, and provisional interconnection, is that the same thing?
So I'll start. I think there should be a distinct difference when looking at ERIS or energy service versus provisional service.
Okay.
I can't comment on what his intent was, but how I look at it is provisional service is saying you may have sought the NRES or firm commitment, but for whatever reason, the transmission lines weren't constructed or they're still pending, and maybe we can allow you to operate provisionally under a non-firm basis until the firm upgrades are completed. However, by FERC, you are allowed to submit ERES or NRES, And so you could, as a power plant, seek to interconnect just by ERES, and that is your business model. So I just, to me, there's a distinction between the two.
Yeah, I think we've had these conversations in the context of the 2024 RFP, and in that context, Duke is seeking to roll out provisional service essentially from its FERC large generator interconnection procedures. They want to basically put that into the North Carolina interconnection procedures, because at this time, a FERC jurisdictional project can use provisional service, but state cannot. And this matters because in the RFP, PPA track facilities that are not owned by Duke must be state jurisdictional. So if enabled, this would help projects in the 2022 DICES potentially, it's up to the developer to be able to output before its upgrades are completed. And we'll see if that has some uptake. It's existed in FERC circles for a while, but not here. But it does, in that context, we talked about it as being provisional service, essentially being a ERIS then NRIS process. So they're largely the same, although there may be some intricacies of the different, how the facilities are studied in the interconnection procedures.
Okay, so at this time in E-100 sub 101, there's a request pending that relates to allowing certain facilities to utilize a provisional interconnection service. And my understanding is that the request is, let us allow these otherwise state jurisdictional interconnection customers to interconnect as energy-only resources until the network upgrades are completed. Do I understand the request correctly?
Yes, essentially these facilities, Duke's proposal would allow these facilities to pay a fee and potentially be restudied to see what is that maximum export allowed before their upgrades are completed. And then they would be limited to that, but also would be able to kind of be curtailed if necessary.
Right.
Until those upgrades are completed, and then they would be restudied every year to make sure they're still able to export.
To use the NRIS provision, to use NRIS interconnection, basically to interconnect as network resources, since their deliverability will not be significant from a resource adequacy, reliability point of view. Do you all agree with his opinion there?
Yeah, so Mr. Nuss may have more to add, but I would say that I think certainly from a conceptual standpoint, it makes sense, and I would agree. I think part of the risk is that an ERIS facility is energy only, no capacity, may not have firm rights, and may be exposed to significant unpaid curtailment in the event of a congestion on the line or other system conditions. They might be like the first to be curtailed if there's a constraint in that area. And so I think that exposes some of these developers to a lot of risk. And I can't personally comment on how they approach that risk. That may be a good question for CCBO witnesses, but that is something they'll have to factor into their approach, right? What is their bid price going to be? And we've heard a lot of concern from developers just in the 5 and 10% unpaid curtailment that are kind of baked into the existing RFPs. So if that number was uncapped, I don't know what that would do to the bid price, to the financeability of the project. I'm sure we could get it done. I don't know the appetite on the developer side to accept that level of risk.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Metz,
Yep.
comment from the reliability standpoint.
So looking at from reliability and like a system operation standpoint, I would just disagree with allowing this kind of approach going forward because we still need this resource during the non-winter peak hours. That system operators, normally during the summer, that we still need that resource on our system to provide support. So if we build in, let's just say we have DEC has a 20 gigawatt peak, and if we end up with 4 gigawatts of solar generation on the system, I still need that 4 gigawatts of solar to be there during the middle of the day. And then if we start doing ERES or just this connect and manage, we're hoping that it may be there while we hope there isn't a transmission outage. And I'm not comfortable with taking that risk whatsoever.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Duffling.
Good morning, gentlemen. Most of my questions will be for Mr. Metz. So, Mr. Metz, I'd like to confirm what I heard yesterday about public staff's position or request regarding the RZEP 2.0 projects. Is it public staff's request of the commission not to acknowledge the RZEP 2.0 projects, but instead let them proceed through the normal CPTC process?
It'd be my recommendation to allow them to move through the local and regional transmission processes and allow stakeholders to provide comments in those forums accordingly.
And the reasoning that I thought I heard yesterday from you is so that the commission does not put its kind of thumb on the scale regarding the CTPC discussions for two reasons. One, the need for the proposed projects, and then number two, the driver for the projects and the cost allocation discussions regarding these projects or MBST projects. Is that a fair takeaway from your testimony yesterday?
Yes, that is correct.
On page 66 of your testimony, you list the RZEP projects. And you testify that the Clayton and Lylesville projects are likely needed. But I wanted to get your testimony about the other 3 projects on that list, as well as, so that's Broadway, Bush River, and Champion. And then what's your position on the Lee Milburn rebuild?
So in regards to the 3 DEC projects that we sent discovery to try to, I believe I said yesterday, but trust but verify. Are the DEC projects informed or basically the proposed transmission solutions? They are based upon prior public policy studies, which were similar to the RZEP 1.0 process. Are they informed from an engineering standpoint? Absolutely. What through our discovery was trying to complete is saying, all right, you have all these other conditions that are occurring on the system. I want to make sure that these are least regrets and least cost when we're looking at a holistic and even proposal for a longer term public policy study. We couldn't get confirmation through discovery. No analysis was completed to kind of give me that comfortability that these projects would be okay and that they wouldn't be supplanted or unneeded at a future time. There are, in my view, larger topology issues within the DEC system that are causing constraints. And if we start looking at, to the extent that there's combined cycle generation added in this system, that also needs to be included. Taking a step back, the public policy studies they're directional. For example, the 2023 public policy report had a general placeholder as a Marshall combined cycle and a Roxborough combined cycle. From a modeling standpoint, we need to have generation to serve load. If generation does not match load, the model will not solve. Therefore, you cannot evaluate the transmission upgrades. The public policy results are not absolute. They're directional.
Thank you. You and Mr. Thomas discussed the JDA or Joint Dispatch Agreement yesterday and the transmission interconnection constraint for energy transfer in any given hour. And you also mentioned there are multiple interties between the DEC and DEP systems. How many interties are there between the two systems?
I do not know that number off the top of my head.
Just kind of a range. Do you have a range?
I do not know that number. It's less than 100,
Okay.
but I want to say 6 between 14. But if we're talking about, there's some parts on the system that I do not know.
Okay. But do you have a general idea, how often do these constraints occur on the system? And then of the ones that you're aware of, is there one intertie that becomes congested or constrained more than others?
So taking a step back, and this is listed in my testimony, it's more about the projections of where we're heading. I see a chart in my mind because I did the analysis, and we kind of look at we took it over, say, a 15-year period, and I have the hourly power flows through the model in every given hour of where they're taking place. And then you can compare that for each different portfolio and how it changes. Speaking generally from the last carbon plan to present, given the amount of load that sought to increase, we essentially doubled the amount of transfers that are going to be occurring from DEP to DEC. When you look at the hourly information, we are at max, subject to check on certain given hours on the max transfer that is occurring within the overall model. And it also has a seasonal shape. We can transfer more during the winter than during the summer, slightly derated because we're emulating real world system conditions. Going back to approximately 2030 to 2035, that Duke Energy Progress through modeling exercises is transferring approximately 96% of all hours in the year from east to west power flows, DEP east to DEP west. 96 to 90% of all hours in the year, we're now transferring power from east to west. Granted, it's very high during the midday hours. If you look at it, it has a perfect solar profile shape associated with the hourly generation profiles. If some of the Red Zone 1.0 upgrades, which were associated with the 230 kV network, notably in DEP, I believe did create some offloading, generally speaking, from the over 500 kV system. But what we tried to evaluate through the public policy study is we increased the solar generation up to approximately 12.5 gigawatts. As I listed in my testimony, stress points are forming on the overall 230 kV system, and notably it's starting, in my view, on the 500 kV system. We didn't necessarily trigger it, but to give context is the last carbon plan through about 15 years, we're expecting 9 gigawatts. Well, I estimated that the load increases, at least that I was aware of, I increased the amount to 12.5. Well, I thought I was clever, and looking forward, I did not look at the other load increases that is now essentially going to 20 gigawatts of solar generation. So further discussions need to be had through the CTP's process and the transmission operators on identifying potential further impacts on the 500 kV network.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
And I just maybe wanted to add, maybe I'm not sure if you were talking about the real world ties or in the model, but I can just confirm that within the model itself, the allowable transfers don't change over time, right? They remain static, so they don't necessarily reflect an increase in that intertie capacity. But I believe that Encompass does have the ability to model essentially a transmission project, which could represent, an increase in that intertie capacity. But we have to look at that a little bit, but that might be something that could be modeled in the future.
Thank you for that. I am looking real world, but that is
Okay.
helpful information. The the last question on this line of questions, I believe, is, Mr. Metz, you talked about firm transmission and the effect of firm transmission on the constraints within the Duke system. And you gave an example of transfer between, let's say, Southern Company and PJM. Are you seeing those type of exchanges more often?
For general power flows from outside Duke BA to another non-outside Duke BA?
Correct.
No, I'm not seeing a magnitude increase. Looking at, yeah, I haven't seen a magnitude of increase in regards to those.
Okay, great. You and Chair Mitchell discussed solar and grid reliability. Can you turn to page 104? That's of your original testimony. It's on page 103 of your revised testimony. And it's right above the battery storage section.
I'm there.
You state setting overly ambitious and likely unrealistic solar procurement targets without comprehensive transmission and system level planning is imprudent, given the risk of compromising grid reliability. What do you mean with respect to grid reliability, and can you expand on this sentence further?
So grid reliability it's multiple aspects, but in one regard is there's a relationship between generation and load on the overall transmission system. So if we have high concentrations of load, say in the most western part of the system, but all of our generation is located in the east, that would be an expansive upgrade that would have to cover the entire two bookends. So generation should also be considered closer to load or to complement it, or to the extent possible, move load closer to overall generation resources. Excuse me. Going back to aggressive solar procurements, or any procurement for that matter, being technology agnostic, we need to grow into our load. So for example, if we have a resource, and I'm just using solar in this example, it has a predominant shape. Granted, we can do some stuff with storage. Load needs to grow into that generation resource. To go build the generation resource and say, well, we're just going to put a bunch on the system today and load will just, we hope load will come in. Well, you may have significant curtailments of that solar generation resource for a long period of time. Where that becomes a challenge is, well, PPAs have provisions, but what happens if we have to exceed that 5 or 10% provision? Well, theoretically, ratepayers would pay, even though we're not using that energy and we have to curtail for system emergencies. Well, what happens if it's a utility-owned asset? We're going to shut down a utility-owned asset that's in rate base, of which customers are paying. So we're trying to make that linkage of saying we need to add resources to the system commensurate to the load and when the system needs are required in a least cost fashion. Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, and if I could just add a little bit, I think both in the 2022 carbon plan and this carbon plan, I think we have advocated in the near-term action plan for a shift away from solar only towards solar plus storage. And I think the RFPs are reflecting that. The 2023 RFP was the first to include storage, and it was mostly standalone solar and some solar plus storage. And I believe the 2024 RFP is actually seeking a majority of the solar to be coupled with storage. So we are hoping to see the system grow in the way that Mr. Metz described, so that even if we do need to curtail because of transmission constraints or because of system balancing concerns or reliability concerns, the more storage that we're able to procure in these competitive procurements, the better we'll be able to store that and discharge it later when it's most needed to increase system reliability in those times as well.
And the second prong of that is the system level planning. And what I mean by system level planning is addressing items like ramp rates, addressing items of how operators and system level controllers need to act differently than we have historically have, and trying to address of Well, if we have this amount now of new generation and for this localized constraint, which may call a voltage increase or a voltage sag, there needs to be other operational provisions incorporated and studied and evaluated before we actually get to that point. And if you overbuild too fast with a particular generation resource, I have concerns of creating unintended challenges.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Neal asked you about the company's actions to reduce O&M costs and employee headcount for certain generation plants. Do you remember that question? And you
Yes.
provided testimony on it.
Yes.
Pennywise found foolish. But public staff and you do not make any recommendations. Should the commission address this issue? And if so, how?
We identified it within the recent general rate cases for DEC, D, and B. And in part, we identified, and from my view, put the company on notice that you created a potential adverse condition. There's pros and cons associated with that. Well, while those measures did result in, hypothetically, in a short-term reduction of costs, you may have created, emphasis on may, you may have created a longer-term risk exposure to these generation plant assets. As we can see, one repercussion of those events from our view is the reserve margin discussion. However, as Mr. Thomas had pointed out, it is minor in the grand scale of a reserve margin. It's a percent on a percent on a percent. But what we're trying to do is highlight to the commission is an action over here creates waves into other thought processes or planning activities over here. I believe there's actions in place, notably through the settlement agreement that we reached in the MYRP cases, on how the companies are reporting on the core reliability spend. I think it was a pro forma adjustment that they made. We have reporting requirements, and we'll be working with the company to validate that that plan is actually being implemented in further discussions and apply lessons learned. So it'd be, from my view, as I sit here today, I would like the commission to be aware of the overall events and have the health of the overall system, but I don't think an immediate action is required today.
Okay, thank you. On, I think it's page 47, you alluded to the AP 1000 in your test, and it's in your testimony, and then you alluded to it in your actual testimony yesterday. Did you hear my exchange with Duke Witness Capps in his testimony?
Yes.
And did you hear him state that the companies were evaluating light water reactors like the AP 1000 and discuss the Hare site and the William S. Lee site? And the Lee site has a combined operating license.
Yes.
And what is the public staff's or your opinions regarding looking into large light water reactors?
We're technology agnostic. Given further developments and some of the large load increases that we've seen can be addressed more by the large load panel, it may be reasonable for the next CPIRP to actually include the AP 1000 as a generic placeholder in the Encompass model, just to see if it would be a resource selected. Just because it's a resource selected, you'd have to post-process that analysis and see whether it is a reasonable action and the time frames and assumptions built into it. But going forward, it should likely be a resource, at least to be allowed to be selected by the Encompass modeling.
Mr. Thomas?
I was just going to add, with the Vogtle unit specifically, my understanding is that the second unit was significantly less expensive than the first. And I have spoken with folks in the industry that indicate that there's this trained labor force that's available. And so there could be benefits, in terms of additional units going forward, I think, which would support Mr. Metz's suggestion that maybe we consider it in the next carbon plan proceedings.
Thank you. And Mr. Metz, with respect to the operational aspects of AP 1000 versus the small modular reactors. Do you have any views on one versus the other? So I think you mentioned yesterday about the ability of small modular reactors to maybe be more able to load follow.
I mean, generally speaking, so I haven't researched in detail the underpinnings of the exact ramp ranks of the AP 1000. So my statements are being made more on general PWR, pressurized water reactors, or LWR type technologies. They are not as flexible compared to natural gas generation assets, or even examples like battery storage. But that doesn't mean they're inflexible. That there's still ramp rate capabilities. There's still variability there. There are potentials for load following capability.
And have you reviewed witness Goggins' testimony?
It has been some time.
And I think I may have heard the answers to these questions, but I just have two more. On page 13, he states that the limits on solar and batteries in the modeling should be increased or eliminated. What's the public staff's response to this testimony?
Kind of 1 minute to find that testimony.
Sure.
Do you recall the page number by chance?
Page 13.
I thought I have it down here, but I don't. I don't have witness guys, but we can respond, I think, in general to the notion. And so I believe his suggestion was that these annual interconnection limits should be completely removed. Is that correct?
Increased or removed.
Increased or removed. So certainly, I think, the argument that they should be increased is subjective, and I think there's been a lot of robust debate in this proceeding about whether the limits that Duke proposed in P3 fall base are reasonable or not. And so we can have disagreements on what that annual limit it should be. But I do disagree that the limit should be removed, because I think what is going to happen when you have such a limit removed, first of all, you are taking a physical aspect of reality that is supposed to be transcribed into the model and you're removing it. It would be akin to removing ramp rates and letting all resources instantaneously ramp to meet demand. It's not a reasonable assumption to remove a constraint that is real in the real world. You cannot connect infinite amounts. And what will happen because of the linear optimization model, it is always trying to minimize costs as much as it can. And so consider solar. It has a slightly declining cost curve, and then it ramps up, and then it starts to increase after that short-term decrease. The model will wait to add solar until it absolutely has to because of that declining cost curve. So we actually, I didn't testify to in our direct testimony, but we actually did run a couple models just with the limits removed just to kind of see what would happen. And what often would happen is what I would expect, right? It builds no solar for years, and then at that last year before it starts to become more expensive, it'll deploy like 9 gigawatts in 1 year. And so that's, that might give you an indication of how much solar might be needed, but it doesn't really tell you anything about how much you need to be connecting each year, what your target should be. And then you have this system that's being dispatched in the model with a completely unrealistic amount. You have no solar in these years, so you have to dispatch other resources. And that's not reflective of reality because we know we're going to be adding solar in these years. And then suddenly in that year where you add 9 gigawatts, it might even be pulling some solar in from future years where it's more expensive. And so you don't know in that year, do I actually have 9 gigawatts or should I only have 7 and I'm supposed to procure more in the next couple of years? So it just leads to kind of a distortion of the model that doesn't really, I think, provide very valuable insights when we are trying to take these modeling results and actually translate them into competitive procurement targets and distributions and how much solar and how much storage do we need and what's the timing of these other resources. Removing those limits really doesn't help you get to that translation.
Okay, thank you. And then he also testifies that Duke is being too conservative when stating the limits are based on generator connection outages. Because they say that with respect to connection outages, like the transmission outages, that interconnection connections are just a very small part of that. So that's not a quote unquote valid argument that's being made. Can you respond to that and speak to that issue a bit?
Like I can start. So while the oversimplifying is if I have a solar facility for illustrative purposes, if I to take that wire and connect it to the actual point of interconnection, whether it's at the substation or tying it to the line, oversimplifying, that is relatively the minor in scope. However, what about when I need to reconductor 37 miles of line between two substations where I have 17 other power plants connected to it, which solar power plants, natural gas power plants, nuclear power plants that have to respond and provide voltage support onto that system. Based upon multiple conversations that I've had with the company on this matter, it is a very complex process to try to manage that aspect of it. And in order to respond, in some cases of saying, we gave you 30 days, but system conditions changed because Roxborough tripped today, you got to get that line back up now in 24 hours. Those processes are being incorporated into how they're planning and actually scoping out these projects, which is layering in additional complexities because we don't have 30 days to actually take down this hypothetical 37 miles. You have to work it in segments. This outage cycle, you get 2 miles. Next outage cycle, you get 5 miles. Next outage cycle, you get 13 miles. It is a very complex exercise.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, if you could turn to page 82 of your testimony, Mr. Metz. And it goes back to one of the questions Chair Mitchell asked you this morning. I had written down from your testimony yesterday, it's going back to that P0 versus P3. And the median for, you mentioned today, 2028 or 2038. That it's 77.7 billion versus 74 billion. But I want to make sure I had the numbers correct for 2033. It's 49.7 billion versus, I had 49 billion. Is that accurate for P0?
Looking at Mr. Thomas over here, the P0 2033 is $49.7 billion.
Okay, so they're the same.
They're the same.
And then,
Are you referring to comparing them to P3 fall base or?
yes,
The median.
no, the median.
The median, yes.
Yeah. And then the median for 2029 is 29.6 billion versus 30 billion.
That is correct.
P0, so it's less.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
So we'll turn to questions from Commissioner Hughes.
Right. Well, let's shift gears a little bit and talk about distributed resources. So by that, I'm talking about rooftop solar, both residential, small scale rooftop solar, small scale batteries. And I want to better understand where things ended up with this round of modeling with those resources, and then what we can look toward moving toward the future. So I'm going to tell you what I understand first, and you can tell me if I have it right or not. From what I understand, that really seems like up until this modeling effort, those types of distributed resources were kind of manually entered and sort of assumed in the baseline. So part of them were under the EE and kind of DSM, but there were certain amounts of, say, rooftop solar that were assumed and then put into the baseline. So we've talked a lot about power pair. A number of people have talked about power pair. So from what I understand, those essentially 60 megawatts, I think 30 megawatts of capacity in each area that's envisioned in power pair were assumed to be present in the baseline at some year moving forward. So they weren't a selectable resource. They were just manually added in. Do I have that right?
So, so for the power pair, and just to preface, Mr. Williamson testified, I think, to the actual forecast, but you are correct that traditionally rooftop solar behind the meter resources are modeled as adjustments to the load forecast. That's what Mr. Williams discusses in his testimony. The power pair modeling that we did in this proceeding, we actually went and said, okay, so the forecast, Duke independently forecasts behind the meter solar adoption for each individual residential, commercial, industrial, and they put that in there. The forecast, subject to check by Mr. Williamson, the forecast, I believe, includes the impacts of the revised net metering tariffs in docket number E-100 sub 180, but does not include the impact of power pair, because I believe that program was approved after they finalized that forecast, subject to check. So what we said is, we want to model this program because it's not just behind the meter solar, it's also a storage component. And so we actually did implement it as a selectable resource, which admittedly is new in this proceeding. Most of the time, demand side management, EE, they're just kind of put in, this is the capacity we have, and the model's not allowed to select additional resources in this IRP. Some utilities do it differently, where they'll actually model it as a selectable resource and then use that to establish a target. But we did that for power pair, and the model economically selected those 60 megawatts in the first kind of 3 years, and that reflects the pilot program. And so that was each block of that resource selected, I believe, 100 customers, each with 10 kilowatts of solar, and I think 5 kilowatts of battery storage with about 13.5 kilowatt hours of storage, kind of representative of a Tesla Powerwall. And so the model did select that. And then we allowed it to continue to select that beyond that 3-year pilot period. Again, kind of trying to illustrate this is the potential value from a system planning standpoint that we can get, with the understanding in the amended stipulation that we still need to get more details about the pilot program, but we will be working hopefully with Duke, assuming the pilot program cost effectiveness test comes out favorable, to potentially deploy a similar or analogous program for non-residential customers.
Sure. No, thank you. That was my understanding. But there's a mention, I think it's on page 106 of your direct testimony, that there's a mention of 40 megawatts. Was that a cap that was put in for your selectable resources?
Yes, we put that annual cap in. So we said that's the most that could be added under that program, and whether that cap represents, a cap on the allowable incentives that Duke is given, right? I don't know what the program might look like, but this pilot capped the amount of incentive that could be provided as 10 megawatts a year. So we assumed that cap would be slightly higher because in the future we would be looking at both adoption at the residential and the non-residential level.
So, and is that 40 megawatts for both systems, or is that for balancing or?
I believe it's each BA had 40 megawatts, subject to check.
Okay, so for hypothetical, if there's 60 was accepted, and then you added potentially 80, so your modeling in this one portfolio scenario would have had, would have had 140.
Yeah, and that is I believe an annual limit. So kind of starting in 2028 and beyond, the model can select up to 40 megawatts of power pair, I believe, in each BA with the associated storage resource.
Okay, and when, and I think I forget which witness it was, but earlier on was saying that the power pair has started. It seems like there's a lot of interest, at least at the first round. With maybe, and I've been reading, 1,300 people signed up for it, but someone said, was it 97% of those signing up chose the option to allow Duke to, and I can ask the Duke witnesses this too, but to control their storage release. Did I hear that 97? I mean, it was shocking. So I don't know if I heard it right.
That may be true. I did not hear that. That'd be a great question for the Duke witness. I don't remember if the press release that told about 1,300 specified the breakdown. But the terms of the pilot, I believe, and subject to check, required some level of minimum enrollment in each cohort. So 97% might have signed up for Duke Control because that provides an additional financial incentive every month. And they don't want to be on the time of use rates. But the pilot had a minimum threshold because we wanted to understand, is it more cost effective to put the customer on time of use and let them dispatch their own battery? Or is it more cost effective to let Duke dispatch the battery and let that customer stay on a flat rate? So I think it was like a minimum of 20% of customers had to be in each cohort, but I'd have to check the program design.
And for modeling's sake, did it make a difference in terms of whether, or did you just assume whether it was with customers or Duke that it would be dispatched as needed?
Yeah, we assumed it would be essentially dispatched as needed. We did make some, we didn't get so granular as to model the individual cohorts.
Okay. And there was just from a cost standpoint for selection, it has this added twist that if you do allow Duke to control it, I think that there's an additional incentive, I think about $450 a year. That's what it was estimated, I think, in the proposal. How does that extra, I guess, an operating cost show up in the modeling? Is that something that you all took in consideration, or?
Yeah, so I know that the upfront install cost of these resources was reflective of the incentive price. It's been a minute, but I don't recall if we had I think I may have had a price associated with the dispatch of the battery resource, but I'd have to check. It's been a long time since I did that modeling, but if we may not have that dispatch price in there. And if that's the case, then, I think the battery might have been assumed more to be along the lines of cohort A, which didn't have the incentive, but rather follow that kind of time of use and dispatch the battery according to the needs of the system, right? So kind of the assumption that you're going to be discharging when you have a high rate and charging when you have a low rate. And that's how the Encompass model would dispatch that battery.
Okay, well, this is helpful to understand it. And the reason I'm taking this line of questions is I'm sure you've seen a lot of the parties have been advocating for a much larger selection of these types of resources than in the current proposal. I mean, we'll talk to some of the witnesses, I think, later this morning, but I think there are some witnesses that are saying the answer and is just orders of magnitude greater with a selection of these. So from a modeling standpoint, we're back to what are the real limits, but you could take off the limit and put these costs in and see what the model actually selected, and whether that was 40 or a gigabyte, it is possible to kind of run that analysis in that way. Is that correct?
Yes, and so you might go ahead and remove that limit and see what is that theoretical maximum, how much can we actually add, and then a secondary check might be then to say, okay, what does the solar market actually look like here? What is there's been some studies, I think NC Warren's in particular testimony goes deep into detail about behind the meter resources. Yeah, but there is some sort of upper limit, right? There's only so many houses with the suitable roofs and this, that, and the other. So you'd have to double check what the model selects. Because again, the model, if you don't tell the model there's only so many rooftops, the model will say, I have infinite rooftops, and it will deploy it everywhere. And if it's even slightly more cost effective than utility scale, it's going to go, doesn't diversify, right? It will go with the cheapest resource no matter what.
Yeah, and the other issue, I think, is the limit of rooftops, but is also, I think, and I know Mr. Williamson did analysis of this, is it's going to impact the payback period and how good, quote, good a deal it is for these customers. So would it also be possible to model the current incentives? And if I'm not mistaken, I think the public staff was maybe even advocating for higher incentives for this program than we're in the final program order. Could you say double the incentives with the assumption that that would at least take away pressure on the adoption side? And then from that standpoint, you're essentially just making a cost assumption, right? That you're assuming that it would cost Duke and the overall customer base incentive A, which we have now. If you doubled that incentive, would it be selected? I mean, could you do that? Because you're assuming the cost to the customers is essentially a capital investment of that one-time incentive. That's what, as opposed to the cost of a gas plant, which is a gas plant.
Yeah, you definitely could do this. And in jurisdictions that I've looked at that actually do model demand-side management programs like this as a selectable resource, they use what's called a supply curve. And that's the assumption that, if the private customers and participating in a program or investing their own capital in the case of PowerPair, that there is a break-even point, right, for a certain segment of the population. And at this incentive, you only get so much enrollment, and to get more enrollment, you have to increase the incentive. And so a lot of these jurisdictions will create this supply curve that says we can, it's capacity and price. And as we need more capacity, we need to pay more of an incentive, and it will let the model continue to select that DSM resource at increasingly more expensive prices until it's no longer cost effective. And that's what they use as kind of a target. And so you could easily do that for PowerPair here and say, well, maybe I think we can only get 10 megawatts a year at these incentive levels or at this program design. So you might put in that program design at 10 megawatts, but then you create another one that says, okay, we can get another 8 megawatts if we increase the incentive or change the design or provide more attractive, structures or terms and conditions. And you do that again, and you make it select this one first and then this one. And then you could continue to kind of do that to create that supply curve based on, studies of payback periods. I know Duke looks at payback periods for solar facilities. That's part of their behind the meter solar forecasting efforts. So it's certainly possible.
Okay, but what is envisioned now in the stipulation is not any kind of agreement or requirement to do that kind of modeling in the next PIP. I think it's just to go back and forth a little bit with the results of the PowerPair program, potentially propose to the commission a non-residential version of the PowerPair. But in general, that's what's in the stipulation. There's not an agreement to actually model it as a selectable resource in the future. Is that correct?
Yes. So the stipulation covers, evaluating PowerPair and potentially expanding it, looking at additional programs to incentivize on-site generation at customer sites, and then to develop a suite of non-residential DSM programs. The amended stipulation does not specifically speak to, I think it was a suggestion that perhaps in my testimony, perhaps we could model these as supply side resources, and other interveners have stated that as well. So the stipulation doesn't speak to that. And, I think if the commission is interested in that type of information, it might be helpful as potentially a sensitivity. I think it's, other jurisdictions have, I'm blanking on the actual utility, but they do this kind of modeling where they have that supply curve. And if the model selects 400 megawatts of demand side management, the company will go out, and I think these are in competitive markets, but they'll go out and try to solicit that much demand side management in an RFP and attempt to align those resources, just the same as we're doing today for solar.
Okay, this is the kind of explanation I needed. I think that sums it up. I'm going to ask some of the same questions to the Duke modelers. I just wanted to follow up a little bit with you, Mr. Metz, back to the Commissioner Duffley's questions. I'm trying to understand the moving parts related to RZEP2 and the RFP requirements in the stipulation or the projection. So essentially the public staff as in the stipulation has said these are reasonable targets for the 24, 25, 26 solar procurement. And you've laid out that. Now the company has said, or at least connected, I think, those reasonable targets with this RZEP2 investment that goes on in parallel or is quote proactive. You're essentially recommending kicking it over to, or not kicking it over, but allowing the planning process to decide. Does it impact your comfort level on hitting those targets by not having the RZEP projects kind of proactively,
So looking at
the RZEP2? I mean, I'm just trying to, we're supposed to do reasonable steps. And I understand the risks of building projects that we might not need, engineering standpoint. I understand that risk. And you've done a good job of outlining that risk. But then there's this other risk of not hitting the RFP targets. And I'm just trying to get a little bit more insight into that risk. And I can ask some of the Duke witnesses about that risk as well. But if you have any ideas about that or Mr. Thomas on that, I'd love to hear it.
So I'm trying to go to the page, and Mr. Thomas may know it offhand on the amount that we said that, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're referring specifically to the section, paragraph 16A of the stipulation and the tie of the additional 240 megawatts tied to the CTPC approval of RZEP 2.0. I think is that the kind of gist there?
Well, and even the base amount that you, I mean, even your just your, was it 3? I mean, I'm just concerned. We've heard a lot about the challenges of hitting these higher numbers. You've talked a lot about it. And I just want to hear it from you that let's just say the projects don't end up passing it through and being accepted. Are you still confident that we can meet all of the goals that are outlaid in this stipulation?
So I think that from the stipulation, I think we're very confident that, at least I believe that we can reach the goals that we have in our stipulation, which is 6,700 by 2031. But I think the stipulation does reflect some give and take, and I think we do have an acknowledgement, and there are at least a nod that if all of the RZEP 2.0 projects aren't approved by the CTPC, so we don't mention NCUC, the commission approval, but the CTPC, that potentially we might reduce the total 6,700 by 240 megawatts. That 240 megawatts is kind of an additional buffer there. If we get those projects approved, and if we have expected attrition and market depth is sufficient, then we can go and procure that target. But make no mistake, it is an aggressive target with or without that additional 240 megawatts. But I am confident that we're ramping up. We're seeing these kind of evolution of how we study and procure. Right? We're getting better and better at designing these RFPs and evaluating these projects and looking at how solar and storage interact and studying them in their own separate cluster, which I think really helped to move to a resource solicitation cluster out of DICES. And so I do believe we're getting better at this. But, time will tell, right? I mean, we're still studying the projects that were selected in the 2022 RFP. So we'll have some lag here before we can really tell how we're doing.
Okay, that's exactly what I was looking for. And I might not have asked it very clearly, but you connected the dots with the risk is essentially in some ways 240 megawatts. So that's what's at stake. Okay, well, that's what I need to hear. Thanks.
But to the extent I had one clarifier, overall, though, from my view, is that, I mean, this near-term action plan in itself is aggressive in nature. There will be challenges associated with this plan, and we will come back and have this conversation in a year or two from now and we will check and adjust and redevelop our processes as we continue to get more insight in the overall planning. and implementation.
Great, thanks.
Commissioner McKissick.
But the value of being this point in the queue is that a lot of questions get answered already. I do have some questions about the offshore wind provisions. And of course, in the stipulation, I guess paragraph 28, stipulating parties agree that the ARFI, I'm going to refer to it as the ARFI, even though I know others would prefer not to use that acronym, should request binding information to the greatest extent possible based upon procurement of between 800, 1100 megawatts for commercial operation by 2034 and 2200 to 2400 megawatts by 2035, subject to conditions listed below. And it does go in greater specificity as to what that would be. Now, I know originally in looking at your testimony, you were concerned about the scope of ARFI, what information would actually be obtained, and whether it could be fully utilized in a way that would be appropriate in identifying, pathways moving forward with offshore wind. So I guess I want to focus upon what it is that's understood at this time, or if it's evolving, about how that might function and how that might operate and what that data would consist of. Now, when I was going back through some notes I made at some point, it was going to include acquisition terms, financing, development fees, payment schedule, cost discovery, development scope and timelines, financial risk sharing, supply chain and labor requirements, transmission needs, environmental consideration, development partnership structures, etc. Could you elaborate further on what you anticipate would be sought in terms of informational content from the ARFI?
I believe, at this time, through this stipulation, we haven't had any additional discussion on exactly what will be included within that ARFI. And, I think in your question, you made a few points there. One of them being that in our original concerns, we talked about the risk that this process essentially doesn't move the potential procurement forward. And despite the fact that this would request additional information, and we realized that at this point we do need more up-to-date information. Everything you talked about there in your notes, we need, and if nothing else, more updated information, even as it was provided in the previous RFI, just because there have been some significant changes in, overall economy and, inflation rates since those bids were initially submitted. We also recognize the fact that the developers themselves may, have issue obtaining, firm pricing from individual component suppliers. GE may not want to give a bid for a turbine or 150 turbines and timelines for that if they think that someone's just fishing for information without any actual results on their end. So there are different layers of risk and different layers of execution challenges that we're trying to balance here. And we don't feel comfortable with the information we have now saying, move forward and start procurement now. But we're comfortable enough to say that we need more information in the process so that if it does show that we need to procure this resource, we've moved the process along and are able to have a path to be able to do that.
And I guess the next question that comes to my mind is timing. Okay, I know that you go to Avangrid's testimony; they talk about moving things forward pretty aggressively. The need for contract certainty to really lock in on prices, things of that type. But I mean, I know there's discussion both in in the settlement agreement, as well as, or stipulation, I should say, as well as say in their testimony dealing with, opening up a separate docket. What are your thoughts about the opening of that separate docket and when that should occur? Because I think that's something I want to hear about more in terms of what's envisioned at this time. I think, Avangrid would say we need to go ahead, I think, and do it as early as September 24 before even perhaps an order is entered in this proceeding. So could you comment upon timing and how you envision that operating, and likewise, how you see this all fitting together?
Yeah, so on the separate docket, I believe I discussed that in my testimony. In one of our testimonies, we discussed opening the separate docket. So we agree with that for purposes of the result. And that is included in this stipulation as well. That so at this time, Duke has agreed to open up the separate docket for receiving the results of the RFE and for commission guidance on how to proceed when those results do come in, so that we don't have to have it tied to this carbon plan proceeding process, which has a lot of other moving parts that can make it difficult to proceed in a timely manner and in that way. So I certainly agree there. And there are within the stipulation there are some timelines that are laid out, such as within 90 days of the commission order. In this case, the company will issue the RFE, then results of the RFE by I
think
believe
next June or something. Is that right?
Right. And I'm not seeing the exact date here, but in the summer of 2025, so that those results can be incorporated in the company's development of their filing for the next carbon plan. And we recognize there are still some things to work out. Like I said, we haven't discussed exactly what the RFE would request, and the terms are on that. And so then there's the issuance of such and receiving those results. This is I believe, a fairly tight timeline here, and there are it may be difficult to achieve, and to get those results in exactly how we would envision in the ways that Duke can incorporate that into their initial filing. However, I would imagine that if there are delays in the process, having that separate docket helps with any delays as well. Again, since it's not tied directly to that carbon plan filing. And we're trying to take into account the ideal scenario, while always also recognizing potential delays that may occur. And
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, I would agree with what Mr. Lawrence is saying. I think the separate docket in the amended stipulation, I would agree with Mr. Lawrence. It represents a pathway forward, and something that I believe Avangrid had advocated for in its testimony to help move this along outside of these 2-year bursts. But one recommendation regarding contractual certainty,
Yes.
that was provided by some interveners, I believe specifically EDF, Environmental Defense Fund intervener, Mr. Kaplitz, was to provide an order to allow Duke to recover development costs incurred by third-party developers. And I think that specific recommendation for contract certainty was something that gave us a little bit of pause, given, as we've testified earlier yesterday, the fickle or ductile nature of offshore wind in the modeling. Certainly, I won't deny that such an order would certainly, or would most likely, accelerate development, right? If you give $100 million to Duke to go give to these third-party developers to start developing these sites, certainly that would move things along. But I think we had pause with that amount of money for a resource that was not in every portfolio, was delayed and moved around a lot, and subject to, I think, a little uncertainty on the need, which is why we kind of opted to chart this middle path in the RFP to provide a mechanism to get more detailed and a better understanding of this while still proceeding kind of cautiously, but with a path to procurement if it's truly needed.
So I take it you wouldn't have objection to a separate docket being established, perhaps even before the RFP goes out within that 90-day period?
Yeah, I think according to the terms of the stipulation, I believe the stipulating parties, with the exception of, I believe, CCBA, will request that the commission open a separate docket. And so I imagine we would make that request in our proposed order.
Okay. And in terms of the appointment of a independent evaluator, what do you see that projected timeline looking like? Because that's obviously in the stipulation and certainly something that was discussed in your original testimony as well. So how would you envision that occurring? Because that independent evaluator appears to have a significant role in reviewing information that might come from the RFP or how that might function and operate, and likewise having to help in establishing this price that's going to be utilized to evaluate whether proposals are, I guess, cost effective, as I would put it, perhaps. Establishing that price beyond which, wind is no longer a viable option.
So I'll start maybe.
And I guess the asset
Lawrence can
acquisition
chime
price
in
is
here.
what I'm referring to be more exact. Yeah.
Yeah, so certainly it is I think a fairly a tight timeline, right? I think we're looking for results from this RFP to be published by the end of July 2025. So it's a fairly tight timeline. I think traditionally, I think when Duke is looking for an independent evaluator, like for example in the RFP dockets or even the CPRE had an independent administrator, they kind of maybe put some sort of procurement, put out a request for quotes from companies that kind of do this type of stuff. I don't know if that will necessarily be the process here. I think I said yesterday that is it DNV? DNV? The DNV ran, it was the IE for the RFI last year, and I have not heard complaints about their impartiality or their technical analysis. So given the compressed timeline, Duke might look to an IE that they've used before that has worked in the offshore wind area, but we'd probably discuss that with Duke in advance of the issuing of any RFE or retaining a particular IE.
I would need to talk to our attorneys, but looking at the overall languages, I don't think that we're limited right now to actually, we can potentially start that process of engaging the IE and working out some of that framework. It may also be valuable to the extent this commission agrees or in their judgment, maybe a notice of decision or something equivalent. And perhaps we don't have to wait till the final carbon plan order is to resolve potential issues like this. And we can get direction from the commission to move direction that which y'all deem appropriate, either to agree or disagree.
I echo what Mr. Metz, Mr. Thomas said, and would like to add that with this independent evaluator, they do function differently than the in previous solar procurements. We've had independent administrators, so the independent evaluator would provide technical guidance on the structure of the RFP itself, as well as the bids received, to help provide for results that are going to be best received, and that are to help provide for the best information possible to be received. The independent administrator would essentially run the bidding process, which is not what the independent evaluator would do here. And so there is the potential for beginning this process and then getting the independent evaluator concurrently. this isn't necessarily a linear process. But again, as Mr. Thomas alluded to, we've that is a detail that we would likely need to work out soon, of course, that isn't ironed out in totality here.
It sounds like what you're saying is a lot of this can move along at a reasonable pace and clip to accomplish the deadlines which are put forth in the stipulation without there being a need for perhaps for there being delay in some aspects of this. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of, say, the acquisition, the asset acquisition price, I mean, it's going to include transmission upgrades, as I recall. And do you think that those transmission upgrade costs can be reasonably ascertainable with some degree of accuracy that would be needed to really appropriately evaluate proposals that might be forthcoming?
I do believe so, and I believe the company has completed a high level study at this date. I'm not exactly sure if one of these facilities were to enter into the interconnection queue process, how closely the results would match to the study that's been completed already. However, as I discussed yesterday, with something such as that, the difference is not going to be between the different lease areas. The difference is going to be completely based on the project size. And so they're, in a way, already all on an equal playing ground in that sense, because 1,100 megawatts for a Kitty Hawk lease area is going to be the same general interconnection costs as 1,100 megawatts from the Carolina Long Bay. There will be differences to get to the interconnection point, and there might be some subtle differences for the actual system characteristics, but in large part, those estimates are there for the developers, but they shouldn't really change from one to the next.
And let me ask this question. Of course, Dominion now has a contract with Avangrid, I guess, for the Kitty Hawk North site. How do you see that impacting the potential development of the other sites off the coast of North Carolina?
So I did discuss that risk briefly in my pre-filed testimony, that the two Kitty Hawk sites had better access to PJM, and so this is the acquisition by Dominion Energy of that lease area is essentially the same result there. It's going to be serving Dominion within PJM, and it makes things a little more difficult because there's fewer lease areas, of course, but it doesn't at this time. I don't think it doesn't really change the results in our modeling, because I don't think we, and Mr. Thomas can provide more insight on this, that we ever really saw that every lease area being procured in full, and so
Yeah, just to add on that from the modeling perspective, I think that, our assumption of that first block of offshore wind in 2031 was largely based on Kitty Hawk North, since it is the furthest along, right? So Dominion snapped that up, and so that's no longer an option. As to impacts on the development of the other lease areas, I agree largely with Mr. Lawrence that it probably won't have an effect. The only impact it might have is, my understanding is that if two neighboring lease areas are jointly developed, they can eliminate somewhat of a buffer zone and potentially consolidate onshoring equipment, offshore substations, transmission lines. If there's two separate lease areas, so now we've got Kitty Hawk or CVOW South and Kitty Hawk South, if those are jointly developed and maybe one goes to PJM and one is coming into Duke's territory, you might have to have now a buffer. You might have to remove some turbines, kind of reorganize a little bit, reoptimize. You might not be able to share some of the onshore transmission facilities or offshore transmission facilities. So it might have minor impacts there, but I would say that the Avangrid witnesses would be able to really elaborate and get into detail on that.
Sure, thank you. And let me shift gears a little bit. Go to the Red Zone 2.0 projects. I gather in your original testimony, while you did not recommend that the commission do anything at this time in connection with those projects in terms of the term acknowledgement has been used, term approval has been used, but I gather there were 3 projects that you thought were what I would deem as appropriate for potential acknowledgement at this time. Is that fair to say?
I believe there was 2 projects.
2 projects.
2
okay.
projects identified that would be more likely than not identifying reliability impacts in their surrounding areas while providing more generation to transfer east to west, which we're seeing that trend dramatically increase in this case.
So would it be fair to say some acknowledgement of those 2 projects you would not have objection to?
My concern is to the extent this commission can exercise their judgment, but my concern is if this commission acknowledges it, what weight does that have through the committees that actually approve this project? So if this commission says acknowledge, how that impact further conversations about cost allocation? I do have some concerns that it may come across as potentially punitive. Punitive isn't the right word, but it may limit the ability to do traditional cost allocation as in place today.
And that would be your greatest concern?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other comments from anyone about that? Okay. And let me,
Commissioner McKissick, how many more questions do you have? Because I think we're going to take a break unless you've got just perhaps one more question. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and take our morning break.
let me go ahead and ask this one more question.
Okay.
And that way, when we come back, we can move on to any other commissioner questions. Simply this, in looking at the CC units, which have been, referred to in the stipulation agreement and what's provided for there, and in terms of modeling that has been done by Duke and what's been done by the public staff, right now, there's concern about Section 111 and what impact that's going to have on their operations. And I know at this point in time, it's to avoid carbon capture sequestration. They're talking about operating them at 40% or less. How did you model it from the outside in terms of, was it from the public staff and for Duke, were they initially modeled at 40% or less? I would assume not. But what was that difference in the modeling that was originally done?
Yeah, so in the modeling that was originally done, the capacity factor for combined cycled units is unbounded. I mean, obviously 100% and then take out your outages and your availability. And so I think the maximum theoretical capacity factor for a combined cycle is probably somewhere in the 90s. But these units that we saw in the initial modeling and even in our own modeling, when they're first deployed, talked about a lot about this critical period and these very high demands for energy. When they're first deployed, these combined cycles are operating north of 80% capacity factors, which is, Mr. Metz might elaborate, which is stretching it. I think some of Duke's combined cycles operate at or closer, even above 80 in some periods, but I think traditionally we look at maybe 60 to 70% or give or take in that area. But then the capacity factor begins to fall. And you can see over time, and I believe witness Mishna talks a little bit about this in his testimony, and they'll be up next, is this declining capacity factor. As you're adding all these zero fuel cost resources and you have the better ability to shift that energy around to when it's needed through battery storage, you simply don't need the combined cycles as much. And so the capacity factor falls and falls and falls, really until you kind of maybe get to the hydrogen conversion at the end where in Duke's modeling where they could rely upon that. But in the 40% limit, when you limit them to 40, so our modeling did some of this, and then Duke's modeling in the rebuttal testimony did this. It kind of sees a more consistent 40% kind of throughout. So they're being utilized, throughout the period, but again, at only about 40%. And you're getting, so essentially going from 80 to 40, you're getting half as much energy. But that gap, that delta of missing energy kind of shrinks over time because naturally the units would be less utilized over time just because of the additional resources being added to the system.
Mr. Metz, were you going to add something?
Thought I had a better graph to explain what Mr. Thomas was talking about on page 91 of my testimony where I list the natural gas capacity factors. That aggregated CCs and CTs, but it illustrates the general trend is even though we're adding all these generation assets, you can look at the relative decline over time.
And not to steal Mr. Mushna's thunder, but on page 27 of his testimony, figure 2, you can see the capacity factor of the new combined cycles falling over time, each individual capacity factor in Duke's modeling. And so you can see that the South Carolina, for example, Duke models a combined cycle in South Carolina, does not experience the same decline. It's utilized more throughout time because its emissions are exempt from the carbon cap as it's located in South Carolina.
Well, that provides some insight. I was just curious to hear what your observations were since we're limiting it at 40% or less, whether from a cost perspective and in terms of utilization perspective, how that impacted modeling that had been conducted by Duke and the public staff. But,
Yeah, and the other, and I may have mentioned this a little bit yesterday, but the one of the big things that happens is, I think I talked about this, these new combined cycles are more efficient. They have lower heat rates. They have less emissions per megawatt hour. So the model wants to use these resources. And generally, it will, when it's dispatching, these resources kind of slide in under the stack, and they're used before, and then resources closer to the top of the stack that would provide, baseload power like coal, some of the older combined cycles, they aren't utilized as much. So, as these new combined cycles come online, the capacity factor for your existing coal and your existing gas resources falls. And that contributes significantly to compliance with the interim target with the carbon caps, because again, if you are able to build combined cycles and supplant coal and reduce that generation from coal earlier, that's going to help you get there. But this 40% cap from an operational perspective says, no, you can't do that anymore. And so your reliance on coal increases. Your capacity factor for coal under the EPA models is more consistent through the end of those units' life than it is in the unbound non-EPA compliant portfolios. And that is part of the reason why when we were modeling some of the EPA, and we made some other very conservative assumptions, but we were finding that we couldn't even get to that interim compliance until 2037. Again, we had made multiple changes in that portfolio. And so I definitely refer to the rebuttal testimony of Duke where they did this modeling, but I think they share that observation that it does kind of paradoxically create a challenge here in North Carolina. It makes it harder to reduce our CO2 emissions.
To potentially give the commission confidence on the 3 combined cycles and the settlement, if you turn to figure 2 on page 87, where we list out all the sensitivities and scenarios, in the bottom, we list that EPA, near the bottom, we list that EPA variant. 3 combined cycles are still being selected.
exactly. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back on the record at 10:49. Let's go off the record. Sure. And we'll continue with commission questions. Commissioner Brawley has been waiting patiently, but I'm going to jump ahead of him for one question because we've been talking about offshore wind, and I have a follow-up question to a response that I heard from the panel about a potential notice of decision in regard to offshore wind. And I want to obtain some clarification about what you're recommending, and also that being related to Avangrid's request in its testimony. And I think you'll recall, and tell me if you don't recall this in your testimony, but that Avangrid had recommended that the commission open a new docket no later than September 2024 to basically provide an RFP for offshore wind and the appointment of a third-party administrator to oversee the process. Do you recall that testimony from Avangrid?
Yes.
Okay. And setting aside the question of whether the commission issuing an order in September of 2024 before we issue our final carbon plan order is procedurally and legally correct, setting that aside, what is the public staff's position about Avangrid's request for an early ruling and a docket to have an RFP process beginning in September of 2024?
So going back, support the settlement, which does not solicit an RFP, nor do we solicit an IA. But however, looking at the flexibility that is within the settlement, subject to further conversations with my attorneys, that I believe there is some flexibility within here to potentially start this, get declaratory ruling or equivalent from this commission, start down the path and getting direction on some of the ordering or some of the stipulating paragraphs for offshore wind, independent evaluator, and the other docket.
If I could just add one thing, I think that the dates and the timelines that we set out in this amended stipulation do anticipate a final order in the end of December of this year. But certainly if the commission opened this docket or directed this type of activity earlier, that would give everyone involved more time, and generally more time generally helps. But I think that regardless, these dates, we had crafted these with the assumption we would not know for sure until the end of December.
And can you comment upon the distinction between the public staff's recommendation and Avangrid's request? Public staff, in my understanding, is requesting that the ARFI process be instituted. Avangrid is requesting that an RFP process be instituted in a new docket. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And what is your response to the request of Avangrid for not an ARFI process, but an RFP process be implemented at this time?
So it was my general understanding that more conversations need to take place between the company and the developers to iron out or work out the complexity associated with the terms and conditions of build, own, transfer, joint asset acquisition, and multiple other aspects, or even beyond my general knowledge. That'd be a very complex process. I do not feel comfortable as I sit here today with that uncertainty of how to implement those terms and conditions and actually initiate a RFP, which would need to result in binding conditions and move forward with. We've demonstrated that this resource is the most ductile, and to the extent that costs come in higher, we are not recommending approval of any technology at all costs, and that is my concerns with moving forward at Avangrid's request, my interpretation of Avangrid's request with the RFP.
Okay. And just to make it abundantly clear, the notice of decision that you mentioned in your testimony prior to the break is potentially for an ARFI process, not for an RFP process at this time. Is that correct?
Correct. The modified ARFI process per the stipulation.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Brawley.
Well, I've actually only got one question left, and I'm tempted not to ask it, but I think I want to anyway, because it came out of the discussion of the reference price. we don't really know what offshore wind will cost, do we?
No, I mean, it's similar to any other long
Thank
lead
you, because I think
resource.
what I've inferred from the way you developed the reference price is that you had a number and it was sort of a guesstimate, and you plug it into the linear programming model, and subject to constraints, it was never the lowest cost. And then you would play with that price and run additional models, and this reference price you've mentioned is the highest price at which the model will select offshore wind, but we don't necessarily know that that's a realistic cost to provide offshore wind.
So with the modeling that we've completed to date, the offshore wind pricing has been based on it was the results of the RFI and the out of the previous carbon plan proceeding, which were of course provided to DNV, anonymized and a synthesized generation profile created to make sure that no developer could gain any competitive advantage over another in that way. So then we have publicly available data which we have benchmarked this against, and through other discussions with developers. So I don't think that the costs that are currently in the model are they were reasonable at the time they were given and with the information known at that time. And so now moving forward, there are a number of things that need to be updated from that. But I think that through a similar process or through that type of process, you do have a reasonable estimate that you can obtain.
And maybe just to clarify a little bit, I talked a little bit about how the reference price might be estimated. But to be clear, the public staff did not perform modeling in order to determine that price. So that would be something that would come out of modeling in advance of the RFI. But you're right that, I wouldn't necessarily, like Mr. Lawrence said, I wouldn't necessarily call the price in the model currently, looking like at particularly at P3 or at our 2034 or at Duke's P3 fall base. I would not say that offshore wind price is a guesstimate. I think it's certainly based on real world information and what we know today about offshore wind. There's certain intricacies here in North Carolina, but the point of a modeling exercise to determine that maximum price is that if you can establish the maximum price at which the model no longer selects that resource. So after it tips over that price, the model says, you know what, not anymore. I'm going with this resource. All that's really telling you, under the assumptions that you've made in the rest of the model, is that price is the maximum price at which that resource is part of the least cost plan. And that's what we're trying to get here, right? That we're trying to follow the least cost plan. If we get RFI results that are below that reference price, then we can be reasonably sure that that resource is part of the least cost plan and that we should take actionable steps to procure it, barring some significant change in circumstances that would, change the calculus there in terms of that resource.
So the RFI would be used to determine if going out for an RFP makes sense with the considerable more expense that would be involved in the RFP, which would be much more likely to result in a contract, while an ARFI is simply a request for information and is not necessarily a commitment to buy anything.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Duffley.
So there was one more question I wanted to ask based upon my review of the trade press last night and this morning. And it's with regard to external assistance. And does public staff have any concerns regarding public assistance or, external assistance on an ongoing and forward-looking basis?
Ongoing assistance, I'm.
So for example, for resource adequacy purposes, looking to our neighbors to the north or the south.
Oh, you mean like how do we view neighbor assistance in the context of the resource adequacy and reserve margin?
Right, and is there any concerns that you have?
I'll speak and Mr. Metzer, Ms. Lawrence can add, but I think, certainly the reserve margin in this study, part of the 5 percentage point increase is due to Duke's assumption that we will have less neighbor assistance in the future. And I think that that is a reasonable assumption. I think as PJM adds, significant new solar resources and retires thermal resources, we're going to become much more correlated with them in terms of when our net peak is and when we are desperate for energy. And as we saw during Elliott, it is entirely possible that firm purchases from PJM can be curtailed during an EEA event. So we do share that concern. We don't, certainly I don't think I have taken or any public staff has taken the position that we shouldn't rely on our neighbors at all, that we should ignore them and pretend they're not there. But certainly we need to look at them and the amount of assistance they might provide and at what cost with a sober mind and keeping in mind recent events and how those systems are changing in relation to how our system is changing.
Another complexity associated with that is also looking at the impacts of EPA 111. How will this now drive potential? How will this impact our neighbors? I think some of our neighbors, notably to the south or the southeast, are going to be impacted by EPA 111 much more different than, say, some of our neighbors to the north. However, with the recent recent PJM capacity prices, you clearly see distinction of where there's capacity need, and the reason for the capacity need is transmission congestion, which is in north of those. So to the extent that there is no immediate generation just to the north of us, and there's transmission congestion north of those utilities, we are constrained to get power further out of PJM into DEP or DEC.
And Mr. Metz, are you referring to the auction results, the PJM auction results from the BRA that were issued yesterday?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tucker, did you have any questions?
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Hopefully my questions won't trigger a discussion about the Jones Act today. I would ask Mr. Thomas, go to your testimony, page 82, line 10. Okay, and then the last sentence, the last word is in. Begin reading there and then go on to page 83 to line 5.
Sure. So it's in context to a question about whether we allow the selection of new natural gas resources, and part of that response is in every model run that permitted the selection of natural gas, both CCs and CTs were economically selected as part of the least cost path to carbon neutrality. Natural gas emits approximately half of the carbon per megawatt hour as coal, and the retirement of over 8 gigawatts of coal capacity by 2036 must be part of an overall transition that either maintains or improves upon grid reliability. In this context, the scale of anticipated load growth and the impact of coal retirements cannot be understated.
Thank you, sir. You gentlemen have been pretty candid about generation resource deployment. If this happens, if this doesn't happen, we need to do this, we need to do that. And Mr. Metz, I have a date sticking in my mind. You mentioned yesterday, 2034 was a date that public staff chose where they thought that they could hit the carbon requirements. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir. When we did our iterative modeling processes, that we were finding violations to the carbon constraint prior to year 2034, unless you took more aggressive and in some cases unexecutable plans to achieve sort of this 2030 what if scenario. We were trying to to say what if on the upper bounds, we reflected, said there's significant risk because even the plan isn't implemented. So through that iterative process, we were able to land at 2034 compliance, pre-EPA 111
Right,
filing.
I understand, and that's subject to change maybe. But you chose 2034, that's kind of on the outer limits of 951, right? House Bill 951?
Based upon my review of GS 110.9 is the last statement of or reliability. So we looked at the overall implementation of the plan, looking at the reliability analysis that was filed in my testimony. We took that into overall consideration and not choosing 2034, but analytically determining that 2034.
Okay. The other part, you've kind of answered this and it's obvious. I just want to be transparent and clear in this from where I sit. And I've been sitting here 8 months trying to understand this daunting task for the commission and for you and for the company and for the interveners to try to hit these schedules and not impact the rates drastically. What is the fallback plan if the resource generation does not transpire? I think it's obvious the CCs and the CTs are there to help retire the coal. But if I look in the Carolina Resource Plan, I see where Duke has some slippage in the coal retirement plants from where they were before. Allen 1 and 5, and then they're going to do Roxborough 4 and 29, which I think is on schedule. And then there's some slippage on Roxborough Unit 2 and on and on and on. Is a fallback plan to, if the resource generation does not transpire as the carbon plan and or whatever the company or you and the rest of us have projected, is a callback plan to extend the life of the coal plants and not retire them? Isn't that the only option? That, you know, we've got the 111 to deal with, CAA, and then we've got other issues that are impacted outside of when you did these modeling and when the company did the modeling. Don't we have to rely on coal later to slip the dates on the retirement schedule?
So I want to make sure I answer your question, but also this is covered in part by Mr. Michna and Mr. Nader.
Right.
Going a little bit back before you came on here, there was a great deal of testimony by the public staff, and notably myself, on the retirement dates for the coal generation plants need to be flexible. These are not absolute dates. They will not turn off on January 1st of that date. Those are planning constructs in order to evaluate alternative solutions. So for example, if we have a coal retirement scheduled for January 1st, 2029, which is just informed, but just picked out of thin air, and we have a new combined cycle coming on December 31st, 2028. If that combined cycle, which takes multiple years to progress, has project slippage, delays, then yes, the company should be reevaluating that decision on when do we potentially delay. Maybe we delay it 6 months. Maybe we put it in what we would refer to as cold storage, and we'll just keep it essentially mothballed, but we'll keep it around just in case we need it for the upcoming summer peak. So there needs to be a degree of flexibility to use all resources, which is inclusive of the coal generation plants. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, sir. That's, you know, everybody just needs to know, or at least I do. I just need to know what the backup plan is, what the flexibility is. And again, I've been here 8 months trying to figure out this. Mr. Thomas, you said something about 7 gigawatts of solar and the impossibility of being able to achieve that because of Texas and California. It's twice what they did. There's nobody up here that's not pro. Well, I'm pro solar. So what fill in the blanks for me there?
Sure. If I recall that conversation correctly, I was responding to some questions from Chair Mitchell about P P1 and can we get there by 2030? And so I think I tried to summarize this kind of near-term critical resource additions that would be required on page 53 of my testimony in table 5. And so this is saying if we wanted to comply by 2030, in 2029, we would need to connect 4,275 megawatts of solar and 3,520 megawatts of storage, in addition to 800 megawatts of offshore wind and 3,400 megawatts of natural gas, all while retiring 3,000 megawatts of coal. And so just isolating the solar and batteries, that's over 7 gigawatts, almost 8 gigawatts. And, you know, I try to understand, right, what is our potential, right? Because the annual limits on solar and storage, they are supported by evidence and data and projections, but they are estimates, right? So we don't truly know what is our maximum capability, but we can look to other states and what they're doing to understand, you know, what is the potential. And so I looked in particular at EI, Energy Information Administration data for solar interconnections and storage interconnections and wind interconnections. And in 2023, California and Texas were the only 2 states, but they each got little less or around 4 gigawatts of solar and about a gigawatt or so of storage. They were right above 5 gigawatts combined of those resources in 2023. And that was certainly a peak. And so I look at that number and I say, look, these are, you know, there's markets here. These are RTOs and ISOs. They're not vertically integrated. There's a lot of independent power producers that are building and interconnecting to the market. There are different, you know, obviously Texas and California are much bigger than Duke's territories. They are, you know, moving quite a pace on their transmission upgrades and, you know, their long-term planning and some of the work that ERCOT has done. I say with all that and the bigger size, if those can barely break 5 gigawatts a year, and they only just did that in 2023, is it realistic for us to assume that we can get to 7 or even 8 gigawatts in a year? And I certainly have hope and for that we will get better, but hope is not a plan. And I can't plan on us being able to connect 7 gigawatts just because the model says we should.
Okay, well, that's what I thought you said. It does create some angst in the ability to be able to get the resource generation we need. It's almost like throwing darts at the wall and hoping it happens. Nuclear's still 8 or 9 years off. If we don't hit those numbers with the implementation of, say, nuclear power in 2035 into 2050, can we hit our goals with that coming online and sustain reliability and least cost until that comes about?
So I'll start and I'll let Mr. Metz maybe elaborate more on nuclear, but just from like taking a step back from a high level, this process of checking and adjusting every 2 years, I think is really informative for this because we are looking out a ways. And I mean, just between the 2022 carbon plan and the 2023, as you said, we saw slippage in coal retirement dates. The economically optimal and the practical dates for retirement slipped. We saw the first year of offshore wind and onshore wind slip, right? So we saw that happen. And then the model kind of, you take those assumptions and those updated assumptions, you plug them in the model and the model solves around that and says, what do we need to do? And load forecast gets updated. So just from a high level, I am confident that if we proceed with the near-term action plan as we have it in the stipulation, we will know kind of by the next carbon plan update, kind of approximately how well those efforts are faring and where we are. And if we didn't make some assumptions like, hey, maybe there's just no way we're going to get this combined cycle in service by 2029, or look, the RFP volume that we got last time, we can't procure 1,500 megawatts. We have to drop it down to 1,200. Those assumptions will then go into the model and the model will say, well, I see what happened. Here's what you need to do now. And that's how we'll react.
Okay.
The nuclear question is a little more complex because it's not in the near term, but if Mr. Metz wanted to add anything.
I was going to expand and just going over to looking at the stipulation ordering paragraph 36. We share the concerns on what actions do we need to take today versus what actions can we wait next year while we have short-term resources We have medium-term resources and we have these long-term resources. The actions identified in Word Paragraph 36 will help inform in the next CPIRP those middle and longer-term resources. I am not as concerned, not saying I'm not concerned, as concerned on the minimum actions that we listed within the near-term action plan on resources that we're going to be moving forward with. Notably, I'm just talking about the solar procurements and the targets that we outlined, the combined cycles that we outlined, and the combustion turbines that we outlined, noting that the language also gave flexibility to Duke to say, as system conditions arise, there may need to be ability to pivot between now and the next carbon plan. For example, if we have adverse training and health on any of the existing generation assets, we may need to take actions between now and then. We're not prevented to do so.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
So we've reached the end of commission questions, so I will now move to questions on commission questions. Ms. Kress.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. In response to questions from Chair Mitchell yesterday regarding transfers of energy between DEP and DEC and transmission cost allocation implications, you testified regarding the transmission cost allocation stipulation entered into between Duke Energy and the public staff in the company's last respective rate cases, correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware that the commission's approval of that transmission cost allocation stipulation is currently up on appeal before the North Carolina Supreme Court?
That is my understanding. That's under appeal, and that creates one of the potential challenges when we talk about cost allocation through the local and regional planning. A potential solution, if stands, and if this commission agrees to, and subject to future conversations with the utility, is that the transmission cost allocation may be a mechanism to potentially mitigate the need for further discussions of cost allocation within the local plan between DEP and DEC. However, if that, we use the wrong terminology, if it is appealed and it's found that we couldn't do it, then more likely than not, the public staff would have to have more discussions within the local transmission planning and do cost allocation there. So the TCA could remedy certain solutions because I think it is a positive attribute until merger. However, there are all alternate solutions at hand should it go away.
Thank you. And turning now to your discussion with Commissioner Duffley regarding the no carbon constraint portfolio and the projected present value of revenue requirements, or PVRRs, and also related to the discussion you had with Commissioner Tucker a few moments ago regarding delaying the retirement dates of the company's coal fleet potentially. The companies, to your knowledge, have not analyzed the impact on P3 fall base or the resulting PVRRs if the company's coal retirement schedule was delayed by 3, 5, or 10 years, correct?
I do not know. However, I also direct that question in part to Mr. Nader and looking at, I do not know even if we can delay those or coal retirement plants based upon current EPA 111 guidance. So while that is a hypothetical, I don't know the legal impacts even if we can.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, just from a modeling perspective, I know that the no carbon constraint did delay coal retirements, but Duke did not necessarily present in its initial analysis sensitivities based on of a single portfolio based on different retirement dates. But each portfolio had different retirement dates based upon, Mr. Witness Mishna talks about this, but the coal retirement analysis and the economic retirement date and adjustments made to that.
At this time, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, we would request that SIGFIR's potential cross exhibit number 79 be placed in front of the witnesses, and I will request that that exhibit be identified as SIGFIR 2 and 3, Cross, Metz, Thomas, Lawrence, Direct and Settlement Exhibit number 3.
I think so. 73.
Ms. Crescent, let me get to that exhibit.
It's at 73.
79.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. Gentlemen, just let me know when you're there.
It looks like SIGFR data request 8-2. Is that correct?
Duke's response there too. That's correct.
We're there.
Okay. Is it correct that in part this data request pursuant to subsection E is requesting that the companies provide the impact on portfolio or pathway 3 if the company's coal retirement schedule is delayed by 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years? And then the company's response to subpart E states as follows: the companies have not conducted analysis if the company's coal retirement schedule were delayed by 3, 5, or 10 years. The companies cannot speculate as to the impact to the timing and amount of natural gas resource selected under such scenarios since this analysis has not been completed. The companies have not conducted this analysis as it is not consistent with the company's coal retirement analysis framework for determining the optimal coal retirement schedule. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I'll just add that Mr. Michna can expand in some detail in his experience on while there may be some concerns on looking out to an extension of 10 years, even if we can do that under EPA 111.
What about 3 years or 5 years?
I think it would be dependent upon the natural gas, or sorry, correction. It would be dependent upon the coal retirement plants. However, you would have to factor in what investments are being made, the plant health, the age of the plant health, the degrading trends that I've already highlighted in the past of these units, and as well as the supply chain. For example, can we even get coal to these coal generation plants for this extended buffer, given the shrinkage of potential supply chain, Mr. Thomas?
If I can just expand a little bit, I think one thing that Duke says in this response is that we haven't conducted this analysis to push out all the coal retirement dates by 3, 5, and 10 years because it's not part of their framework. And Mr. Michna, he testifies to the coal retirement analysis, but just from a very high level, the commission has directed, I believe since the 2020 IRP, but certainly in the 2022 carbon plan, that Duke perform an economic analysis of these coal retirements, where they actually put their inputs into a model and let the model solve for the most economic date, because the model is capable of determining, hey, the cost of maintaining this facility is now larger than the benefits it produces to the system. It should be retired. And then once the economic date is chosen, then Duke adjusts that based on physical realities, maybe not reflected in the model. And any shift in the coal retirement analysis is likely going to come from, not from just an arbitrary shift by 3 or 5 years, but because changing system conditions, and as Mr. Tucker was testifying to, if we can't get other resources, they're going to have to continue this analysis per the amended stipulation. And if we see that we're not able to execute on other things, the model might say, hey, whoa, the economic analysis, the retirement date for this unit has slipped. And then we'll reassess it at that time. But I'm not sure necessarily that we should deviate too far from kind of that economically optimal date, because certainly we don't want to necessarily keep assets operational that are costing ratepayers more money than they are providing benefits. But we do have to balance that with maintaining system reliability, as witness Michna discusses.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you. I'm not sure which order we should go in. David Neal for SACE et al. Mr. Metz, in response to Commissioner Duffley's question, where she directed you to page 103 of your testimony relating to concerns around overly ambitious solar procurements, do you recall testifying that one of those concerns is that if solar procurement, I think you said, gets ahead of load, it may lead to curtailments that ratepayers would be on the hook for? Is that a fair summary?
Generally, yes.
And Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz, you testified about capacity factors for new combined cycle plants following questions from Commissioner McKissick relating to the EPA's 111 rules. Do you recall that exchange?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Metz, going back to you, if I could direct you to page 84, lines 15 through 16 of your corrected testimony.
Page 84.
Yes.
Which lines again, please?
15 through 16.
Okay.
And this is in connection with a larger question about potential benefits of and risks of procuring small modular reactors. But in this section, you refer to the need to mitigate risk from, quote, mitigate risk from investment in, quote, large-scale natural gas infrastructure and asset build-out, given declining capacity factor curves for these resources, parentheses, reduce stranded asset risk, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, and you would agree then that the public staff has expressed concerns about the ratepayers potentially being on the hook for paying for a resource like combined cycle plants they might not get full value from under either the EPA 111 modeling or even Duke's modeling before the EPA 111 rule. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, to further clarify, each technology has its own associated pros and cons or risk factors in the overall concept of how we move forward.
Now, Chair Mitchell asked you a series of questions about public staff's evaluation of the company's P1 fall portfolio, mostly yesterday, but some this morning as well, correct?
Yes.
And in your response, Mr. Thomas, you repeatedly pointed to Table 5 on page 53 to discuss the scale of resource additions in that portfolio. Do you recall?
I do.
So Table 5 shows 3,050 megawatts of coal retirements in 2029 and 3,629 megawatts of coal retirements in 2030. Is that correct?
It does.
And you would agree that, and if this is subject to check, that in 2029, that represents the retirement of Cliffside 5, Marshall 1 and 2, Mayo 1, and Roxborough 1 and 2?
Subject to check, I think.
Roxborough may be off on that one. Maybe Roxborough units 1 and 4 versus 1 and 2.
Oh, that was for P1. Yeah. Subject to check, I would accept it.
Well, in any event, maybe the more important point I want to get to is that you would agree that Duke placed a constraint on the model that required some coal units to be retired together. Isn't that right?
Yes, and Mr. Missioner, I think, testifies a little bit more to this, but yes, they constrain certain units to retire based on engineering evaluation and the optimal ability to retire and not have common facilities that aren't being used or et cetera. So,
but one consequence of that, you would agree, is that those coal retirements, at least in P1, end up being kind of lumpy, right? That you end up having to retire 3,050 in 1 year as opposed to spreading that out over a 3-year period, for example.
yeah, certainly it does make them a little lumpy, but I think we also need to make sure we are tying the model to reality as much as possible. It may be more optimal to model the retirement of each individual coal unit and let it be done independently. But if the real world doesn't work like that and there's technical considerations that maybe one unit can't be retired because it shares certain assets with another, I'm not an expert. Mr. Michino would know more, or Mr. Metz, but we want to make sure that we reflect that. So you could retire 1 megawatt a year of these coal units, but that's not how it works, right? We need to make sure that we're tying the modeling to reality.
In regards to, I believe it's Roxborough's units 1 and 4, whichever Roxborough units are scheduled to retire in this blockiness format. Yes, the blockiness does create this push-pull relationship. However, there are similarities in the boiler design at Roxborough that are contributing to the retirement date schedule, which was in part why it shifted from Roxborough units 1 and 2 to Roxborough units 1 and 4, subject to check.
Now, in regard to the solar additions that you identified in Table 5 from Duke's P1 fall, you would agree that if hypothetically those were aimed at a 2032 compliance date instead of 2030, and that if for whatever reason the model was allowed to make those coal retirements a bit less lumpy, that there might be an opportunity to spread those solar additions out in a more even way. So you had, let's say, 2,880 megawatts per year over 5 years instead of some years with 4,275 megawatts of solar additions per year.
Yes, I mean, I would agree that if you like we saw with some of Duke's P2 modeling, if you spread that out a little bit more, give it extra time, it does make it more achievable. Can't speak so much to the impact necessarily of more granular coal retirements on this, but more time to achieve these interconnection targets is going to make it more feasible, more realistic, and more likely that we'll be able to procure these resources at the costs that are modeled. And I think that's a big reason why, in my testimony, I described why the targets that would need to be hit for 2030 and 2032 compliance aren't executable, in our opinion.
And Commissioner Duffley also asked about Michael Goggins' opinion about increasing solar and storage interconnection limits. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And do you recall that Witness Goggins also had concrete options for increasing those limits that take into account real-world transmission issues?
I do recall that multiple interveners had concrete ideas. If you'd like to discuss a particular one, and happy to, you can provide a copy of the testimony, that would be helpful.
Well, just to make this quick, if you would agree that he mentioned coordinating line outages that would include when RZEP projects are being undertaken or when other generators are interconnecting, assuming larger sized solar projects, at least for the Duke-owned solar facilities, using shoe-fly lines to keep critical lines in service while longer duration upgrades are completed. Do those sound familiar?
Yes, those sound familiar. And, I think the Duke witnesses on renewable resources and interconnection, they talk about larger projects. We've got a minimum size for projects in the RFP now that's up to 40 megawatts in DEP, as we do push to try to procure those larger projects. I think the Duke witnesses can certainly talk more about their coordination, but I do not believe that they are not coordinating outages. I believe that they use fairly sophisticated tools and planning devices to coordinate their outages and have likely been doing that for years. And I can't comment on the shoe-fly recommendation. I believe I recall reading that in the 2022 carbon plan as well, but I can't comment on the extent to which Duke already may use that or is considering that solution.
This is my general understanding that Duke is taking those actions, and based upon my conversations that I've had with the company, they're continuing to sharpen their pencil and look at ways to truncate narrower windows while also balancing employee safety.
So the upshot is there are real world considerations for increasing those interconnection limits that both Duke is considering and that may actually lead to increased solar interconnections in the future.
Yes, and I think, I really do appreciate, Witness Goggins, Burgess, some of the CCBA witnesses. I mean, there have been a lot of really good ideas for increasing the ability to interconnect new resources in this proceeding. And I really do appreciate those perspectives. And, we've got some of those options in the amended stipulation and some Duke is already pursuing and doing. But again, I want to make it perfectly clear that those solutions and those processes and improvements are what we need to get to the interconnection limits that are set out, that are 1,800 megawatts, 2,000 megawatts a year, because that is not where we're at right now. If we were plowing in a gigawatt of new solar every year, no problem right now, I would say that yes, the solutions being discussed could get us beyond some of the projections in the public staff and the Duke's assumptions. But that's not where we're at. We are connecting and have been connecting in the low hundred, a couple hundreds, right? 300, 400, 500. I think our peak, Duke's peak in terms of interconnection of new resources was sometime around 2016, when we were connecting hundreds of little distribution facilities, 5 megawatt distribution facilities, to take advantage of that standard offer contract. So that was our peak, and we've really come down from there. We're making improvements with queue reform, and we've got a lot in the works, but subject to check, I think in the last couple of years, our average interconnection for new solar resources is like under 500 megawatts. So these excellent solutions proposed by interveners, the the studies and the evaluations we have in the amended stipulation. These are steps on the path to get to 1,800 megawatts a year, to get to maybe 2,000 megawatts a year if we can really push our system. But we're not there yet. So I think talking about these improvements as, yeah, we can go to 3,000 or 4,000, that's just not where I see that path leading.
And in response to Commissioner Duffley's question about AP 1000s, you noted that whether or not it's selected in the model is not the end of the inquiry. And you noted that there's sort of post-model processing or other considerations that you would want to consider. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you would agree that could apply to other resources selected in the model, so that if we had higher limits for solar in the model selected amounts in certain years, real world adjustments could be made in post-model processing to consider optimally interconnecting those resources, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that public staff's analysis of Duke's P1 that you summarized in Table 5 didn't, those are built around meeting the proposed 5 percentage point increase in the winter planning reserve margin by 2031, correct?
Yes.
And they're all based on trying to meet the company's updated fall 2023 load forecast, correct?
Yes.
These are my last questions. You would agree that the capacity expansion models do not themselves predict the future?
No, I'd be remiss if I didn't get this into the record, but all models are wrong, but some are useful, right? So this is providing us some good information that that helps us plan, but we always have to check and adjust. And I think we do that, right? I mean, just one quick example is the RFP for solar. We set a target based on the capacity expansion model, but we have a volume adjustment mechanism. Hey, if we get really great and competitive bids that are lower than the model price, let's get a little bit more. If they're too expensive, let's hold off and delay a little bit of this capacity till the next round. So we do that now, and I hope that we continue to do that. You cannot take this model and then go directly and start signing contracts based on it. There's a lot between the modeling and when those electrons start hitting the grid.
And Mr. Neal, before you continue with your second line of questions, can you identify which commissioner asked the questions?
Yes, this was in relation to the company's, mostly Chair Mitchell's questions about public staff's evaluation of P1. So this is all in that line.
Thank you.
And so you would agree that these models help evaluate different resource options and how those resource options influence each other, but ultimately the future is determined by the choices we make and the resources that Duke actually builds or doesn't build.
Yes, I would agree with that.
And these choices carry a risk of path dependency, of setting us on a trajectory that will be hard to adjust from in future carbon plan proceedings if conditions change.
In theory, yes. But however, in my view, there's flexibility built into this. I had a discussion earlier with one of the commissioners. Is we identified the near-term action, what short-term resources that we need to make. We identified what additional information that we need for the midterm resources, for example, onshore wind, and we identified through the stipulation, notably ordering paragraph 36, on what information is needed for those long-term resources to inform the next iterative process of future resource planning.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Burns, I see that you have questions, and it looks like Mr. Neal will make a space for you.
I'll try to do this very quickly, gentlemen. Good morning, John Burns for CCBA. Give me just a second to get my notes. Auto power off is a problem. There we go. I want to turn briefly to, if I can take, Mr. Metz, take you all the way back to yesterday, if you don't mind. You were engaged in conversation with the chairwoman, Chair Mitchell, about, or it might actually, no, it was Ms. Chairwoman Duff, excuse me. Let me start so this doesn't sound like a complete alphabet soup. You were speaking with Commissioner Duffley concerning RZEP 2.0 and the cost analysis you had done on RZEP 2.0 and your position that the that the public staff is taking. I wanted to go back to that and ask you whether there are advantages to proceeding with RZEP 2.0 that you see and acknowledge that are in terms of advancing the schedule of adding solar to Duke's network over the coming years as RZEP 2.0 is implemented.
So I wouldn't necessarily just specify it to solar. I'm not trying to dodge
Okay,
the question.
that's
It's
fine.
just, I'm looking at it as, will these proactive upgrades allow cost efficient generation resources, technology agnostic? So for purposes, I believe my largest consternation is centered around the DEC projects. There is a push-pull relationship.
Right.
As we discussed through the RFPs, is that we do have we're trying to set minimum target quantities for DEC. So that is a potential counter to my argument here, is that we want more solar generation resources, cost-effective solar generation resources located in DEC. But we continue to advance more Duke Energy Progress solar generation resources, while I also informed the commission of my concern of the east to west power flows. That is a challenge with not moving forward, or not having this commission acknowledge the need for the 2.0 projects in the DEC territory. It is creating that further tension point for continuing to have solar generation resources located in that service territory.
Is there, go ahead.
So if I could just add one minor point, I agree with everything Mr. Metz said, but when he said the RZEP would benefit the solar or any resource, but I think we want those resources to be needed in pursuit of the carbon plan. I think the public staff and other dockets has expressed some concern that there could be resources that are merchant plants interested in shipping their power off system, and if they have the right to utilize headroom on the system wherever it is. And there is some concern that we've expressed in other dockets that, you know, that capacity could be gobbled up by merchant plants. I don't see it as a huge risk right now, but I just wanted to clarify that point.
If we build it and if it's not utilized, then since it is open access, other generation resources may be able to utilize it, not to the immediate benefit to the ratepayers who paid for it. However, it's open access.
Have the public staff noticed that occurring with any of the upgrades that have occurred so far?
Which element?
Have you noticed any merchant plants using the capacity to ship energy out instead of meeting the needs of Duke's or in North Carolina and South Carolina's immediate needs?
At this point in time, no.
Now moving to today, there was discussion, I believe, with Commissioner Duffley, where Mr. Metz, you testified that she was asking you about the connections between DEC and DEP. Do you recall that line of questions?
Yes.
And you testified that it was important to be aware of the transfers between the BAs as the solar build increases. Do you recall that testimony?
Generally, yes.
Just to be clear, wouldn't that be one of the benefits of multi-value planning and proactive transmission planning, to look at generation and look at transmission together and build them out and plan them together over the foreseeable future?
MVST will be another tool in the toolbox to evaluate potential transmission needs and the cost and the benefits, as well as the beneficiaries of those upgrades.
A proactive transmission plan, that would be an element of proactive transmission planning as it's been testified to by other witnesses in this proceeding, wouldn't it?
The MVST should be a element into looking at looking in future transmission projects, inclusive of proactive transmission building.
Thank you. I think that gets me there. And finally, in response to Commissioner Duffley's questions, and I think Commissioner Tucker also got into this a little bit about your concern about the curtailment of solar if you have an overbuild of solar that doesn't match the load. You recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you mentioned in passing in your answers that yes, storage does have a role to play in reducing that risk. But I wanted to dig into that just a little bit, if you don't mind. Are you, without having to go into a bunch of exhibits and delay this even further, are you familiar with the ongoing storage build in California and CAISO?
I'm not intimately familiar, but I'm aware that general battery deployment within KISO.
Would it be a surprise? Would you disagree with me if I stated that they have added upwards of 10 gigawatts of storage since 2016 in California?
Mr. Thomas may know offhand.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
No, it would not surprise me at all, and I think that's what I saw in the EIA data.
Great. Would you expect that the deployment of storage to that effect would have the effect of sort of flattening out the duck curve that Mr. Metz was referring to?
Objection. Mr. Burns has not identified any commissioner question that this line of questioning relates to, particularly the last couple of questions. And while I think there has been leeway this morning for the purposes of efficiency of this hearing, these are all questions Mr. Burns could have asked this panel on cross-examination had he not waived cross-examination of this panel to begin with. And I don't think it's appropriate to continue to take hearing time to essentially have a second bite at the apple for cross questions that could have already happened.
Mr. Burns, can you identify the commissioner and the commissioner's question and then re-ask the question, please?
Certainly. In response to Commissioner Duffley's questions, where she said Commissioner Duffley was referring to an earlier colloquy between Commissioner Mitchell and the witnesses regarding page 104 of I think Mr. Thomas's testimony about setting overly ambitious and unrealistic solar goals and its effect on grid reliability. Mr. Metz, I believe, although I'm not a transcriptionist, I did my best effort to get there, talked about this curve issue and over procuring solar may have effects where they have to curtail that solar.
Okay, objection overruled. Go ahead and ask your question,
Thank you.
please.
I wanted you to expound a little bit on your reference that storage could affect that curve issue, because are you familiar with the effects on the curve in California in recent years of that 10 gigawatts of storage coming onto the system?
Yes, and for illustration purposes, if you look at the reliability section of my testimony,
yes, sir,
there are graphs for both DEC and DEP that show essentially solar and solar with battery storage on that flattening variant.
And when we refer to the duck curve, I mentioned it in passing. That's a peak in solar production in the daytime, and then it drops off in the afternoon, where the load may go up in the afternoon, so they don't match up. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if you shift that energy from the peak of the duck curve later in the afternoon, you can meet the load without needing to curtail the peak of generation in solar. Is that right?
Yes, and we also have to balance the ramp constraints that happen within the day. And there was another commission where they asked me on system impacts that would also have impacts on potentially the marginal resource or combined cycles or CTs. It's potentially that you would have to run other generation units in an uneconomic manner in order to balance some of these constraints, even if their carbon intensity was to increase like we're doing today in these low load events.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas.
To your point, I do recall reading recently a report on the CAISO market where I think in the last 5 or maybe it was 10 years, the amount of storage being deployed has significantly increased. And on my rough estimates, it kind of reduced the afternoon ramp rate of natural gas from somewhere around, I think, 6 gigawatts in 3 hours to around 2 or 3 gigawatts in 3 hours from storage. So it's clear that is how storage can be managed to handle that ramp. And certainly the Encompass model, and particularly in the production cost modeling, when it's dispatching this storage, is doing exactly that. I don't have the hourly data because often it's burdensome to export. But if you looked at it and you look at it for target days, that is what you see. Storage is discharging in the winter morning and the winter afternoon as it charges up during the day. And in the summer, it does exactly what Mr. Burns is saying, is it charges up in the day when the solar is at its peak and it discharges to help with those ramps.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, sorry, I didn't know what order. Ben Smith for Abigail Renewables and Environmental Defense Fund. I just have a couple questions. Mr. Lawrence, in response to a question from Commissioner McKissick on the role of the independent evaluator, in the ARFI and potential subsequent RP process. You had mentioned that the independent administrator runs the solar RFP. Do you recall that?
I did say that, and Mr. Thomas might be the better witness to speak about the specifics of that situation.
So the competitive procurement of renewable energy program passed by HB 589, which went from 2017 to 2023, about that had an independent administrator. And then the carbon plan related RFPs has an independent evaluator.
Thank you. That's the exact distinction I was hoping for. One more question related to Commissioner McKissick's question on the IE's role. In the carbon plan solar procurements, the independent evaluator, they give a recommendation based upon the competitive process for which bids to be selected. Isn't that right?
Yeah, subject to check. I'd have to look at the exact scope of work for the IA, but yes, they assist in the evaluation of the bids. They assist, they're there to help make sure that the Duke developed projects are evaluated on a level playing field as the third parties. And they do prepare a report with input from the companies. And I believe they do also assist in the ranking and the evaluation of those. And I believe that there's some requirement there for them to comment on kind of out of economic order selections, but I might be confusing that with the CPRE. But they are there throughout the whole process and prepare that final report.
And last question on this, and I apologize, I know this is a little bit out of your depth, but since it was covered, does the independent evaluator accept feedback from market participants in that solar procurement?
Yes, so the independent evaluator has a website, and that website is where all the documents are posted. There's a FAQ of frequently asked questions. Developers, market participants can submit questions to the website, which are then answered by the IE, sometimes with input from the company. But yeah, that process exists. And in fact, obviously there's a lot of also stakeholder meetings that go on in furtherance of this this process as we work out those questions. But the IE is there to kind of help the market participants through that bidding process.
Thank you. One more question. Commissioner McKissick brought up transmission costs, and Mr. Lawrence, I believe I'm characterizing your testimony right, that it's sort of a fungible process for the three wind energy areas, that 1,100 megawatts from any of the three would trigger the same transmission upgrades. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
Is there a ceiling to that transmission upgrade? And I guess what I'm asking is, you used a generic 1,100 megawatts, but would 3 gigawatts go above what your expectations are for that transmission upgrade price?
If I can expand a little bit. So I think the Duke witnesses will be able to expand a little more detail on what if they have studied or what headroom or potential considerations. But it's just my general understanding that there is a theoretical limit that you would want to intertie at a single point, especially on a linear or radial line of the system, because the company would have to apply for real-time contingency. In other words, if we were to lose that line, you would have to make up that energy. So you don't want to make it 5 gigawatts, but you'd probably make it closer to a standard conductor size. Let's just say parallel or multi-conductor 500 kV. So there's a theoretical limit that the Duke subject matters would have more expertise on that theoretical limit.
And I did provide some transmission costs. They're confidential within my testimony in table 3 on page 35 as well for potential reference.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Justin Simolovsky, on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. I have one brief line of questioning, and then I hope to pass the mic to my colleague, Ethan Blumenthal, for a few additional questions. Mr. Lawrence, Commissioner McKissick asked a question concerning the scope of the information to be requested to be collected during the ARFI. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your response, I'm paraphrasing, at the time of the stipulation, no additional discussion of the scope of the info has occurred yet.
That's correct.
And my main question concerns the timing of when the stipulating parties are going to engage the wind energy area developers to scope out what information is going to be requested of them, to give them an ample lead time to go out and collect that information. Can you elaborate on the timing of when the wind energy area developer is going to be notified of what information is being requested?
I believe that is one of the specifics that has not been addressed through the stipulation, and we would need to work through. Our intent here with the stipulation, that it's with Duke Energy, with Walmart, and the amended stipulation that did include did include CCBA, and our intent there was not to exclude either Total or Avangrid or Synergy. There were other matters within the stipulation that couldn't be resolved in a manner that was acceptable to all parties, but we absolutely want and are seeking feedback of the developers in these cases. I think it's generally a bad idea to cut them out and risk designing a procurement, potentially any process leading up to such that would not include them, since they are the experts here. It's their project, and if we design something that's not going to work here, then we're just setting ourselves up for failure in the future, no matter what is called for in any modeling.
Just to maybe put a finer point on that, paragraph 31 of the RFE says that it shall be issued within 90 days. And I know that, stakeholder meetings are not explicitly spelled out in this stipulation. We actually reached our cap on stakeholder discussions, so we couldn't fit any more. I'm just kidding. But what we would anticipate and expect, I think, that Duke would engage with some of the market participants and the public staff in developing this RFE, and that, the scope of the information would not be a surprise to the market participants, and that they would have some level of input onto whether it was appropriate to seek this information or not.
So the timing is after the commission approves the ARFI, or would these discussions and engagement anticipate in leading up to that? Like in between that 90 days between final order and...
I would assume that within that 90 days from the commission's order in this proceeding, that's when those discussions would happen. And I think we had a brief conversation, Mr. Metz, about a potentially earlier notice. And so obviously, if we got some sort of approval or direction from the commission before the end of December on this particular matter, right, we would see that 90-day clock start at that point, I imagine, and then would give us all a little bit more time to help develop this and make it work. But my expectation is that the offshore wind developers are watching these proceedings closely, and if there's an opportunity to engage in this RFE for a potential off-taker, that they will enthusiastically participate.
Not quite afternoon, gentlemen. Ethan Blumenthal for NCSEA. I have some questions following up on Commissioner Hughes's line of questions regarding the modeling of certain grid edge resources. So I believe this will be mostly for Mr. Thomas, though. Please feel free. I think co-counsel will be putting a binder in front of you, as I'd like to refer to a couple of exhibits briefly. First will be potential NCSEA cross exhibit 168. And while we're waiting to get that in front, if I may go ahead and ask to have that marked. I believe that this would be NCSEA cross Thomas Metz and Lawrence panel direct and settlement exhibit 1.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. I'm sorry, 4. Yeah. Are you there?
I am.
Great, thank you. And this is a technical brief from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory published this past November, entitled "The Use of Price-Based Demand Response as a Resource in Electricity System Planning," correct?
Yes.
Great. But same place. Could you please turn to page 13? I believe it may be flagged for you, but
It is.
so great. And towards the bottom of the page, I cannot remember. I believe I highlighted a passage going on to page 14. Could you please read that for me?
Yeah. So it's under the header of treatment of price-based demand response as a resource in IRP. Principles to effectively integrate price-based DR in resource portfolios rely on the concept of a supply curve. When applied to a demand response, supply curve represents the quantity of load reduction that can be obtained at a given cost in the form of DR measures or groups of DR measures with similar characteristics.
Thank you. And looking at the two figures on 14 below that, does that match up with the concept of the supply curves that you were articulating in response to Commissioner Hughes' questions?
Yes, in fact, I am familiar with this report. I reviewed this report as part of this preparation for this. And yeah, so this is what I'm talking about, where you kind of have a ranking of the available programs and an estimate of, on the one axis, how many megawatts you could achieve from those. And then on the y-axis up and down, they're ranked in order of price. So, some have $5 per kW per year, and the most expensive are $250 per kW per year.
Great, thank you. And then on the following page, page 15, could you please read the third bullet point? I believe that is also highlighted.
Yes. Treating DR as a load reduction. In several IRPs reviewed, DR is treated as a load reduction. Instead of a resource option, the capacity expansion model can select on a par with treatment of other resource options. When DR is treated as a load reduction, its costs are not directly compared against other resources, which means that they will be under procured given the cost effectiveness of these resources.
Do you agree with this statement?
So I want to first reiterate that I am not the expert on DSM and DR. Witness Williamson, I think, is the expert on that. I can really only speak to how it's modeled. And so I think that it is, when Duke inputs its demand response forecasts, right? They talk about what is that expected available capacity in each season from each program. And they input that in because they know they have those programs approved and they can estimate the growth or the contraction of these programs over time. But they don't have new programs in there. And I believe Duke's rebuttal talks about a lot of reasons why they don't want to, but I think it is hard to deny that it is a simple fact that if you do not input new DSM measures relative to a model that can select new DSM measures as a selectable resource, then yes, that model that forces them in is going to have less demand response than the model that could potentially select new cost-effective resources as part of its system planning.
Great, thank you. And now I'd like to move over to NCSEA potential cross exhibit 167 and go ahead and have that marked NCSEA cross Thomas Metz Lawrence panel direct and settlement exhibit 2.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. So if you're there.
You got me going vertical here.
Yes, I know this. It does. I believe this is a slide deck from the Northern Indiana Public Service Company from their 2021 Integrated Resource Plan, the Stakeholder Advisory Meeting number 3.
Before you proceed with your question, can you identify which commissioner and which question this is related to?
This is continuing on related to Commissioner Hughes's questions on the modeling of certain grid edge resources.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This appears to be the slide deck that I just identified, just for the clarity of the record.
Sorry.
No worries. Yes, 167.
Okay. Yes. Sorry, this is bound all upside down and backwards.
Oh,
trying to figure it out. But yes, this is
Sorry,
the
we had some printing difficulties.
NIPSCO 2021 Integrated Resource Plan for NIPSCO dated July 13th, 2021.
Thank you. I apologize for the difficulties, particularly as we'll be hitting a couple pages here, trying to move fairly quickly. If you could move to slide 16 or page 16.
Yep, I'm there. Thanks for the tab.
Yes, hopefully the tabs will help along this way. This confirms the modeling steps that NIPSCO used for their demand side management, correct?
In just a minute here.
Of course.
Yes, this is the modeling steps that they've spelled out.
Great. And that includes first doing a market potential study as step 1, then identifying bundles based upon market segments and savings potential as step 2, before moving to step 3, evaluating DSM bundles in IRP portfolio models.
Yes, that is what the document says.
Great, thank you. Moving on to slide 26. Great. Thank you. This slide describes a willingness to participate survey that NIPSCO used in order to inform their long-term adoption rate estimates and achievable potential scenarios, correct?
Yes, that is what it's showing.
Great. And this the information from this survey is reflective of different percentages of incentives and the amount of participation that they would expect with the varying levels of incentives. Is that what it shows? See?
Yes, it appears to have a willingness to participate survey showing that as incentives increase and as payback periods decrease, the willingness to participate increases.
Thank you. Then looking at slide 29, just a few later, looking at the energy efficiency methodology and key considerations, specifically under point 4, it details that it uses 2 achievable scenarios: maximum achievable potential and realistic achievable potential.
I see that.
Great. And then jumping to slide 37, this shows, once you're there, the same 2 potential scenarios being applied to demand response, where it says the MPS contains 2 DR potential scenarios.
Yes, that is what it says. And I just want to, I don't know to what extent Duke is already doing some of this and some of his forecasts of EE. I know they do a market potential study. Ms. Williamson might be able to raise more questions on that, but yes, that is what this is showing here.
Great. And finally, moving to slide 47, which is titled DSM Bundle Evaluation and IRP Portfolio Modeling. The top bullet point describes the several resource options that were allowed for selection, which include EE and DR bundles, DER bundles beyond customer-owned DERs that impact the load forecast, and RFP supply resources. Is that accurate?
Yes, those are what those bullets say.
Thank you. So collectively, would you or do you believe that NIPSCO's approach to modeling these demand response programs is a reasonable alternative method to the supply curve method that we also just discussed?
So I just want to preface this with saying, our amended stipulation, we do stipulate to the fact that I believe this is the modeling presented by Duke is generally reasonable for planning purposes. And while not all the details are hashed out, I think that that's kind of relatively overarching. But I will say that this is not an unreasonable approach. I think it would require a lot of work to kind of transition to this way. And North Carolina in particular is a bit of a disadvantage because it is not in a market where it can go solicit DSM resources or EE resources from the market like certain markets allow for. The only EE and DSM that's really permitted here is those programs that Duke can demonstrate are cost effective and get approved through the standard process. But I think I discussed a little bit in my testimony that even if it was just as a sensitivity, this type of process where you use a supply curve for new resources, or you model these kind of bundles of new resources to figure out what's most cost effective, I do think that's a reasonable approach. And some utilities have taken that approach, but I think a lot depends on the individual characteristics of each utility and the markets in which they exist, and their existing forecasting processes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Dodge.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yesterday, Commissioner Kimmerite asked a series of questions regarding cost causation and whether the socialization of costs associated with the RZEP projects is simply an accounting exercise. Do you all recall those questions?
Yes.
Would you agree that socializing the costs to the overall transmission system instead of assigning to interconnection customers reduces the transparency with regard to cost causation?
Can you restate that, please?
So if the costs of transmission upgrades are socialized, does that reduce the transparency of cost causation?
That's complex because I'm not trying to dodge the question, but it's complex because you have to look at the analysis that was the underpinnings that which inform the proactive upgrades or the socialization of those upgrades. So I can't answer definitively your question because it's dependent upon the analytics that went into the begin with.
Right. Fair enough. Subject to check, would you agree that transferring costs from the energy or production side to the transmission side may skew who pays for those costs if the transmission production costs aren't relatively consistent across customer classes?
Yes, it's based upon the ratio, yes.
Also related to cost causation, to the extent RZEP projects make additional capacity available, does that potentially result in state jurisdictional interconnection customers being assigned lower transmission upgrade costs that would otherwise be assigned under the North Carolina interconnection procedures to those customers, further deviating from cost causation principles?
That could be one outcome, yes.
And would that mean the transmission customers would bear costs that previously would have been paid for by the interconnection customer?
That is a possibility, yes.
Has the public staff done any analysis or projection regarding the percentage of state jurisdictional projects that will connect to the red zone?
I have not tabulated the data from the recent RFP results on which projects are not just interconnecting, but I look at more of our impacting through power flows, the red zone projects.
Mr. Dodge, are you referring to RZEP 1.0 or 2.0? Can you clarify?
I'm referring to both, but
Okay.
Again, to kind of building on the socialization of those costs questions still, but almost finished with this line of questions. So
You may proceed.
If I could just add a little bit there, I think as far as what RFP projects are impacting the red zone upgrades, the only comment I can add that I wanted to add there was in the 2023 RFP, there was a shadow price assigned that essentially asked these new customers, these bids that were coming in, what are you impacting red zone 1.0 upgrades? And if so, how much of that available capacity that was created by that upgrade are you consuming? And then a shadow price kind of was assigned or imputed to that bid that slightly raised its overall evaluation score based upon how much of that RZEP 1.0 project it was consuming. And that did, to my knowledge, I think the Duke witnesses would be able to expand more on this, but it did have some impact on bid ranking and evaluation. But I can't speak to, I don't believe it was earth shaking, but there were some projects that had minor impacts on those lines.
thank you. And just to, would it surprise the public staff, is it plausible that as many as a third of the projects in the interconnection queues, whether it's the RFP cluster, the DICES or other clusters, are state jurisdictional projects?
That seems plausible, yes.
All right, thank you. This morning, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz, I believe you both responded to questions from Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner McKissick regarding the implications of the RZEP projects not being acknowledged by the commission. Do you recall those questions?
Generally, yes.
Right. Not being acknowledged doesn't necessarily mean that the CTPC would not still find some or all of those projects as reasonable for inclusion in the local transmission plan, does it?
The CTC, the local transmission planning can reach its own conclusions on whether to move forward with those projects. So yes, a potential outcome is that they would recommend approval.
In addition, even if the projects weren't included as public policy projects, there is nothing that keeps those projects identified as triggering the RZEP upgrades from proceeding. It just means that the interconnection customer would be assigned the portion of the costs indicated in the diocese or resource solicitation clusters. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions from the interveners before I turn it over to Duke? Okay. Duke, questions on commission questions?
No questions.
Okay. Public staff? Okay. So we have reached the end of questions on commission questions, and that is the end of questions for this panel. You all have been on the witness stand, I think, for a day and a half at this point. So thank you for your testimony. And before I excuse the panel, are there motions from the parties? All right, Ms. Kress.
Thank you. At this time, Sigford 2 and 3 would move its cross Metz, Thomas, Lawrence, direct and settlement exhibits 1 through 3 into the record.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
NCSEA.
NCSEA would like to move its 2 exhibits entitled NCSEA Cross, Thomas, Metz, and Lawrence panel direct and settlement exhibits 1 and 2 into the record, please.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And I think that that is all of the cross-examination exhibits. So I will turn to the public staff.
And the public staff moves that the exhibits attached to the pre-filed direct testimony of witnesses Metz, Thomas, and Lawrence be entered into the record and marked for identification as pre-marked.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Gentlemen, thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused. And public staff, you may call your next panel of witnesses.
Okay, the public staff calls witnesses Jordan Nader and Blaise Michna.
Good afternoon. I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hands. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you. Right here. And can you raise your placard, please, for the court reporter? Mr. Freeman, you may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. These witnesses were sworn. I apologize. Yes. Mr. Nader, would you please state your name, business address, and position for the record?
My name is Jordan Nader. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm an engineer with the Energy Division of the Public Staff.
Mr. Nader, on May 28th, 2024, in docket number E-100 sub 190, did you cause to be pre-filed testimony consisting of 19 pages and also an Appendix A entitled Qualifications and Experience consisting of 2 pages and also 3 exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Nader, on July 23rd, 2024, in docket number E-100 sub 190A, did you cause to be pre-filed a summary of your testimony consisting of 2 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to these filings?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers and information as set forth in your pre-filed testimony, including the appendix and exhibit and summary?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, at this time, I would respectfully ask and move that the pre-filed testimony of Mr. Nader, including his Appendix A, and his pre-filed summary of his testimony be entered into evidence and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand here today.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed, and the pre-filed direct testimony and summary of the testimony of witness Nader shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I would also ask that the 3 exhibits attached to Mr. Nader's testimony be marked in the same manner as they were when filed.
Okay. Seeing no objection, the 3 exhibits attached to Mr. Nader's direct testimony shall be pre-marked as marked.
Thank you. Mr. Michna, would you please state your name, business address, and position for the record?
My name is Blaze Michna. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm an engineer with the Public Staff's Energy Division.
Thank you. On May 28th, 2024, in docket number E-100 sub 190, did you cause to be pre-filed confidential testimony consisting of 49 pages and also an Appendix A entitled Qualifications and Experience consisting of 1 page and also 4 exhibits?
Yes.
And did you also cause on May 28th, 2024 to be pre-filed a public redacted version of this filing in which the confidential information was excised?
Yes.
On July 23rd, 2024, in docket number E-100 sub 190A, did you cause to be pre-filed a summary of your testimony consisting of 2 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to these filings?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers and information as set forth in your pre-filed testimony, including the appendix and summary?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, at this time, I would respectfully ask and move that the confidential pre-filed testimony of Mr. Michna, including his Exhibit A and his pre-filed summary of his testimony, be entered into evidence and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand today, and that the redacted version be copied into the public record and entered into evidence as if given orally from the stand here today.
With one correction, I think you said Exhibit A, Appendix A.
I apologize. Thank you.
Okay. You're seeing no objection. Your motion is allowed, and the direct and confidential versions of Mr. Michna's direct testimony with Appendix A, along with a summary of his testimony, shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And I would also ask that the 4 exhibits attached to his testimony, Mr. Michna's testimony, be marked in the same manner as they were when filed, and we'll move those into evidence at the appropriate time.
And your request is allowed. The 4 exhibits attached to Mr. Michna's direct testimony shall be pre-marked as marked.
Thank you. Mr. Nader and Mr. Michna are now available for cross-examination and commission questions.
Okay. So we will be taking a lunch break shortly after 12:30, but we're going to get started and get as far as we can before we take the lunch break. I believe that
It's just.
EDF, Mr. Smith, you're up.
And the good news is the previous panel answered some of these questions, so the 15 minutes is longer than I anticipate needing. Mr. Michna, I would ask that you open your direct testimony to page 6.
I'm there.
Okay, beginning at line 20, you begin a recommendation, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I can if you'd prefer, that asks for the companies to model not just the price of hydrogen, but a cost associated with storage, transportation, production, and other associated costs. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I guess my fundamental question there is what risks do you see that weren't captured in the company's modeling associated with what you've asked for here in this proceeding?
Ultimately, I guess the risks that we have seen is that there's not a concrete plan to deliver the hydrogen fuel or provide the hydrogen fuel for generation in the company's plan. The company plans to use hydrogen blending at all advanced class CCs and CTs. They believe they begin a staggered in approach and eventually in the company's modeling, getting up to 100% hydrogen by 2050. That is a massive undertaking with regards to the generation production of hydrogen, both in regards to quantity of hydrogen and the physical supply of hydrogen. Currently, the gas plants that would use that hydrogen use 24-inch pipeline, 24/7, 365 to provide the gas in. So the public staff's fundamental question is, where does this hydrogen come from and how are those costs accounted for? Is it piped in via pipeline? Is it generated using solar power and liquefied and stored in storage tanks? So ultimately, my main concern.
Mr. Mitchell, let me interrupt you. Can you speak more directly into the microphone so that everyone can hear you?
Yeah, sorry. Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
It sounds better to me too. But yeah, so ultimately, the public staff's fundamental question here is just how does the company plan to provide this hydrogen that it shows getting up to 100% by 2050? And currently, the company uses, I believe it was a DOE pricing forecast. So there is a case to be made that that pricing forecast does include some of those factors within it. However, looking at the company's comments in the EPA 111D filing with regards to, I believe they use their DeBerry site as a showcase for just the physical undertaking that is required to produce this hydrogen. The public staff, I guess, would press the company further to show how they plan to provide this quantity of hydrogen. And sorry, I guess the public staff would like to say that we don't fault the company for not showing it in this case. If the company had provided a end-to-end hydrogen production modeling, I believe that would be first in the industry. And I bet that would be used by every other IRP going forward within the United States.
Thank you. And this question isn't, well, it's, you reference carbon capture sequestration, but carbon capture sequestration was sort of brought about more robustly in the company's rebuttal testimony. I want to apply that same question to any concerns that you all would have with carbon capture and sequestration.
In regards to modeling the cost of carbon capture sequestration?
Yes. And Mr. Nader, please feel free to jump in as well.
I believe Mr. Nader may be better suited to answer this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to jump in there. I think, in my testimony primarily dealt with the Clean Air Act 111 rules that were promulgated. And the company's own comments within that docket noted a concern with the ability to sequester carbon in the Carolinas. They also identified concerns with achieving any sort of carbon removal pipeline to capture and then deliver to another state, kind of pointing to other challenges of achieving pipeline construction today. So I think to generally answer your question, I think the idea of achieving CCS in North Carolina for prospective natural gas resources is not well founded or quantified in terms of cost to achieve that right now. I think the limits that we've identified currently through geology and siting of new resources would make it challenging. And so hence the usage of a 40% annual capacity factor on those resources to mitigate that concern.
No further questions.
Mr. Freeman, redirect from the
No.
public staff.
No redirect, thank you.
So we are going to take our lunch break and we'll come back on the record with commission questions at 1:30. We'll go off the record. Before we turn to Chair Mitchell for some questions of the panel, I wanted to provide some information about the schedule for this afternoon. Excuse me. We will be continuing the hearing until 5:30 this afternoon. And after the afternoon break, I will let you know what the schedule for tomorrow will be about whether we are going to be starting at 9 o'clock in the morning or 9:30. So with that, Chair Mitchell.
All right, good afternoon, gentlemen. A few questions for you all, mostly related to the work that the company has done that came in after your testimony was filed. But we'll get to those questions. All right. But before getting there, I want to ask one question about the AGO witness Burgess's testimony on the companies choosing to use the grouping approach to the coal retirement versus allowing the model to retire units or retire facilities a unit at a time. Do y'all remember his testimony on that issue?
Yes.
Okay, and I can point you to pages in the testimony if you need it, but just sort of at a high level, as I understand it, he takes issue with the companies restricting the model to retiring, to not be able to retire a unit at a time. And I think that restriction is in place for only several coal facilities. I think it's Blues, Marshall, and Roxborough. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Subject to check, but yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Burgess's testimony, as I understand it, is that if the model had allowed for individual unit retirement, there would have been some flexibility created and sort of allowed for more gradualism or practicality in retiring of the coal units, which might have saved some money, saved customers money. Is my recollection of his testimony consistent with yours?
I would say that's a fair assessment of his testimony.
Okay, and you can correct me if I've gotten it wrong.
I read it this afternoon or this morning when it came up in questioning, so I believe that's still correct.
Okay. Do you take issue in the same way that Mr. Burgess did with the grouping approach versus the individual unit approach?
I think my stance, my testimony was that the grouping approach was the correct way to go about it. I'm not opposed to a grouping approach, or I think it was referred to as like a lumping approach. But I guess to talk a little bit about my background, I have worked at an electric utility before, specifically in fuel supply and coal plant operations. And one of the things I did was I participated in the retiring of 3 coal plants and some of the analysis that went into the retirement decisions. And as I believe witness Metz discussed earlier, the groupings are associated with actual plant health decisions as well as material and equipment decisions and O&M decisions at the plant. To put it more, I don't want to be too flippant about it, but trying to break them apart from the grouping approach treats the plants more like megawatt chips that can be slid around, whereas they share a lot of equipment, infrastructure, staffing, O&M resources, so that it's hard to divorce the plants one by one like that. So I think from discussions with the company as well as the endogenous economic retirement approach that was approved in the last carbon plan and revisited, and the public staff found it to be reasonable in this approach, I think it's consistent with the effective running and reliable running of coal plant operations. So the public staff would say that we would come on the side of the grouping approach versus picking and choosing individual units. But should a technical analysis be presented to us, we would be open to looking at the individual unit retirements. But I did not see a technical analysis or looking at the megawatts and saying we could pick up one unit at a time versus looking at the actual minutia of these 2 units are conjoined at the boiler. They share these plant resources, and choosing to retire them in that fashion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mishna. All right, so the company did some work. It was a sensitivity analysis, some supplemental modeling work subsequent to the filing of the public staff's testimony related to the Clean Air Act Section 111 rule that became final. Do you all know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume you all reviewed that supplemental work that the company's performed?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the results of the analysis? Well, let me ask it this way. First, do you agree with the way the companies conducted the analysis? And then second, do you agree with what the analysis showed?
So I think I would need to kind of step back and frame it kind of two buckets. There was the 111B that impacts new natural gas units, and then 111D that would impact existing coal units. I believe the company in their rebuttal agreed with my analysis of the 111D impacts. That the plants, looking at a table SPA 3-1, that those Cliffside 6, changing over to 100% natural gas could be achieved, subject to the 111D rules, and that Roxborough 2 and 3 could potentially fall under rule off. The component of 111D, though, is it still has to go through a state implementation plan. So I believe May 2026 is the soonest that we would have a real plan to apply to this retirement schedule. But as it stands, based on the rules as finalized, those are the 3 units that are impacted. For the 111B units, so future natural gas units, the company, took the recommendation of applying a 40% annual capacity factor to the combined cycles on a prospective basis, the new combined cycles, and the model still selected them, even with that reduction. I think, witness Thomas did the modeling. I reviewed his results, but I think, there's similarities in an outcome of what the near-term action plan selects, even with that Clean Air Act compliance. Maybe some slight differences in whether it's 2036 or 2037, but I think the model still selects CCs. And I should, note or clarify that a combustion turbine that the model might select above that 40% annual capacity factor would still be subject to the same ceiling. It could not operate above that 40% without a GHG compliance plan in 2032. But I think there were similarities between the two. I think the model still indicated the need for both for the near-term action plan. So I don't necessarily take issue with their approach to our recommendations of applying a sensitivity of the Clean Air Act. Hopefully I answered your question.
You did. All right. I think you've answered all of my questions. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna ask when Mr. Snyder and his panel come up, I'm gonna ask them to walk me through the analysis. And in particular, I want them to walk me through, I've read the sort of the narrative explanation of the finding on the conversion of the units, conversion of the steam units. I'm not going to ask you to get down into the minutia of the analysis, but do you remember that section of the analysis?
Generally, yeah.
And do you agree with the conclusions of the analysis, or the outcome of the analysis as to the conversion of units?
So my read of the final rule, as applied to the coal portfolio we have today, Cliffside 6 is the only unit that required a modification in that it would need to cease coal combustion by January 1st, 2030 in order to classify as a natural gas fired steam unit. And my read of the rule is that unit would then be able to operate maintaining the emissions level at that time without additional compliance mechanisms. And it would not be classified as a coal unit for the purposes of 111D.
Okay, well, all right, well, thank you for that. And I'm gonna ask Mr. Snyder to go into some detail on the analysis on the conversion issue. But so I understand, I'm clear on y'all's position now. Okay, let's see, Mr. Mr. Mishna, I had one more question for you. Hang on, it was just in my notes. Had it here. The hydrogen pilot project study that you all have agreed to in the stipulation. Do you recall that provision of the stipulation?
Yes.
The settlement agreement between the companies and the public staff and CCPA and Walmart.
Yes.
Okay. Is there, I'm assuming since the public staff has entered into the settlement agreement that it supports the provision, that specific provision of the settlement agreement
Yes.
related to the hydrogen pilot project study. Is there anything else that you can tell the commission as to why you believe this pilot approach is the appropriate approach at this point in time?
I believe, as I mentioned in my questioning from EDF earlier, with regards to the hydrogen testing, this is a very, very new subject, very, very new technology, very, very new fuel source in general. I mean, as recently as within the last couple of years, Georgia Southern demonstrated that with EPRI and Mitsubishi that a advanced class turbine could run on 100% hydrogen. This is very new. So ultimately, what the public staff hopes to get out of this pilot program is something similar to what Duke Energy Florida conducted with their DeBerry site. So their DeBerry site is a 74 megawatt combustion turbine unit, and they are running a solar field outside that with two 1 megawatt electrolyzers, converting performing electrolysis and converting hydrogen into storage tanks to run the unit. This is demonstrating kind of how these large scale electrolyzers work, and as well as how the firing of a advanced class CT would run on 100% hydrogen. I will note, not to add some pessimism to this, I believe we included as an exhibit the Duke Energy comments with regards to EPA 111D. They did hold up this DeBerry hydrogen site as a test case as to some of the difficulties of running a fleet on hydrogen. In that, I believe their assessment was that it would take 72 hours of running the 2 megawatt electrolyzers to run the unit for 30 minutes. So that I believe this will really help the public staff and Duke Energy get a greater understanding of really how monumental the undertaking would be to run an electric generation fleet on hydrogen energy.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mishna. And you just a moment ago in your testimony, you referenced, you mentioned Georgia Southern, but did you mean Georgia Power?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I thought so. I just want the record to be clear. All right. That's all I have.
Okay, so questions on commission questions?
None from the public staff. Thank you.
None from Duke.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of this panel's testimony. So I'll hear motions from the public staff.
Thank you. I would, Presiding Chair Kim Wright, I would now respectfully move and ask that Mr. Nader's 3 exhibits that were previously pre-marked be now entered into evidence and copied into the record.
Okay, seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
And I would also now respectfully move and ask that Mr. Michna's 4 exhibits that were previously pre-marked now be entered into evidence and copied into the record.
Okay, seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And gentlemen, thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
And the public staff may call your next panel.
The public staff calls Mr. Hinton and Mr. Fady.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hinton, would you please state your name, business address, and current position?
My name is John Robert Hinton. I'm Director of Economic Research for the North Carolina Public Staff. My address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Mr. Fahey, would you please state your name, business address, and current position?
My name is Patrick Alexander Fahey. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, and I am an analyst with the Economics Research Division.
Thank you. Mr. Hinton, on May 28th, did you and Mr. Fahey jointly prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct joint testimony in this docket consisting of 31 pages and 2 appendices?
Yes.
Did your testimony contain confidential information?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct joint testimony?
No, we don't.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same under oath?
Yes.
And lastly, did you and Mr. Fahey prepare and cause to be pre-filed on July 23rd, 2024, a summary of your joint testimony in docket number E-100 sub 190A?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, at this point, I move that the pre-filed joint testimony of Mr. Hinton and Mr. Fahey and the pre-filed summary of joint testimony of Mr. Hinton and Mr. Fahey be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, the joint direct testimony containing confidential provisions along with a summary of the testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, no party has indicated cross for these witnesses, but we understand there are commission questions.
So there are no commission questions, so you may, oh, excuse me, Chair Mitchell has some questions.
All right, good afternoon. Just a few questions for you all. Mr. Hinton, didn't want to let you off easy. Want to ask you a little bit about your testimony and some other things I'd like you to opine on. But do you all agree that in this proceeding, the companies have indicated in their filings before the commission that they're experiencing significant load growth associated with economic development activity?
Yes.
And they are projected to experience load growth associated with economic.
Both Mr. Fahey and I have found that out to be the case. We believe that's the case, that is.
Okay.
And we've addressed that in our testimony with a lot of concerns about uncertainty about the future load.
Okay, so you kind of knew where I was heading then. So we hear sort of as a general proposition as we engage in activities outside of this hearing room like NARUC and other sort of educational opportunities that there's the possibility of double counting projected load growth exists. So, and as I understand double counting, and I'm going to tell you how I understand it, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong. The load forecasting modeling that the company does already makes some provision for load growth. Is that correct?
Yes, it's in the economic drivers they use.
And then the company can add additional load growth on top of that if it's experiencing, if it's aware of or is experiencing load growth, which it determines is in excess of what the econometrics models might routinely predict. Is that the case?
That's precisely the case. And the issue I can give with being a history here at the staff, I've reviewed their models for many years. I've seen very different versions of models that ascribe to do the same thing, to predict energy sales or predict their annual peaks. And this is the first time they've ever done anything of this nature. I'm going to be a little more precise in my words. They have added things like EV charging back as far as we know 2010 or 2012, but it was rather small as far as its impact as far as megawatt and megawatt hour contribution to the ultimate load. So they have done that before, but never with individual customers to my knowledge. And again, those individual customers they've added to their organic forecast, which is the traditional econometric model. That's the first time they've ever done so. to my knowledge, and I've been around here for a while. I even, they've added big industrial plants before. The BMW plant in South Carolina was a large load addition. But I remember looking at those forecast equations back in 92 and 94. We keep a lot of stuff back in the staff, and I didn't see any indication they did any kind of they applied the same econometric equations to the same forecast data set to derive their ultimate load forecast. So yes, you're right. This is what they've done, and I'm just bringing out this is unusual. And thus, I set the stage for Mr. Fahey to kind of examine with a finer tooth as the uncertainty associated with their scaling factors and other things he can certainly address if you'd like him to discuss those issues.
Okay, so before we let Mr. Fahey go, I want to make sure I understood what you've just testified to, which is that you've gone back and sort of reviewed the historical record on the load forecasting methods used by the companies or used by Duke and Progress over the years. And while they may have added to the load projection that the econometric model produced for things like EV chargers, this is the first instance you've found where they've added load projection associated with specific customers.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Fahey. So is it correct then that it was your task to analyze and understand the certainty associated with these with the customer load impacts that were added to the forecast?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me how you did that?
So through data requests to the companies, we were able to address and gain information on the specific customers that they were including in their forecasts, as well as their customers' projected loads, and see how Duke was able to analyze those loads and what amount of those loads they added to the overall load forecast.
Okay, so in the exchange of information with the companies on this particular issue, was the information that you all received from the companies fairly high level, like this is going to be a manufacturing site with a peak demand of X megawatts, or did you get into operating characteristics of the proposed customer?
I would say that we saw some operating characteristics, such as the expected capacity factors, but it was not in incredible detail. It was relatively high level, but we did see peak demand additions and overall energy.
Okay. And how did you satisfy yourself as to the certainty of these projected loads? And by projected loads, I mean the loads that have been associated with prospective customers that that the companies are anticipating serving.
Let me speak to that first, and then I'll let Mr. Fahey finish. Okay, it was an idea of ours to start with a 2022 load forecast that they had filed with the commission and the commission approved. It was the recent nature. I mean,
But hang on, Mr. Hinton, when was that 2022 load forecast approved? As part of the.
Assume it was reviewed in sub 179.
Okay, so in the initial carbon plan proceeding, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yes. And so we had what we thought was a good baseline forecast that did not reflect all the economic stimulus brought by the Inflation Reduction Act or the CHIPS Act that we think is key to this rush of industrial activity in North Carolina. So we used that as our baseline. We adjusted that, and that's when Ms. Fahey took over. But it was mainly my thought thinking that this was a reasonable way to eliminate double counting. And because we did not know exactly everything that went into the macroeconomic forecast done by Moody's. And so we were left in a difficult position of trying to do what they were said. And in their write-up in the initial filing, they identified and give them respect for bringing this to the forefront of the commission that there was a double counting issue. So that was how we resolved the issue by looking back at the 2022 forecast as our starting point with adjustments by Ms. Fahey that did not reflect any of the IRA money From that, we mimic the forecast on top of that. And again, I'm going to refer to Ms. Fahey.
Okay, and when you said they identified, did you mean the companies identified the potential for double counting?
They said in their initial write-up, yes.
Okay.
And again, and we concurred, that made perfect logical sense because again, as I said, I've been reviewing these forecasts since the 90s, and then we did independent forecasts in the 80s of Duke and the Economic Research Division many years ago back. Anyway, the point of the matter is this was unusual, and it allowed double counting to be a problem. We think it is. We have graphs in our testimony that show the 2022 load forecast and our sales forecast, and they compare that to their new forecast without, and that's the key word, without the large load. So their load forecast has historically been growing at 0.8, 0.6%, less than 1% growth rate. All of a sudden, it's growing fast without the large load. So what could account for that growth, unusual growth in their forecast if it wasn't due to large load? If you take the large load out, why is the base forecast higher, so much significantly higher than the 2022 forecast? Again, all roads lead to some level of double counting. And then that's when Mr. Fahey went in there and examined their scaling factors, and I'll let him go on with that.
Okay, before we get to Mr. Fahey, you also mentioned Moody's Analytics. Help us make sure the record is clear on when you reference Moody's. Why did you reference Moody's Analytics?
In their initial filing, they used some economic drivers for commercial, residential, and industrial. The industrial production index, what drives largely the industrial sales forecast. And the other economic drivers drive other sectors that make up the forecast as well. Now, so that's in their write-up. So they discuss their economic drivers being from Moody's.
So the Moody's data are an input into the models, the model that they use to project their load growth. Is that correct?
Real quick. It's based on the historical relationship between load and economic activities and weather, of course. And so you make a forecast for weather, you make a forecast, you do the regression, what you're doing is you're quantifying the relationship between X and Y, between temperature and load, between industrial production and load. So that's basically what the beta coefficient gives you in the regression equation. And then you have a forecast data set which takes that forecast variable and times the beta coefficients and shows the amount of load due to the forecasted weather for forecasted industrial production and other economic drivers. And so, and that's the method they've used for ad nauseum years.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hinton. All right, Mr. Fahey.
So to add to that, the basic premise behind what we, and I understand the companies are
Mr. Fahey, can you speak more directly into the microphone?
Sorry.
You can pull the microphone towards there you go.
So my understanding of the way that the companies and we are seeing this double counting is that in these original organic load forecasts, there's this significant growth that has occurred in this forecast relative to earlier years. At the same time as we are adding these additional new companies that are significant load drivers, my understanding is that some amount of this industrial growth has been picked up in the drivers that are measured by Moody's. And so that some of it gets picked up in this organic load forecast. It is extremely difficult and impossible to determine exactly how much is picked up in these organic forecasts. That is an extremely difficult task. And so without adding these large loads, the companies may be underestimating the total expected load, but there's also the possibility that they are counting some of it twice when simply adding these new customers.
So our new forecast reflects the economic drivers of their 2022 forecast. So we respect their forecast. We just had a different starting point. Our starting point was the adjusted 2022 forecast. And again, the reason why we went back to 2022 and 2022 was simply to eliminate the possibility of double counting. So Mr. Fahey and I myself both agree that we may have been a little too restrictive, but we feel ours is a better reflection without the possibility of double counting. So that's why we relayed that as a sensitivity to Mr. Thomas. We didn't say their forecast was wrong. We said that we think our internal forecast justifies a sensitivity run to see how it would impact the ultimate capacity expansion plan.
Okay. All right. That's helpful to my understanding. So, but ultimately in reaching and arriving at a settlement agreement with the companies, the public staff has accepted the company's load projections. Is that correct?
For planning, yes.
As being reasonable for planning purposes. Is that correct?
Yes.
So does that mean then that you all, I understand the analysis that you all undertook, and the concerns that sort of led you to begin at a different place than the companies may have begun their analysis, but you're comfortable with what the companies have put forward in this docket as being a reasonable place from which we should engage in the planning, long-term planning for their generating resources?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Hinton, you've testified and, you've been with the public staff for many years. As we think about what the companies are going to have to undertake in the coming 2 decades, they're going to have to retire significant amount of capacity and bring on a significant amount of capacity, and the financial undertaking associated with those activities is very significant. We can't understate how significant that is going to be for these companies. And it's not the first time that Duke and Progress have gone through build cycles. And am I correct in that statement?
Yes, yes, there was a large load forecast. We used to have large load forecast growth rates again of like 3 to 5% back in the 70s. And that started tailing off after the OPEC, after 73 and et cetera. And the low growth rates have been falling ever since. So we were in very big building cycles right about the time I came to work here in 85.
And so what was happening sort of late 70s, early 80s? What was going on? What can you describe the investment cycle or the build cycle that was going on here in North Carolina and South Carolina?
I'm afraid I can't. I came in 85. Harris had already was being completed about that time, or had been completed. I'm sorry. But
well, my question was really more general. During the 70s and 80s, both companies or their predecessors were engaging in the development of the nuclear generation fleet. Is that correct?
Yes, I can say one thing and may give you a little light. It started in the 90s. If you remember when China became more liberated their economic society, so to speak, or economy, excuse me, and all of a sudden, we saw a big growth in industrial activity. We started sending our textiles overseas, the lumber, and furniture making, and that also went. So that really decimated the industrial sales base of Duke Energy Carolina. They had started seeing more negative changes in their load forecast and energy sales forecast for their industrial sector. That changed the landscape a lot for North Carolina. Progress has always been kind of the laggard because of its service territory. Nothing to do with the company, but its growth has not been as rich in industrial activity. But the I-85 corridor has always been rich in activity, and that started leaving. So they started seeing decreases in their annuals. It showed up in the system level growth rates, continue to get slower and lower. And so we went from, like I said, 3% to 2% to 1%, and we've been sub 1% for 5 or 6 years, I believe. So, what happened was, I think largely our exportation of a lot of our labor intensive and energy intensive businesses that once were here in North Carolina.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all helpful information. I'm interested in the period, sort of the period preceding that period in history, where the companies are planning for and then addressing how to serve load growth that we experienced here in North Carolina, and managing one construction projects in rapid succession. So I guess my question for you is, I mean, do you agree with my view of the past that there is some precedent for the companies or their predecessors navigating through a period of history where they have to manage multiple large construction projects
Oh.
in a parallel course?
I would say yes. I would say when we had the growth rate in the late 70s of over 30%. And then when I came to work in 85, we had the commission would readily approve growth rates around 3 to 4 to 5%. I mean, I've actually got the order here from my first process, my first time was up here, the E-100 sub 50. And it's got tables in there where it shows historical growth rates, and they were considerably higher. So we've gone through that, to answer your question directly. We did it back then. But
What do those, open that order and tell me what those growth rates show? What were the growth rates that were being experienced?
Yes, I was just looking at, okay. Historically, this is historical, they were going for CPNL was going 2.3 to 2.9, Duke was going 2.2 to 2.8, Vepco 1.5 to 2.3. So they're all less than 3% as far as their forecasted growth rates through that 10-year period, 86 through 95. There were some other historical growth rates where had bounced around differently, but there were some high ones in there over 3%. So we are growing fast. And it caused, of course, Harris to be built, and Brunswick, and several other nuclear power plants.
Okay, and is there anything that you can say about sort of the companies, these companies' predecessors' abilities to manage through from a financial health standpoint, that period of time where they're in the intensive build cycle and they're having to take on and obligations related to these large construction projects, one after another?
The only inside conversation I can share, I don't know the inner workings of Duke Energy Carolina during that time period, but if you remember, Randy Edwards worked here. He was head of wholesale accounting for CPNL back in the day. And Randy confided in me how important it was for CPNL to keep its bond ratings in order by selling some of the assets to electric cities. There was a natural incentive. They had too much cost overruns or costs associated with that build out that you were speaking of. And that was one of the reasons that was shared to me that they had internal discussions that were on those lines, that they wanted to parse the ownership of several of their operating plants and sell them off to a wholesale dealer. That person was Electric Cities. And Electric Cities, as you know, bought into a lot of these plants. We now have some of that in one of our riders to pay that rest of that assets. But the original movement to bring Electric Cities onto it was from finances associated with CPNL, as I understand that, again, hearsay conversation, but that's my understanding from speaking with Mr. Edwards.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hinton. Is there anything else that you all would like to say about, just sort of give to make sure we have a clear understanding, we, the commission, have a clear understanding of your position on the load, the company's load projections that have been put forward in this proceeding?
I think we're pretty content with it. We like the idea that they're going to be providing the public staff with reports because, I follow the Georgia proceeding very closely because their large growth they've had on Georgia Power is similar to Duke Energy's and Duke Progress. So they've got a process and we've got one in order too. So they'll keep us updated. And from that updated information, as these new large loads actually develop or fizzle out or whatever the case may be, we'll be able to kind of develop a kind of a priori expectation of what's reasonable. How can we assign a probabilistic model to that? So with that information, we hopefully will come back to you in a couple of years with maybe, or the company will have something that may be a little more refined, but at least we'll have more information, and that's worth something. Trust me, it is.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Hinton. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Fahey.
Okay. Questions on commission questions?
No questions from the public staff.
No questions from Duke.
Okay. So Mr. Freeman, I'll go ahead and receive your motion for the exhibits.
I don't believe there were any exhibits for this panel.
Were there not two exhibits,
I
Mr.
think
Freeman?
two appendices with their qualifications, but I would be, I apologize. I would ask that those be entered into the record that we had previously identified, entered into the record and copied in the record.
The two exhibits, correct?
Yeah, the two appendices.
The two appendices. Okay, for clarification for the record. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. The panel is excused. Mr. Fahey, you may step down, but Mr. Hinton, please do not. Mr. Hinton, it's come to our attention that, and Mr. Fahey, you may step down while we speak a few words for Mr. Hinton. So I've mentioned several times about how we are not wasting any time in this proceeding. We're trying to be as efficient as possible. But we're going to take a short break from that to congratulate you and to thank you for your 39 years of public service with the public staff. It came to our attention this morning that you will be retiring from the public staff on August the 30th. Is that correct?
Probably my last day will be the Wednesday, 28th, but yes.
And the number of times that you have testified before the commission, I am personally thrilled that you had so many good questions from Chair Mitchell for your last time on the witness stand. And Chair Mitchell wants to say something as well, and we're going to give you just a very short, because I said we're going to be very efficient today, very short minute or two to say something to the commission, to the public staff, and everyone in the room. But what I'm going to be interested in hearing is, what are you going to be doing during your retirement? I assume you're going to have all the time in the world to run even more marathons. So you can let us know about that. So Chair Mitchell.
Well, Mr. Hinton, Commissioner Kim Wright has already expressed our appreciation to you for your service to this institution, to the state for so many years. We've all benefited from the work that you've done and the rigor that you've brought to your analyses. And we appreciate your perspective and your opinions, and have really enjoyed getting to hear from you and also run into you in the hallway in the Dobbs building. So I just want to say thank you. I know that this job is a challenging one, and there are many, there are some ups and there are some downs, and we all understand that, and but are so grateful that you've chosen to be here. So thank you, and wish for you the very best as you move on and go out and enjoy whatever life holds next for you. So thank you so much. And just one little last tidbit, I'll be forever grateful for that testimony you filed in E-100 sub 136 that explains how you calculate the avoided cost of values from using the Peaker method. So thank you for that. And for all your other testimony. I do have a good time going back into the records and looking up the things that you filed. So thank you. All right, with that, anybody else want to say thank you or farewell to Bob? Go ahead, Commissioner McKissick.
Just want to thank you for your friendship. So many times we sit and take 15 or 20 minutes out in the hallway or in the garage, and we get into so many variety of issues above and beyond what this particular commission deals with, and I want to thank you for that. I mean, you've always had a great spirit. You've always been one who was open-minded, somebody who had a great sense of humor. So while I appreciate your analytical skills and appreciate your analysis and insights that you bring to us when you testify, I appreciate even more so just your spirit and your approach to life. And I hope that when August 28th comes, you'll be able to launch into new areas of enjoyment and pleasure and entertainment and amusement. And I'm just going to sit back and envy you because you're there, not quite there yet.
Commissioner Mitchell, I always remember you asking me years ago on IRP about the avoided costs. And you were representing the solar industry, if I recall correctly. So you had an incentive to want to raise avoided costs to the client. But I argue that the commission made a proclamation many years back and said it wasn't quantifiable, so we couldn't do it. Now, things are kind of changing now. I still kind of question how much quantification really exists for carbon. Come on, guys. Anyway, but we'll try, and we've got that in our model, and we're working with a different set of circumstances than we had back then, because at that time, you wanted a price per ton is what you were asking me to recommend, and I wasn't going to do that because the commission had said not to. But I've enjoyed working with all you commissioners. I've always enjoyed bending the rules of expertise just a little bit. I've had some good conversations with you all, and I've come to respect you. And I've also, I want to say past the utilities. I mean, the utilities don't hire ignorant people. So I have learned so much from the old John Floyd and Jim Norfolk on IRP and planning and avoided costs, and Chris Hickson. They had to teach me so much stuff back in the 80s and 90s, and I'm forever indebted to them as well. And but it's been a joy to work up with you folks, and so I appreciate the opportunities you've given me to come along with for the ride.
And Mr. Hinton, I wanted to say one thing as well. I echo what Commissioner McKissick said about your spirit. You have a wonderful spirit, and I just thank you for all the hard work that you gave to every North Carolinian. And with that, I think a round of applause would be Hinton.
But as an economist, I am so jaded because I maintain, and I'll say it, Chris may not care, but I think competition, we should move to as many competitive pressures as we can, because competition is a tough regulator, maybe tougher than we are. So I ask you to think about that as you go forward. That's an argument. And the competition is not perfect. I'm not going to get into specifics, so you probably imagine where I'm at. But the point of the matter is, what have we done, and what does the market do? Anyway, I'll let you be. Thank you very much.
We'll save our redirect for August 29th.
Now we're going to go back into efficient mode with the proceeding. So public staff, do you have any motions that you'd like to make at this time regarding any witnesses that you would like to have be excused?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimright and Keyworth for the public staff. We understand that as of the lunch break, no party has questions for public staff. Public staff witness David Williamson, and that there are no commission questions. So we would therefore ask at this time that he be excused from appearing, and if this is the appropriate time, that his testimony and exhibits be moved into the record as pre-filed.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the testimony and exhibits will be entered into the record at the appropriate time, as you mentioned. Okay. So public staff may call your next witness.
Sorry, should I move them into evidence right now?
Please go ahead and do so.
Yeah,
I
okay.
thought you had already done so, but for clarification, go ahead and move them into.
Sorry to not have been clear. So, Presiding Commissioner Kimright, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Williamson filed on May 28th, 2024, consisting of 39 pages, 1 appendix, and 6 exhibits, and as corrected on June 19th, 2024, and the pre-filed summary of the testimony of Mr. Williamson be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that Williamson exhibits 1 through 6 be marked for identification as pre-filed.
And would you also like to have the exhibits moved into the record at this time as well?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I will, seeing no objection, I'll grant your motion and enter the Mr. Williamson's direct as corrected testimony and the summary of his testimony into the record as if given orally from the stand, and we'll also enter the six exhibits into the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, the public staff would call public staff witnesses Michelle Boswell and Jeff Thomas to the stand.
Do you have the
Yes.
placards?
Yes, I believe so.
taking mine upstairs by accident. I'm sorry.
I have one of them.
Good afternoon. I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. Mr. Thomas, I think you're still sworn in, but we could swear you in again as well, though. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Boswell, would you please state your name, business address, and current position for the record?
Yes, Michelle Boswell. My business address is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm the Director of Accounting for the Public Staff.
And on May 28th, 2024, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed direct testimony in this docket consisting of 23 pages and one appendix?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And lastly, did you prepare and cause to be pre-filed on July 23rd, 2024, a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony in docket number E-100, sub 190A?
Yes.
And presiding Commissioner Kimwright, Mr. Thomas, as you indicated, was affirmed and sworn earlier today, and the public staff has already moved that his direct testimony be entered into the record. He's available on this panel for examination specifically pertaining to his testimony related to the Energy Infrastructure Reinvestment Program. With that in mind, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct testimony of Ms. Boswell and the pre-filed summary of the testimony of Ms. Boswell be entered into the record at the appropriate time as if given orally from the stand.
And for a point of clarification, Ms. Boswell's direct testimony does contain some confidential provisions. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, it does.
Okay. So seeing no objection, the direct testimony of Ms. Boswell that contains confidential provisions, along with the summary of her testimony, shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. And this panel is available for cross-examination. I understand that I believe at this point all parties have waived cross-examination, but that the commission does have some questions for this panel.
Okay. Chair Mitchell has some questions.
All right, good afternoon. I will not keep you up here long. Just wanted to hear from you all about the settlement provision related to the EIR. But before we get there, can you tell me, did the public staff in general engage with the companies regarding their use of federal programs like the EIR? In other words, did you all talk about federal programs and opportunities available to the companies beyond just this one program?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Ms. Boswell may have more to add, but yes, we've been engaged with the companies really since these laws have been passed to understand these funding opportunities, both within the context of the most recent general rate cases where we explored a lot of grants and how to refund tax credits to ratepayers, and then also in this in terms of the EIR and other opportunities.
Okay, so your focus in this proceeding on the EIR doesn't mean that you're not considering or that you haven't engaged with the companies on other programs or opportunities that might be available to the companies.
That's correct. I think some of the other programs, like some of the hydro grants that we spend a lot of time talking about in the DEC rate case, those are kind of more tied to significant applications, and there's a process, and they weren't quite as clear cut as some of these. And we also recognize that Duke had implemented things like the IRA's tax credits already in this. So the EIR was the one area where we wanted to focus on for this.
Okay. And I assume that you all reviewed the company's rebuttal testimony on the issue of EIR?
We did.
Yes.
Okay. So the company, this is my summary of the testimony or my rehash of the testimony. The company pointed out numerous challenges associated with utilizing the EIR program. Did I capture it, the company's response succinctly?
Yes.
And accurately? Okay. And obviously the company said more than that, but the company did express many concerns about this particular program and practical challenges as well that we need to that we have to be mindful of. So the stipulation, as I read it, involves an agreement between the public staff and the companies to continue discussing the company's utilization of the EIR program. Is that correct?
It is. It involves us bringing in someone who is an independent third party to evaluate to help evaluate their opportunities within the program.
Okay, and so the stipulation envisions that the companies have to spend money on this third party, and there's a request in there that we authorize the companies to defer whatever cost the company incurs to this end, up to $1 million. But so how do you all envision the third party being of use here?
Sure. So I'll kind of talk a little bit about that. So we had engaged during the CPIRP process, we had engaged with Rocky Mountain Institute and some of their experts there to kind of better understand the program and the opportunities available, not only to Duke, but nationwide. And so they've kind of worked with us a little bit to kind of attempt to flesh out a scope of work or some idea of what the consultant might be looking into. And so I think the stipulation kind of talks about it at a high level, but I think what we want them to do is to take an independent look at the costs of compliance. So maybe hopefully bring some additional perspective in to understand, Duke mentioned the compliance costs associated with the Cargo Preference Act and the Davis-Bacon Labor Act, and one more, the National Environmental NEPA. Yes, NEPA. And so getting a better understanding of those compliance costs, then also kind of understanding the benefits that might be available, both on a project level basis and on a portfolio level basis, and to, pursuant to the terms of the stipulation, kind of expand upon the project specific analysis that was presented in Duke's rebuttal, and hopefully elicit some perhaps additional information, something that can kind of help us understand, we see other utilities taking advantage of this, and there's been quite a lot of interest in the program kind of across the country. And so we just want to make sure that we have taken a good and independent look at this program with Duke and with the consultant to make sure we're not missing out on anything.
Okay. The final results of this exercise, as I understand the settlement agreement, will be available or filed with the commission in May of 2025, at the beginning of May of 2025. What do you all, how does the public staff envision, what do you all envision being in that report? And what should we anticipate being filed?
Sure. So I would say that we'll have to work out the details with Duke and the consultant to understand the scope of work. But at a high level, I would expect that the report would talk about specific projects that might be considered or eligible for EIR loans. What a portfolio, what kind of an optimal portfolio might look like that would be submitted as an EIR loan application to the Department of Energy. And then if that kind of analysis at a high level of if that loan package was approved, what are the benefits to North Carolina ratepayers? What are those compliance costs? And then maybe perhaps and hopefully a recommendation on, these are ways that we can obtain this funding and provide net benefits to ratepayers. And, potentially the report could also find that the costs do indeed outweigh the benefits. But I think we just wanted to take that look, and so that report would hopefully provide actionable items for the commission to consider.
Okay. Thank you for that additional explanation. So one thing I didn't hear in the report is recommendations that you all might develop jointly, public staff and the company, if there are obstacles to the companies making use of these funds that aren't necessarily related to some of the practical considerations Duke raises regarding its financial health. But if there are obstacles presented by the structure of the federal program itself, I hope that you all would consider identifying those obstacles to the extent that there's consensus between the parties, and reducing your consensus to writing, so that perhaps you know, that the work that you're doing here could then be utilized to for advocacy purposes, or to perhaps, you know, incite change within the federal programs that can be ultimately beneficial to North Carolina ratepayers. So to the extent that you all weren't already considering it, I do hope that you all take that under consideration so that your efforts, you know, could potentially bear fruit if you all are identifying obstacles. All right. Any question? Well, never mind. I won't ask you about that. All right. I think that's all I have. I appreciate your responses to my questions.
Okay, questions on commission questions? Okay, no questions. So, and there were no exhibits. Is that correct, Ms. Keyworth?
No exhibits.
Okay. So with that, your testimony is completed, and thank you for being on the witness stand and testifying, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
And I believe that the Attorney General's office witness is next.
Yes, thank you. The Attorney General's office would call Ed Burgess to the stand to testify.
Good afternoon. I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. If you could place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Would you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Edward Burgess. I'm a founding partner of Morpho Strategies, and my business address is 3519 Northeast 15th Avenue, Portland, Oregon.
On May 28th, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket confidential and redacted direct testimony consisting of 98 pages as well as 15 exhibits to that testimony?
Yes.
And did you cause to be pre-filed on May 30th a corrected version of your redacted pre-filed direct testimony consisting as well of 98 pages and 15 exhibits?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
On July 25th, 2024, did you cause to be pre-filed a summary of your testimony in docket E-100 sub 190A?
Yes.
At this time, I would move that Mr. Burgess's pre-filed direct testimony and summary be entered into the record in this proceeding as if giving orally from the stand.
And the pre-filed direct testimony did contain confidential provisions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So seeing no objection, the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Burgess containing confidential provisions along with a summary of his testimony will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And I would move that the exhibits to Mr. Burgess's testimony be marked for identification as pre-filed and copied into the record at the appropriate time.
And seeing no objection, the 15 exhibits attached to the direct testimony will be pre-marked as marked.
And I believe there are no cross-examination questions for Mr. Burgess, so Mr. Burgess is available for questions from the witness.
Okay. Chair Mitchell.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Burgess. I think you've been in the hearing room over the past couple of days. I've had some questions for public staff witnesses about some of your testimony and recommendations. And so I want to touch on those same issues with you that I've spoken to those public staff witnesses about and just get your thoughts and reactions there. So let's start with your in your testimony, pages 8 and 9. You, as I understand it, discuss your concerns with the modeling work that Duke has done to achieve an interim the interim compliance target. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've yeah.
And actually,
right,
those aren't the right pages. I'm sorry. It's pages 13, 12 and 13.
13.
Yeah, I'm specifically looking at your testimony where you say that, where you indicate that you feel that the analysis that Duke did with respect to the 2030 target wasn't robust.
Oh, right, yeah, and I heard a little bit of the discussion yesterday and today about that and how, I think what I was getting at here is about how I thought that, there were certain things in Duke's analysis that weren't considered, and also providing a few examples, clear examples in the case I'm referring to in this testimony on these pages, of how I thought that, there was some kind of differential treatment of the P1 portfolio versus the other portfolios that I think maybe cast that portfolio in a bit more of a negative light than, it should have been, skewing some of the results a bit. But I think the broader point here is that, I think there was a lot of decisions made by Duke and the assumptions and in their analysis that left things out that could have been considered and may have helped to get closer to that 2030 compliance date. And so that was my main concern there.
So as I understand the public staff's testimony or position on the P1 and base and fall supplemental work that Duke did. And this is my understanding of the testimony. So to the extent I misrepresent the testimony, don't hold that against the public staff. But the public staff saying to achieve compliance by early 2030, 2032, you'd have to interconnect. The companies would have to interconnect levels of generating resources that just simply aren't realistic. It would be impossible to achieve the levels of interconnection that such portfolios would require. Do you disagree with the public staff's position there?
Well, I would probably put it a little differently because what Duke did in that sort of P1 thought experiment, if you want to call it that, is that they did assume, a very high level, a high amount of resources to be interconnected in, some of the upcoming years. I think it was mentioned about, more than 4 gigawatts of solar in some of those years. And so, that's what I think Duke kind of resorted to as a way to model the P1 scenario. But the reason the model had to kind of resort to that, those high levels of connecting those resources, because there's other things that weren't available to be selected by the model. So I'm thinking of things like not just solar, but onshore wind, more grid edge type resources, as well as, allowing more things like additional configurations of solar plus storage, perhaps more, batteries than what they assumed in all of the scenarios. So, because none of those options were really available for the model to select, they had to pick this high level of interconnection of solar. And, I don't necessarily disagree with the challenges of that, 4.2 gigawatts per year. That may be, sort of out of reach, but that's not at all what I was recommending in my approach. In fact, I kept the interconnection levels of those solar resources at a much lower level, consistent with some of Duke's assumptions, and recommended that they just expand the sort of suite of options to consider these other things that weren't modeled.
Okay, so your issue with the P1 portfolios are simply that Duke restricted the resources available to meet the load projections. Do I understand it?
That's one way to put it, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I also asked, I'm also interested in your, I'm trying to get to the page of your testimony so I can get you there. You have some recommendations related to interconnecting resources. I think with a mind towards, increasing or expanding those levels of increasing number of resources that Duke can interconnect. And so one of the things that you mention is this energy-only interconnection process. And you call it, you say in your testimony, and I'm specifically looking at page 50, around lines, beginning around line 6. And you say Duke could modify its general approach to interconnection to allow for a more flexible or energy-only interconnection process, sometimes referred to as Connect and Manage Energy Resource Interconnection Services, or ERIS, or provisional interconnection. And in speaking to the public staff earlier today about this, I came away with an understanding that they don't believe that provisional interconnection and ERIS and Connect and Manage are all the same thing. But it seems like the way I read your testimony, you're kind of putting all of those terms would be synonymous. Is that correct? I mean, am I understanding your testimony correctly?
Yeah, I think, you're right. There's a bit of nuance there. I think I view them as part of a similar kind of strategy. But I would probably differentiate, in this case, I think the way, Duke or perhaps the public staff is referring to provisional interconnection is something like we can connect a resource, without the full deliverability now, and then with the idea that you might do upgrades at some point in the future to provide that full deliverability. Whereas I think something like Connect and Manage or ERS, you wouldn't necessarily have that expectation that you do those additional upgrades in the future. You might do them, but I think maybe that's how I would sort of differentiate the two there.
And let me stop you right there, and then I'll ask you to continue on. Let me ask a follow-up question there. So if you were to allow, I'm sorry, Kim, let me start over with my question. I understood the public staff's testimony the same way, that they would envision that they can envision a scenario where you would allow an energy-only interconnection provisionally while the network upgrades are being constructed, at which point, once those network upgrades are constructed and in service, things would change for that generating resource. Meaning it's the way it transacts with and provides electricity to the utility would change at that point. But are you envisioning sort of a scenario in which it's energy only for the life of the generating facility?
Yeah, I think that could be one possibility. I think, both could be considered. I think the issue we have now is that there's really kind of almost a binary approach, or actually there's really only one approach, which is the full deliverability, the NRIS. And you could imagine, sort of a range of possibilities here. One being, provisional interconnection where we do the upgrades at some point in the future. Another being we just keep it as energy only. I heard earlier, Mr. Metz talking about how there may be some risks involved with that, but I'm not sure I totally agree with that assessment, because I think that there may be, in some cases, only a handful of hours or times when you'd sort of find that, deliverability is at risk, or that curtailment might need to occur. In fact, that's what, it looks like in other regions around the country where they use this pretty routinely, that, you might only have curtailment of solar during, 5% or 10% of the time, and so, could we figure out a way to bring some of those resources online to provide that energy? And, like in the case of ERCOT, they rely upon those resources, and, under normal conditions, not a winter storm, that is, seems to be a reliable way to operate the system. And so I think that, there may need to be some additional analysis or study to see, what is that frequency, what is that, level of risk involved. But I don't think it should automatically be we have to build these upgrades if it's just like 1 or 2 hours out of the year when we actually need them, and we could, at a much lower cost and faster pace, bring on some of these solar resources. So, I guess, yeah, maybe I'll just leave it at that for now.
Okay. But do you have any sense, or have you done any analysis of how many of the pending interconnection requests or interconnection requests that Duke has managed over the years would fall into the category of triggering the need for the upgrade for only 1 or 2 hours out of the year?
I have not personally done that analysis, but I know that, in other regions where they have done that analysis, I mean, they often find that it's, 5% or less of the time when, you don't, you run into those kind of issues. And so, I would imagine that, there might be different cases depending on the location, the type of resource. It could, benefit from some more analysis, but, to say that, I think there's a tendency maybe to be overly conservative on this front, from Duke and other utilities to say that the upgrade's always needed. And I think, we might need to be thinking about some different approaches here that can keep the reliability of the system, but, maybe be a little more flexible in how we interconnect. Could there be, rather than this sort of binary set of choices, maybe you could even have some firm deliverability up to a certain threshold, and then beyond that, it's a curtailment risk. But, I think those are the kind of things that need to be fully explored to accelerate the deployment of these resources.
Do you have any response to Mr. Thomas's point about as I understood it, Mr. Thomas made the point that, you could, in an energy only context, if you were allowing for the interconnection of the facility to provide interconnect or energy only service, that the facility would be subject to sort of unlimited or undefined periods of curtailment, and that could pose commercial challenges for that facility. I mean, do you have any response to that?
Yeah, I would probably just reiterate what I just said, is that maybe it would, and, I think it would be great to get input from, the developer community on this, but, can you design a structure, some kind of contractual structure where you have some amount of curtailment risk that's not overwhelming, and that you are able to manage that a little bit better, rather than saying, any point, anytime, it's always going to be the case that, you're totally at risk.
Okay. Let's see. Just go back through. One of the points that I heard Mr. Metz make earlier today about sort of solar as an energy only resource, where there those periods of time in the summer when solar is producing, and the companies are actually counting on that solar being there. And so, and as I understood what Mr. Metz was saying, he was sort of speaking in opposition to this concept of allowing solar to interconnect as an energy only resource, and based on the fact that there are times during the year when the company is going to need that solar to be there and rely on that solar's being there. Summer peak was the example that he used. Do you have any response to to that point that he made?
Yeah, I think I mentioned,
As I understood the point that he made.
I think I sort of mentioned this earlier too, but, my recollection of what he said is that that panel said was that they agree that there's not as much need for the solar if it's not being given full deliverability. There's not much need to consider during the peak hours, summer or winter peak. But the solar is being relied upon during other times, more, I guess, shoulder periods or something. And there might be concerns about, risk or deliverability or reliability at those points. I guess, what I would just mention again is, I think that's kind of how the system is routinely operated in places like ERCOT. I think that, to overemphasize, I think that, there's going to be this huge sort of loss of the solar. I'm not sure, that I understand sort of what kind of scenario that would fall under. Maybe there's ways that could be studied, through the transmission planning process, but it doesn't seem like that would be something that would occur on a regular basis, to the point where it would threaten reliability, and perhaps, could be some kind of a contingency that's studied in the same way we look at, generation outages in normal planning. So yeah, I guess, there's, the availability of these solar resources is generally pretty high. And I think that, could there be conditions on the system, abnormal conditions that limit the output of some resources in some locations at some time? Yeah, but I think, does that present a sort of major kind of reliability risk to the system? I'm not so sure I would jump to that conclusion without seeing some more analysis on it.
Okay. But underlying your recommendation, well, let me back up. So Mr. Metz's testimony given today, from the stand, as I recall, was in response to a question that I had for him about your testimony.
Mhm.
And your testimony is that, and I'm paraphrasing to a certain extent here, energy only is sensible for standalone solar because these resources are generally not providing any significant capacity contribution to grid reliability during winter peak hours. In fact, the ELCC value for solar calculated by Duke is small, and therefore there is little to be gained from continuing to require solar resources to use NRIS interconnection, since their deliverability will not be significant from a reliability, resource adequacy standpoint. So that was your testimony. And I asked Mr. Metz if he agreed with it, and then he said what he said.
Yeah.
But the way I understood his response was, well, there are in fact times during the summer peak periods where Duke needs that solar to be there. Duke's counting on that solar to be there. And so for reliability purposes. And so there are reasons that it should have NRIS, it should interconnect as through the NRIS process as opposed to the energy only process. Do you have any reason to dispute, what he's saying, or to disagree with what the point that Mr. Metz was making, as I understood it?
Well, when you're thinking about the system from a resource adequacy standpoint, that's really, you're mostly interested in the peak hours, summer or winter. Lately for Duke, that's mostly been the winter mornings. But, there is some need during the summer too, I think. And so I'm not saying here, and what my testimony you just read speaks to, is that there's going to need to be other resources on the system to provide that peak capacity, given, what we've seen in the evolution of solar on Duke's system, no longer providing a lot of the resource adequacy value. So that need doesn't go away. You still need other things to provide that peak reliability. I think then the question is just, what about during the other periods throughout the year, right? And solar is providing energy during off-peak times as well as on-peak times. So, is there a risk involved there? An energy-only resource, it's not as if there's long, at least, from what I've seen, there's not an expectation that there would be huge sort of extended periods of time where these resources aren't generating and delivering to the system. Now that may, these conditions may arise in sort of certain instances. And again, that's where I think maybe some additional analysis would be helpful. But, to make a broad sort of generalization that we can't rely on them overall. I think I'm not sure I agree with that. I think there's, maybe some more probabilistic analysis to look and see what, when do those conditions arise? How much do they amount to? If it's, one, isolated resource here and there on the system, I mean, does that pose, a system-wide reliability problem during a shoulder month? I don't,
Here's my question. One last follow-up for you, just because I'm trying to understand this concept of bringing on resources in some way other than through the NRIS interconnection process that we're sort of used to and familiar with in North Carolina. But if you've got those periods of time in the summer, let's say sort of middle of July, where we have, these near record breaking temperatures, and Duke is, all of its resources are going at full tilt to try to serve its load. If we're allowing solar to come on as energy only resources, and we haven't constructed the grid around them, if we haven't upgraded our transmission network to accommodate the maximum output of these facilities, those periods of time when we need all that solar to be there to ensure that Duke is serving its load, are we going to have to be curtailing it because there's going to be overload on the transmission system? And that's my question. That's my concern as I think about this energy only approach. I mean, I can understand the thought of, because it takes so long to get these network upgrades constructed, perhaps we should take a closer look at allowing the provisional interconnection. And by provisional, I've sort of envisioned that as what the public staff testified to today, which is let them interconnect as energy only resources while the upgrades are being constructed and ultimately placed into service. And in fact, there's a request pending before the commission on that very issue. But is there anything else? I mean, I guess just, is there anything else you can say to address the concern about, if we allow them on as energy only resources, the potential of having to curtail those resources at a time when the grid is most in need here in North Carolina for those specific solar resources?
Right. Yes. And I think what I would maybe respond to is with, is to say, I think you would need to first ask, if that's the concern, does that curtailment in those summer hours, does that actually present a reliability issue, right? And it may not. So, we need to understand, with the transmission system, as it is, or, with where we expect it to be in a couple of years, can you still operate the system reliably during those hours, even if you have some amount of curtailment involved? And I don't think it's automatic to assume that does in and of itself present a reliability challenge. Now, you may have some curtailment, and maybe that's baked in as an assumption, right? And maybe that's baked into some of the contractual arrangements. You have firm deliverability up to a certain threshold, and then above that, you have curtailment risk. So the solar could still be contributing during those hours, but maybe it's not 100% of its capacity. It's some portion of that the transmission system allows for. And so, but it's all about, it's all about not having this sort of binary approach where the solar's on or off. And the energy only approach doesn't necessarily assume that it has to be that way. I think it's more just around what is, when is that curtailment risk? We can probably do some analysis to figure out, times of the year when that's higher risk involved. And then, to what level is it? Are we talking about, all of the output of that resource, or is it just some portion that, can still be delivering reliably?
Okay. All right, Mr. Burgess, I appreciate your answering my questions. I think let me just go through my notes one more time to make sure that I've asked all my questions for you. All right, I think that's everything. Thank you very much.
So we're going to take a break at 3:15. I'm going to try to get through the questions that I have, perhaps before 3:15, we shall see. Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess. I want to start just a question about the stipulation and the interim date. And I want to refer, the date for the interim target. And can you refer to your testimony at the end of page 20 and page 21? And I will just, I'll just read the couple of sentences just to expedite this. You first talk about whether Duke's load forecast revisions are accurate, but then you state, I acknowledge that this newly forecasted load growth would, all else being equal, make it more challenging to meet the 2030 interim target. However, this does not necessarily mean that a target in line with the statutory guidance is impossible, or that it necessitates a delay to as late as 2035. Instead, I believe that a more modest delay to 2032 would strike a balance between these increased compliance challenges and the statutory guidelines under HB 951. So I want to make sure that I understand your testimony. I assume you've read the stipulation between Duke Public Staff and Walmart in regard to the interim target date.
Yeah, I have some familiarity with the stipulation. I believe they agreed on a 2034 date. Is that right? Yeah.
That's correct. And the provision that I'm particularly interested in light of the testimony that I just read is, and I'm going to paraphrase the stipulation and the amended stipulation. And the stipulating parties state that for modeling purposes for the CPIRP going forward, that requiring Duke to model an interim target date of 2030 is no longer feasible. So with your testimony, I want to make sure I understand it. My interpretation is that you're in agreement with that portion of the stipulation that modeling for 2030 is not feasible in light of the increased load growth. If I'm interpreting it incorrectly, or can you tell me what your position is in light of the increased load growth about modeling the 2030 date?
Yeah. So I think with the assumptions of, Duke's updated load forecast and the limits, that they place on, what kind of resources can be added to the system, I think it would, be very challenging, if not impossible to meet 2030. I think, perhaps things could change, perhaps the load doesn't come in as high as they thought. Perhaps, we can unlock more resources than was allowed for in the model, in which case maybe 2030 is still achievable. But I think that, if those assumptions hold, then yeah, I think something more in the 2032 timeframe is what I was thinking could be more achievable and also in line with the statutory guidance. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure that that's a completely direct answer about whether you think that Duke should continue to have to model 2030 in future CPIRPs. Do you have an opinion about that in light of the load growth and basically what we're seeing? You talk about the challenges and you talk about 2032 being more feasible. I just want to make sure I'm clear about what your position about continued modeling for 2032.
For 2032?
Excuse me, 2030, excuse me.
Oh, for 2030? I mean, as far as modeling goes, I don't really see, it seemed as though Duke put forward in this case, a scenario, 2030 scenario that they didn't really believe was achievable, but, still maybe instructive, just for, as a sort of thought experiment. So I don't know. I mean, to what extent does it, significant burden to have multiple years to look at, maybe it's still worth including, a few different options. But, as far as what the sort of target is, I think that's ultimately up for the commission to decide probably. I think that, we can because again, as I say, things change. If the load doesn't come in, as it was projected, I mean, maybe 2032 is more achievable than we thought this time around. But I think, I'm more inclined to sort of focus on 2032, and going forward probably as the sort of target date, as I kind of indicated in my testimony.
Okay, thank you. And let me ask another question or two before we take our break. I want to follow up on Chair Mitchell's questions about the energy-only interconnection service model or practice or connect and manage. And can you first clarify? I tried to write notes about what you stated, and you were talking about you don't need to build upgrades before interconnecting resources if the upgrades to the transmission system are only needed, and I think you said about 2 or 3 hours per year. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that was just a hypothetical example, where you could envision that when the interconnection studies are being done, what's actually triggering the upgrade that's being considered, right? And, depending on how the studies are conducted, it may just be a handful of hours that are triggering those upgrades, right? So if that's the case, then maybe we need to take a step back and think, okay, is it really necessary to do this expensive and time delaying upgrade if it's really just to solve for those couple hours out of the year where you're exceeding some threshold on the transmission system, and maybe there's a different approach. And so I wasn't saying that that's actually the case for some specific resource, but it's just a hypothetical example. Yeah.
And I understood it as hypothetical, but it led to the response that I didn't fully understand. You talked about other regions and you talked about only 5% of the cases, but I didn't understand what you were referring to about other regions and only 5% of cases. Can you explain that?
Yeah, what I was referring to there, and I did talk about it a little bit in my testimony relating to wind in PJM, I think, and basically, some of the studies that have been done by, Brattle and other groups, suggest that for resources that are connecting without a firm transmission rights, they're being curtailed, 5% or less of the time. So, there's some evidence out there that there may be capacity on the transmission system to deliver an energy-only resource the vast majority of the time, and you're just looking at, a small fraction of the time when it's exceeding the limits that you would need to build that upgrade for.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask you questions when we come back from the break, really related to reliability of this connect and manage method of that you're proposing. But we will go off the record and come back at 3:25. Thank you. believe that there are some motions that some of the parties would like to make.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Grant Snyder on behalf of SEBA. We have determined that no parties have cross-examination for SEBA witness Dr. Jennifer Chen. We would ask that she be excused from the hearing and move that her pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 28 pages and one exhibit filed on May 28th, 2024, and the summary of her direct testimony submitted on July 26, 2024, be entered into the record at the appropriate time as if given orally from the stand.
And I apologize, did you say that there was one exhibit? Did you mention one exhibit?
One exhibit.
Okay. Seeing no objection, the direct testimony and the summary of witness Chen's testimony, along with the exhibit that's attached to her testimony, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
And she may be excused from testifying.
Thank you.
Presiding Commissioner, Tim Dodge with North Carolina's Electric Cooperatives. NCEMC has also determined that no interveners or parties have requested cross-examination of NCEMC witness Amadou Fall. And it's my understanding the commission does not have questions for Mr. Fall at this time. So we would similarly move that Mr. Fall's pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 16 pages and no exhibits filed on May 28th, 2024 be entered into the record. That Mr. Fall be excused from appearing.
Okay. And Mr. Dodge, there was no summary of testimony that was
I'm
filed.
sorry,
Is that
and
correct?
There was a summary. I apologize. The summary filed on July 29th, 2024.
Okay. Seeing no objection, the direct testimony of Mr. Fall, and along with the summary of his testimony, will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time, and he may be excused from this from testifying at the hearing.
Thank you.
Excuse me, he may be excused at this time from the hearing.
Thank you.
Any additional motions? So with that, I'll go back to the questions that I was asking. And in regard to the energy-only interconnection service or connect and manage, can you help me to understand what the interconnection studies are like? So, and let me explain why I'm asking this question. My understanding is it for, and I'm just going to call it connect and manage going forward for the generic types of energy only, that the interconnection studies are more limited than the interconnection studies that Duke Energy is performing for interconnection requests at this time. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, that'd be my understanding too. They wouldn't necessarily need to look at, studying the mitigation options and costs of those additional upgrades as much in the energy only approach. Yeah.
And can you, my understanding also, so we've been hearing a lot about connect and manage recently, especially in the ERCOT region. And my understanding is that there is a tension between benefit of speed to interconnection and commercial operation versus some tension with reliability. Is that a fair characterization?
I think reliability can mean a lot of things. So it depends on what you mean by reliability in that context. And yeah, there may be some balancing act there, but if you're talking about resource adequacy as for reliability, I don't think that's really as much at issue here in North Carolina, again, because as we discussed, the solar isn't a major contributor to resource adequacy going forward. But could there be other kind of more localized reliability concerns? Possibly. I think I think that again that would be sort of on a case by case basis.
And so, would you agree that that's a tension that would need to be that a utility would need to explore pretty carefully to ensure that with speed to interconnection, reliability is not sacrificed? Is that a fair statement?
Well, sure. I wouldn't, yes. And I think I'm not arguing in favor of sacrificing reliability. I just don't see it as being a thing that would be sacrificed in this context as far as, meeting the peak resource adequacy needs. So, I don't think there's much being lost in this type of approach, especially in the Carolinas.
And of course, for our legislation, House Bill 951, we are required as we go through the energy transition to maintain or enhance the reliability of the system. So that has to be of foremost consideration for the commission as we consider all of these issues. And then beyond the ERCOT region, can you give us some information about other regions or other states that have experience with Connect and Manage and how it's working in those areas?
Sure. I mean, it is,
And I'm not talking about the provisional interconnection service
Yeah, right.
that
No, I
Duke has already submitted an application for.
yeah, energy only, or, ERAS connection is used widely, in many regions. I mean, I think it's probably most well known in ERCOT, but, it's being used in MISO, PJM, SPP, all these places. You have, developers can have that option to connect that way. And it's partly a commercial decision, I think, around, in some cases, they may be interested in being paid for the capacity of the resource, and in which case they might need more of that deliverability upgrade to qualify for that. But other cases, they may not, and they may decide that, we can still, have a viable project just on the basis of the energy alone. And so it's not, I wouldn't say it's sort of an unusual or outside the norm kind of thing in some of these regions. And it's an option that's clearly defined, in their tariffs and their market structures.
And in the ERCOT market, there's been some recent reliability challenges in ERCOT. Can you talk about whether the reliability issues that ERCOT has experienced in the past few years, have any of those issues or problems been related to the energy only or Connect and Manage system that they have been employing?
Yeah, I mean, the one that I'm sure that I'm most familiar with, and probably most people are, were the winter storm that occurred a few years back, and I think it was winter 2021. And in that case, I don't think there was any direct relation to Connect and Manage. That was really more related to the fact that there was a lot of generators on the system during these freezing conditions that just weren't operating. And so, again, that was not a function of sort of transmission system congestion or upgrades. It was just the fact that, you literally had frozen gas generators that couldn't turn on, and, that kind of thing. So yeah, I wouldn't sort of equate those two in any way.
So you're not aware of any significant reliability issues in ERCOT that are specifically related to the Connect and Manage system?
Not related to the winter storm, if that was your question, or you just?
I'm talking about generally. I'm trying to understand if any of the markets or states that are using Connect and Manage are experiencing problems with their grid or reliability issues specifically related to the Connect and Manage.
Okay. I'm not aware of any sort of widespread or kind of systemic issue that it's causing. It may be that there's some, kind of more localized issues that I'm not as familiar with, but I think generally it's not seen as creating a large system, wide kind of reliability problem.
Okay. And then one more on a different question. On page 84, I think the commission and everyone is interested in DSM and EE programs for the new large load centers like the data centers that can benefit the system. And you talked about some programs that are being proposed for large load customers such as data centers to reduce peak load. Do you have any in particular that have been particularly successful or that have been proposed that you would recommend to the commission that could help with energy efficiency and DSM that we can be thinking about for these energy intensive data centers that are coming to North Carolina?
Sure. I guess I would just preface that by saying, in this period of large load growth, I think it's really a time to be thinking very broadly and, specifically about all types of load management and load reduction. Obviously we can look at the data centers, but I think there's a lot more opportunities now to kind of go back and kind of dust off the old playbooks from, energy efficiency and demand response and, all the resources that are at our disposal. And I spoke to this a little bit in my testimony about some of the options that, new options we may have, but there's, existing ones too. To the data centers in particular, there's a challenge in the fact that, these tend to be high load factor customers that have some, their output is somewhat flat, but there, what I'm aware of is that there is some flexibility in terms of how some of the computing power can be managed. And where some of the compute cycles might be able to be shifted from one location to another. There's an interesting article that Google published about this on the web that I think I referenced in my testimony, and they've been doing this in Europe and some other places. There's also, I think some evidence that that's being done for some of the cryptocurrency kind of operations in ERCOT and other places where they actually probably have even more flexibility than the cloud data centers do in terms of being responsive to prices and signals, from the system operator to ramp down their crypto mining operations. So I think that, all of those options should be looked at. And, it may not be that you're able to sort of fully ramp down the load, to zero, but if you can eke out a little bit of flexibility here and there, and especially during the peak hours, then I think that's certainly a valuable thing to be exploring among the suite of load management options.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Tucker, I believe you had some questions.
Mr. Burgess, again, were you here earlier today when I was talking to speak with Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz?
Yeah, I heard some of that.
Yeah. And of course, again, I qualify everything that I'm new and trying to understand the complexities of this task. I was trying to nail them down on some dates to see what was real and what the backup plans were. And if in your testimony on page 5, and I'll read it, it's just one sentence, I'll read it to you. Duke Energy's efforts to achieve 70% carbon dioxide emission reductions by 2030 have been insufficient. That's your statement, correct? Subject to check,
Right.
of course.
Yeah.
In the questioning of Commissioner Kimright, I never heard you say that you believed based on load growth, or I heard you say, I would not intend to sacrifice reliability. Is 2030 still the date that you stand on that is achievable?
Well, as
I've heard you talk about 2030, I mean, interrupt you, but I heard you talk about 2032 and you kind of went over there and massaged that a little bit. Are we back to 2030 or what? Just in answer to her question, that's all.
Right. I think if the load projections hold and no other resource options are explored beyond, sort of what Duke has modeled, and because we've had some slippage, I think, in, some of the actions that, probably could have been taken in the last couple of years, I'd say 2030 would be difficult. Now, if those things change, if the load isn't as high as what's been forecast, maybe it's still in the running. But I think, based on the assumptions that we're seeing here, then yeah, I think it's pretty challenging to do 2030 versus, what my sort of recommendation was, is to look more closely at 2032 as really being the focal area of the interim target going forward. So
Okay, and then just for my own edification, you tapped ERCOT Texas solar growth that's happened down there as far as renewables go. What were, you said just now, if certain other resources don't come on, what are the other resources that you were defining either in the prior 2 years you said that could have been done, or what can be done now? Are you saying that, I mean, we want as much solar as we can help the load as a resource? Is you saying that need to be broader, bigger, smaller? What are you saying?
Yeah, I think some of the other things that I'm thinking of when I talk about other options that could be explored or maybe should have been, you think about additional configurations of solar plus storage, more hybrid options. So Duke has studied some configurations of those, but it's not been exhaustive. You know, there could be other ways to deploy those resources that can increase, you know, so their overall level of output, you know, throughout the course of the year. There could be, I think, a more concerted effort on onshore wind. You know, I was a little bit, you know, I guess, maybe disappointed to see that there hadn't been as much action on that front, you know, as I would have hoped over the last couple of years. And that is a really, you know, important resource in terms of providing a complement to solar. And in fact, all the modeling that we did in the last cycle showed that should be coming on as quickly as possible to meet, you know, the targeted least cost. I'm also thinking of the suite of customer-sided resources that we could be looking to. So distributed solar and storage, energy efficiency, electric vehicles with managed charging, or even, you know, vehicle to grid kind of capabilities. So all of these things, you know, could be part of the mix here, and you know, could help to meet that compliance target at an earlier date.
Okay, thank you for that. I just, when ERCOT's mentioned, I've hunted for 20 plus years in Texas. And I have seen the solar being built out there, and it is tremendous. But I'll use good old Southern vernacular. You can ride out into Texas to a solar farm, and you will find nary a house or a person near it. I mean, they have all the land in the world to put solar up. So you can tout how great that is, but there is no way that we can take that much land out of North Carolina, but they don't mind. So let me circle back one more time on this. So you're saying that the date is not 2030, it's 2032. Preferably based on what you've seen that has or has not happened, correct?
I think if you were going to focus on a single date, you know, as far as planning, you know, that's probably where I would focus
Okay.
on. But, you know,
That's all I need to know.
As far as studying, you know, you can look at any number of dates, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Commissioner Duffley.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple of questions regarding following up Chair Mitchell's discussion with you. What I thought I heard you state in a response to one of her questions that you agreed that connecting 4.2 gigawatts of solar per year is probably out of reach. Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah, I think I said something to that effect. And I mean, certainly, I think, as you know, echoing what public staff said earlier, I mean, we should be doing more to try to unlock, you know, as much solar interconnection as possible. But 4.2 gigawatts does seem like it might be a little beyond what's achievable in a single year. Now, I think, but you know, with some of the reforms that I've recommended in my testimony, and there's quite a number of them in terms of the transmission system, you know, maybe we could get a little higher than what's being assumed in some of the analysis that's been done. I don't know if it could get up to 4.2, but that's, you know, I think we could at least get up to, you know, some of the high availability assumptions that Duke was putting into their modeling, which were more around, I think, 1.3 to start, and then going up to 2 or thereabouts. Yeah.
Okay, and that's what I was about to ask
Yeah.
you about is, and I heard you testify, your concern is that Duke put the inputs, like limits on solar into the model versus the model choosing the resources. And so my question is, what's the benefit of not putting in type of real world constraints? So, what would be the benefit of just allowing the model to choose without putting in, as they would say, real life constraints?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a kind of exercise that's actually done somewhat frequently in planning context to try to, it's kind of a thought experiment to say, without, some of the, I mean, we know there are limits, but let's just have a look and see, if those limits hypothetically didn't exist, what might the system look like? And so, I don't think it's a bad idea to do those kind of thought experiments, because then you get a real sense of like, what are the resources that are really valuable to the system? Like if it's going, full bore into solar, then you understand that, we really need to take a concerted effort to try to alleviate the constraints, those real world constraints. Whereas if it's not picking as much solar, then maybe we don't need to worry about the kinds of things like connect and manage as much, because maybe that's not as important. So it kind of gives you just a sense of what is the value of each resource to the system. I will point out too, by the way, that I mean, there's been so much discussion about the solar limits. I think that there are probably limits on other resources too, in terms of practical constraints. I think there's a lot less limits to put on its natural gas resources, but those are going to be challenging to build too. We all know how difficult it might be to get firm pipeline capacity to serve those resources. So do we, you have to, but if we start to put constraints on everything, then, the model won't solve. So what's the right balance there? And are we over constraining one thing versus another? I think that's part of the sort of art of these kind of modeling exercises.
Okay, thank you. Then you had a discussion with Chair Mitchell about the kind of energy only. You mentioned that that the N-1 violations might just happen at 5% of the time or less. And so that was the bolstering this energy only. And then we talked about witness METs saying, well, but when we need it, it's not going to be there. And I guess my question to you is how I interpreted witness METs' testimony is, how much energy only resources are you going to put on the line without, and basically you congesting that line with energy only resources that when you need the capacity resource cannot interconnect with that line. And so I guess the question is that a valid concern? And then the other question is, what do you think is the proper percentage of energy only resources on a system that would not impair reliability for what METS was kind of what I heard METS testify to?
Yeah, good question. I think what I would say at the outset first is that, even during those summer peak hours, solar is not going to be the only resource on the system that we're relying upon, right? Or energy only solar, let's put it that way. There's going to be other resources on the system. We have a lot of, natural gas, peaker plants, things that, don't typically operate, but probably would be in those kind of situations, and they would ramp up and provide reliability to the system. And so if there is some amount of curtailment going on from the energy only resources, it's not like that's the only thing we've got going. To what extent, will that curtailment occur? Again, I don't think I can put with any confidence a sort of a number or percentage around how much would be lost during some of those times. I think some additional analysis would be helpful in that regard, but I don't necessarily think it would be zero either. And so I think that that's where, there's some balance in terms of where we look at, the speed of getting these resources online to the system, because we're going to need them anyways. And then what they can contribute during certain times of the year. I hope that answers your questions.
Well, let me ask it maybe a different way. It answered a portion of it, but I guess it's when the company, when Duke's adding resources to the system, I hear your argument is, well, you shouldn't have to have the resource provide ancillary services, capacity, and energy. You can add a resource to the system that does not provide, let's say, two of those three types of services. And so the question is, how much of an energy-only resource can be put on the system to the exclusion of adding capacity resources and maintain reliability?
So I think are you asking about if adding?
Like if you only added energy only resources to a system and you're not upgrading the lines, and at some point there could only be energy only and you need capacity and that capacity is not there.
Okay. Well, I guess first of all, I'm not saying that we only do energy only at the exclusion of anything else. I think that there's probably going to be portfolio of different types of resources that contribute, even within, and just looking at solar, right? You could have some resources that do have the full deliverability, some that don't, different configurations of hybrid resources. So, and all of those should be looked at, right? They have different pros and cons. And the point, and to the point about needing capacity, I mean, the planning that Duke's done and what, the public staff's modeling and others, they're not assuming that the solar is being relied upon for capacity, right? It has a close to zero ELCC value going forward. So by saying that, using this energy only approach, we're throwing out capacity. Well, there wasn't really any capacity value to begin with. So there's not much being lost in that sense. You mentioned ancillary services. Those you'd have to look and see how much. I mean, is there a shortage of ancillary services at some point in the future? I mean, those will be generally there's sufficient kinds of operating reserves, regulation reserves, that kind of thing being provided by the thermal fleet, by batteries. And so I don't anticipate that being a huge concern, but if the one thing is, I think the capacity, and again, like I say, I don't think we're expecting that solar with these upgrades is going to be providing capacity anyway. So it's sort of a moot point, I guess.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you. I think I'm not sure if you were here for when I asked Mr. Thomas and Mr. Metz about modeling behind the meter. So that's been a recurring theme, is that the original modeling that Duke did not have those behind the meter rooftop solar battery as a selectable resource. I just wanted to get your opinion about whether we should consider that in the future moving out in North Carolina. And then also, I think Mr. Thomas talked about some other states that had been doing that. If you had any experience with other states that had been doing their modeling that way.
Sure. Yeah, happy to talk about that. Yeah, I think going back to the last carbon plan, 2022, this was one of my recommendations in that proceeding, is that we do look at customer-sided resources being a selectable resource in the model. In my experience, and I was actually very interested to see the results of public staff's modeling where they allowed that grid edge resource to be selected, and it always selected, sort of the maximum amount. I mean, that indicates to me that we should be looking at not just, that limit, perhaps we should be going beyond, looking at a lot of different of these grid edge or behind the meter resources as being, valuable resources to the system. I've done modeling in other contexts, like, for example, for some in utility IRP proceedings in Arizona, where we did a similar approach with energy efficiency. We looked to see, if we made energy efficiency a selectable resource in the model, what would happen? And again, it always sort of maxed it out because that was such a valuable resource to the system. And so, yeah, I definitely think that would be a good recommendation going forward. And I think, again, it sort of brings me back to what I said earlier about these customer-side resources. We need to be taking a really hard look at them now, especially in this era of load growth, where, I think they're going to be even more cost-effective than maybe they have been over the last decade or so. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I understand that, from a cost-effective standpoint, with assumptions, they can look like a great resource, a selectable resource. I think there's been some concern voiced that compared to some of the other selectable resources, they depend on customer decisions. So, that it's, quote, harder to plan for that, particularly for some of the, the EE behavioral things. What would be your response to that, as far as particularly something like solar and behind the meter battery? I mean, how would you navigate that so that you were taking into consideration real customer constraints?
Yeah, it's a good question. Yeah, obviously with those type of resources, customer uptake is always going to be an issue. But there are levers that we can pull on that front too, in terms of, what's the overall, sort of incentives perhaps we might apply to a program, both on sort of an individual customer basis, but also on sort of a programmatic basis. What's the, total budget that could be applied to that kind of thing? And so looking at those kind of things to tweak in the model, and perhaps I heard some discussion earlier about a supply curve approach, that might be a good way to go. But also, in that supply curve, looking at different levels of incentives. I mean, often what you see in utilities when they look at something like energy efficiency or demand response resource, they have potential studies, right? But the potential studies, they're often based on, some fixed input in terms of what those incentives look like, right? Is it a 50% of the incremental cost, 75%? But there's no reason it couldn't be higher than that to attract more customers into the program, and maybe still be cost effective, still be selected in the model. So those are the kind of variables I think you could be tweaking to see, how much more makes sense to do until maybe you reach some upper limit on the sort of overall expenditures on those resources.
Thank you for that. And, when you're saying this, and some of these things like EE behavioral programs have been around for a long time. Some of the programs that are in the mix, particularly rooftop solar and behind the meter, relatively new, economics changing quite quickly. Some of the other parties have put in front of us, what I see is very, very ambitious goals related to rooftop and behind the meter. No numbers given, but potentially as the selectable resource for replacing almost all of the other resources we've been talking about. With that said, I mean, where's the limit of this? I think you have table 11 where, and I thank you for this, you actually present some numbers for capacities, and your table 11 in your direct, it's on page 84. You know, I realize this was maybe just an illustrative table, but it goes through some just peak savings, not energy savings. You know, and you have solar for all, which I understand is a subset of the rooftop solar, but you know, you present 40 megawatts as a realistic number. You know, first off, is that per year? And you know, is that kind of in the range of what we should be thinking about? Or again, some of the other parties have, you know, I'm going to push them, but I think their numbers are just order of magnitude higher for that particular resource.
Yeah, this is not intended to be sort of a comprehensive look at, you know, what might be possible or achievable from, say, rooftop solar. What I was trying to present in this illustrative table here was just, you know, a few areas. You know, I picked 4, you know, sort of areas where there may be some more novel, you know, considerations, you know, that could be looked at. And so the solar one was really just linked to one of the federal programs, you know, from the Inflation Reduction Act, you know, to say, okay, and at the time, you know, we had some information about what that could look like for North Carolina. More has happened since, but, you know, if we attach, you know, batteries to all these rooftop solar facilities going in, what might that, you know, get us to? But, you know, I wasn't trying to, this isn't indicative of the solar market overall, which could be, you know, perhaps orders of magnitude higher. It was just meant to be, what is a sort of reasonable, realistic look at, you know, some things based on information we know today. And, you know, I wanted to represent some rooftop solar in here, you know, linked to a real world program, but you know, I'd be open to sort of discussions about, you know, other options. I know there's, you know, the CPIRP program that's out there, for example. I mean, that's, you know, that would be something that would be in addition to this if that were considered, or, you know, other types of programs that might be developed. You know, so yeah, I'll just say that.
All right. Well, last thing, and not to pile on about dates, but to pile on for 2030 versus 2032, particularly for arguing that if you took away some of these limits, they could solve our problem with some of these different resource limits that are in there. I'll just pick one. Are you seeing what you've said for behind the meter, which is more than we've had historically, but still fairly modest? What are your chances, if you know, of us hitting 2030 by using behind the meter and rooftop solar to basically come in and save the day, to be blunt? Is it something that we should be looking at?
I mean, I certainly think it should be looked at, especially given, you know, all the discussion going on around the constraints on the transmission system. Those, you know, largely wouldn't apply to these behind the meter resources, right? And so you're installing things on the distribution network. You wouldn't have to be as worried about these upgrades that can delay things, you know, for several years. So, but I think it would be a significant effort to, you know, ramp up that amount of behind the meter solar, if that's what you're looking at. And it would mean that there would need to be, I think, an economic model that works for that customer adoption. You know, I don't know all the specifics, but I know there's been some recent reforms to, you know, net metering in the state and those kind of things that maybe, you know, have some impact on how much solar adoption there is. So, you know, but there may need to be other kinds of considerations to, again, attract, you know, customers to want to invest in these kind of behind the meter resources. And I guess I'm not prepared to sort of opine on what those are without knowing, more details about what's currently in place. But, certainly I think should be an option on the table for sure. Yeah.
Okay, so significant. That's what I can get from you. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's all relative too, right? I mean, I think, what's significant here may be different than what it is in other places around the country too. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of commission questions. So we will hear questions on commission questions.
I do have just a few, if I may.
Mr. Durack.
Good afternoon. How are you? So there was obviously quite a bit of discussion and questions from the commission around the 2030 and 2032 interim compliance target dates. You recall those questions? And did you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And I assume you're familiar with Encompass modeling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the capacity expansion modeling. That's sort of the core model of this proceeding, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And would you agree the companies performed Encompass modeling, that's sort of the core of the CPIRP, and made those modeling files available for all parties to review?
Yes.
Okay. And the company's modeling included detailed modeling regarding its views of how theoretically 2030 or 2033 compliance might be achieved.
Right.
Okay. And all of those modeling files were made available to you and all parties in this proceeding.
Correct.
And I assume you heard public staff's witnesses today talk about their efforts in Encompass modeling to model to a 2030 and 2032 interim compliance achievement dates, correct?
Yes, I did hear a little bit about that. Yeah.
And you heard them describe the challenges that they ran into in trying to get the model to solve in 2030 and 2032, and their conclusions that those were, at this time, unexecutable options, correct?
Yeah, that's what I think they said. I would just caveat too that, I think the modeling the public staff did, I don't think included some of the, additional assumptions that I was recommending in my testimony either. Yeah.
Okay. But based on public staff's modeling, their as-filed testimony recommended planning towards a 2034 achievement date for the interim target, correct?
That's what they said, yeah.
Okay. And you were the public staff made all of its modeling files available for all parties to review, correct?
Right.
So where would the companies go to find your full Encompass capacity expansion modeling plans that would achieve the interim target by 2032 and maintain reliability for the state?
So we didn't perform an Encompass modeling exercise for this. And, there was some discussion around that that we had with the Attorney General's office. I think, whether or not modeling should be pursued in this case. I think the determination was made that, we did do modeling last cycle in the 2022 carbon plan, as did many other parties in that case, all of which I think came to a conclusion that, including us, that, additional solar procurement was warranted based on the results of that modeling. But, there was the final sort of decision in that case went with the kind of Duke's, modeling conclusions. And so I think the determination was that, if we didn't see any sort of reaction to the modeling in that case, what would be the point doing it here? And so I think we could certainly do more modeling and try to, we would be eager, I think, to sort of have modeling done on some of these additional assumptions that, we've recommended here, but rather than doing the full Encompass modeling, I thought was that it would be better to try to focus on a more, conceptual outline of what, where the company should be going and what the carbon plan should look like. Yeah.
But you have not provided in this case a full resource plan, capacity expansion plan that would demonstrate how it is achievable or possible to reach the interim target in 2032. That hasn't been provided by the AGO in this case, correct?
Not in this case.
You've offered only limited critiques, but have not actually solved the equation for how you would get to 70% by 2032, correct?
We didn't do an Encompass modeling of that. We did do some analysis, again, this is more of a high level analysis to look at what, could be achieved in terms of the energy necessary to achieve, 70% by 2032 with some of these additional functions baked in. That was, again, just a high level sort of spreadsheet analysis, not an Encompass modeling exercise. And so that, again, that was meant to be a sort of indicative roadmap of, how you could get at least within striking distance of the 70%, recognizing that, more modeling could be done.
But you haven't made any of those modeling files available for the company's review, nor have you offered not just a high level, have not provided a detailed modeling plan for how 2032 achievement could be, 2032 interim target could be achieved.
Objection. This has been asked and answered.
I'll move on. Just two more questions. Do you have any bill impacts to demonstrate what your recommendation to target 2032 would mean for customers?
No, we didn't model bill impacts.
Okay, no further questions.
Got it. Yeah. Mr. Burgess, Chair Mitchell asked you to talk about some testimony that public staff witness Thomas had earlier today, questioning developers' appetite for undefined curtailment were there to be an energy-only option. In your experience, has that dampened the appetite for provisional service in other jurisdictions?
Sorry, could you state the question one more time?
Yeah, there was a discussion with Chair Mitchell about sort of developers' appetite to engage with energy-only service.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
In your experience, how has that played out in other jurisdictions?
How have developers reacted to energy-only options? I think I sort of alluded to this earlier, but there's been there have been developers that develop energy-only projects, and there's developers who develop projects with full deliverability. I think it's sort of a mixture, in some of these other places of both happening at the same time. Mm-hmm.
And you got a fair number of questions about 2030 compliance and sort of your take on whether it's achievable or not. And I believe your statement was not under the load forecast that Duke has put forward, but can you conceive of a scenario where 2030 compliance is still possible?
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I think if the load forecast, is less than forecast, if some of these other resource options that I've outlined can be, expedited, I think conceivably it could be done. I think it's with each passing day, it's more and more challenging to get there. But I think it's not totally inconceivable. I think, but I think certain things would have to change between now and then for sure. Mm-hmm.
Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite asked you about potential reliability issues from Connect and Manage. Do you remember that discussion?
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you said there were a possibility that there could be some localized reliability issues. Are there ways that a utility could manage or mitigate those reliability issues?
Yeah, I think that's sort of part of the normal course of, how a utility manages systems today. There's transmission line outages, there's generator outages. There's, in fact, Duke is planning already to put in new gas resources that exceed the sort of interconnection limits at some of its retiring coal plants. And so they'll have to figure out, how to curtail those. I think there's going to be, sort of operational processes in place to handle those kind of issues. Yeah.
No further questions.
Just one question, if I may, please, Witness Burgess. This relates to Commissioner Duffley's questions and your response regarding reliability of ARIS projects when capacity is needed. And you mentioned that the capacity value for solar is very low, and such that foregoing it by using Eris, you aren't losing much. Now, I believe you were in the room when, or you were in the room with Witness Mets discussed earlier the solar contribution to summer peak.
Right.
Okay, and so I basically have a two-pronged question for you. Would you agree that solar capacity can provide system benefits during the summer peak? And would that benefit be at risk for solar projects connection under ERIS if system conditions change, in which those ERIS-connected resources would need to be curtailed for system contingencies and line loading purposes?
Well, I think the answer is it depends. It depends on what other resources are on the system, and if those would be sufficient, during those summer peak times. It also depends on what the assumption is for the energy only resources in terms of, are they, is the planning assumption that they'll be providing zero output during those hours? I don't know if that's a reasonable assumption. I mean, if there's some amount of curtailment that's at risk, that could be built into a modeling assumption as well. And so, but I don't think you would model or plan for a system that didn't meet those summer peak needs, even if there were assumed, ERS resources on there.
Okay, that is the end of questions on commission questions. I'll receive motions from Mr. Moore.
Yes, I would move that Mr. Burgess's 15 exhibits be moved into the record at this time.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. Mr. Burgess, thank you for traveling to North Carolina and for your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith, I
Thank you.
believe it's your turn for your panel, Avangrid.
At this time, Avangrid Renewables calls the panel of Ms. McCall Noble and Dr. Elizabeth Andrews to the stand.
Good afternoon. I'll go ahead and swear you in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hands. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Noble, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Nicole Judith Noble, and my business address is 125 High Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
Thank you, Ms. Noble. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Avangrid Renewables, and I am the senior manager of the offshore wind new business team.
Thank you. Dr. Andrews, I'd like to turn to you. Would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Elizabeth Dewing Andrews. My business address is 125 High Street, 6th floor, Boston, Massachusetts.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Avangrid Renewables as the project director for Kitty Hawk Offshore Wind.
And Dr. Andrews, you've agreed to be lead witness for this panel, so I'm going to ask you, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 30 pages?
Yes.
And if I were to ask the panel the same questions today that appeared in the pre-filed direct testimony, would the panel's answers be the same?
Yes.
And did the panel cause to be pre-filed a summary of your direct panel testimony?
Yes.
And is the testimony set forth in your summary true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kemmerer, at this time I would ask that the direct testimony and summary of Ms. McCall Noble and Dr. Elizabeth Andrews be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Seeing no objection, the joint direct testimony and summary of the testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
At this time, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerer, the panel of Ms. McCall Noble and Dr. Elizabeth Andrews is now available for your questions from parties and the commission. And I believe there's no cross, so this will only be commission questions as far as I know.
That is correct. There's no cross-examination. Commissioner McKissick.
Good afternoon. Let me thank you for being here. I just had a couple of questions. The first one being, if you were to review Duke's long lead panels rebuttal testimony, it discusses the 2023 offshore wind request for information. And it notes on page 7, and I don't think you have to pull up to look at it because you're generally acquainted with it, stating at line 15 that the offshore wind developers were also requested to provide a developer fee for the projects. The offshore wind developers provided differing preferences on acquisition or build transfer arrangements, but provided no acquisition structuring details and declined to provide a developer fee. Instead of communicating that such an arrangement would require further discussion and negotiation. Can you explain the reasoning or rationale behind Avangrid's decision to decline to provide a developer's fee?
Sure. I can take that. So I will say that my colleague was not involved during our development of our response, and I was.
And if you could speak a little louder into the
Sorry.
mic, sure.
I just said that my colleague, Dr. Andrews, was not involved with the development of the response at that time, and I was involved in a more limited way. That said, from a broad perspective, I think our team had done its best to respond to the request for information to the fullest of our abilities. And if we did decline to provide information like that, it would only be because we thought that the specific forum was not necessarily the best or correct forum to do so, but we would be eager to, engage in such negotiations in a more appropriate format.
And could you be more precise in terms of stating what you think a more appropriate format might be?
A form of procurement, much like the one that we discussed in our testimony and what has been discussed as a variation of the frequently discussed R fee during this process with a few adjustments.
And I will get to that in just a minute. How do you anticipate the Dominion's acquisition of Kitty Hawk North will impact Duke's offshore wind development plans?
I can answer that. I will say before progressing that the transaction with Dominion is still currently in progress. Whilst the agreement for acquisition has been signed, we have not yet closed that arrangement. I was part of a very small team of people working on that transaction, and I am bound by non-disclosure confidentiality agreements. However, I think in response to your question, one very material impact is that of the area available from the Kitty Hawk offshore wind lease as originally awarded by the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, 1/3 of that lease area is now dedicated to an alternate purchaser.
And do you have any updates about the availability of Kitty Hawk South?
Kitty Hawk South is not part of that transaction, that pending transaction with Dominion. Avangrid are retaining 100% ownership of that portion of the lease area, which is currently lease area OCS 0508.
Okay. And can you explain what impact, if any, Dominion's acquisition of Kitty Hawk North will have on interconnection plans and affected system costs for the two Kitty Hawk WEAs?
I'm sorry, could you?
Sure. Can you explain the impact, if any, that Dominion's acquisition of Kitty Hawk North will have on interconnection plans and affected system costs for the two Kitty Hawk WEAs, the two tracks? Yeah.
The Kitty Hawk North and South projects have always been developed independent of one another, and therefore there's always been an opportunity that those projects could be not only interconnected at different times, potentially, I think our base case for interconnection was about 2 years apart originally, but also the potential has always been there that those two projects could interconnect at very different points of interconnection, even into different transmission operators, transmission grids. So I don't know that this necessarily by default changes that perspective. The Kitty Hawk South project still has the opportunity to make interconnection into the PJM RTO, Regional Transmission Operator, to make landfall and interconnection in Virginia Beach. And then we still hope that it has the opportunity to make landfall and interconnect into Duke Energy in North Carolina.
Sure. And I assume that you've read the stipulation which has been entered into between the public staff and the applicant, as
Yes.
well as some other parties. And of course, the offshore wind provisions, I think they begin at paragraph 27 and go all the way over to paragraph 34. Now, do you have any concerns about the way the terms are specified within the amended stipulation about how offshore wind will be pursued at this time? And if you'd like to address the RFE, as I would refer to it as an acronym, or any other components or aspects of that, or the timing in terms of what's been proposed or outlined, if you could share those thoughts with the commission at this time.
Sure.
Wide open door.
Great, thank you. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. We do have thoughts. While we appreciate the intent of the RFE, we think that the biggest area that it falls short is the fact that as written and as memorialized in that stipulation, it is still an inconclusive process that does not provide enough certainty to offshore wind developers. Most specifically, it lacks clear, tangible, conclusive actions that can lead towards an actual contract or deal arrangement. While I think that the Public Staff Modeling and Settlement Panel actually addressed a few of the areas in which we feel that it falls short. For example, they acknowledge the fact that in the current form, it does not provide developers with enough certainty to go out and engage with suppliers, give us the confidence we need to put together our most accurate bids possible. And that's really what we want to do. If I were to push back on something that was said earlier today, we do not want for North Carolina to agree to offshore wind at any price. What we want is a competitive process and a fair process that puts offshore wind, treats it with the same courtesy as other resources. We feel that we all share the same goals. We want to reduce risk to North Carolina ratepayers. The best way to do that is to have an RFP-like process that does not necessarily require procurement at the very end, but it does if there is at least a real push for concrete action and negotiations to take place in earnest, assuming that we meet certain thresholds and objectives that are defined by a set of key stakeholders, including the commission and the public staff. In general, what we would say is the lack of timeline of next steps after our quote-unquote bid submission into the RFE introduces significant risk. And that risk turns into price increases. So essentially, if there is let's say 1.5 year time difference between our submission of prices in July 2025 or before then even, and then the decision to actually act and start negotiating contracts, that allows 1.5 years for prices to change, supply chain availability to also change. We need to be able to go out and develop bids that we have confidence in and that you can have confidence in. And the best way to do that is to shrink the window, or at least provide a definitive window that enables us to engage with suppliers in a real way, get concrete information on pricing, technology availability, and models. It needs to be tied to a schedule so that we are able to discuss slot availability. These are all factors that, without having more definitiveness within the process, and without, at this point, enforcing that definitiveness to take place and that transparency to take place, that all of that will turn into risk that ultimately leads to high prices and artificially inflating our prices that we're able to offer.
Maybe to bolster what my colleague Ms. Nobles just said, I
Mhm.
think it's been very helpful to hear the public staff's panel on modeling and settlement in terms of their explanation of what is to be achieved by the ARFI. And that resonates very strongly with us. However, what we don't see is that content documented currently. So we don't see that that is a prescribed process which we can in turn take forward to our supply chain to encourage their efforts to give us the best costs. In addition, we need to give our supply chain definitive years that they're giving us pricing against. What that calendar looks like almost comes second to just making sure that that is a prescriptive calendar so that those costs are tied to actual dates, overall years, and a strategy, so that they have the confidence that their time is well invested and that they're giving us a meaningful response on that.
If I were to add one more point, what we need is both clarity during the process on COD, but we also need clarity on the timing of the process itself. And something else is that we heard earlier today is that we would like to also help inform the process, and we definitely would expect the process to include a certain level of transparency and opportunity for feedback from developers such as ourselves in order to make this a fair process.
I think part of this, and please tell me if this isn't the appropriate moment to answer this question, but I think part of the ARFI as proposed in the stipulation refers to the reference price.
Mhm.
Our perspective on that is that the reference price can be a useful tool, but we would really like to have some input into how that reference price is determined and what scope or what set of responsibilities will sit with the developer in the determination of that reference price. We heard the public staff panel on modeling and settlement say that to some extent, the inland transmission costs, because they're common to all developers who would be participating in the RFE, sort of becomes negligible. However, our perspective on that is it's not negligible, or it's not immaterial when it comes to setting that reference price. And whilst that can be modeled in a large number of ways, it sort of feels like there's a little bit of a thumb on the scale, and developers don't have a lot of insight into how how those prices will be assumed. And we see that IRP models can be very nuanced in that regard, and that could unfairly disadvantage the reference price or an idea of a maximum price at which offshore wind is included in a least cost portfolio. Therefore, we do think that that is a material part of this discussion. And as developers, we would love to have some influence or some ability to inform how that reference price is determined. We understand the need for competition. On the one hand, we feel that developers would be competing between other developers, and therefore that embeds competition into this process already. But even in a world where we wouldn't see the sort of final result, a dollar amount for that reference price, we still think that we could bring some concrete value to inform that reference price in the first place.
Thank you for sharing those observations. As you're aware, the stipulation is fairly void in terms of specifics, in terms of what the RFE will actually consist of. So I take it that based upon your testimony that you believe that Avangrid and other potential developers ought to be involved in trying to provide that specificity and clarity to address the issues which you have articulated.
Yes, we feel that that would help us all to best achieve the goals as stated today.
And how do you view the role of the independent evaluator in this process and how that might work within the context of what you have just identified as being a process for this moving forward?
We believe that the independent evaluator should play an important and critical role, as large a role as possible within this process. We certainly believe that the independent evaluator should be responsible for the development of the reference price, and in order to ensure a transparent and fair process.
In addition to that, I think we see that the independent evaluator would be responsible for setting the schedule going forward, as we've discussed, to really pinning that to a concrete calendar.
And of course, you all have identified the need to participate collaboratively as the RFP process moves forward. And you've addressed this issue with the reference price or the asset acquisition price, as I think it's formally identified. Of course, in the stipulation, it states that that price would not be disclosed formally. So bidders, I guess, can go in there, but it would be the maximum price that would be identified, above which, offshore wind would not be viable. So how do you see that operating within the context of what you've just described? You want to have the input, you want to be able to encourage the competition, you want to make sure that transmission costs are realistic, and I understand why, and I do not disagree. But how do you see that working within the confines of the stipulation, the way it has been crafted and stands before us for our respectful consideration?
We believe that we can still inform and have some awareness of the inputs going into the reference price. And I think transmission is one of those topics that you mentioned and that we've mentioned in that. If I were to actually go back on that, just to clarify a point made earlier by my colleague, we have seen that IRP capacity expansion models often do not include project-specific transmission upgrade needs when determining least cost portfolio. And so that is part of the reason why we would like additional clarity and potential input on the inclusion of transmission within the development of the reference price in order to not unfairly disadvantage offshore wind. And so it is input like that that we wish to participate on to ensure that some of the inputs that make up the reference price are done so in a fair manner.
Now, I'm sure you're familiar with Dominion's wind project, 176 turbines. And of course, at this time, it's on schedule. It is within budget. And of course, Dominion's now interested in pursuing this additional project with you for Kitty Hawk North. What insights can you share about the Dominion experience with the development of the project they currently have undertaken that might be insightful to how North Carolina might approach this, particularly as it relates to price certainty and other aspects of what's anticipated?
There are probably a number of ways to answer that. I'll take a stab at one
Sure.
way. I would say that one point of note is that Dominion did recently take on a equity partner in Stone Peak. I think that we have seen that model certainly within the US and around the globe, equity partnerships in offshore wind, and that we have seen as a way for companies and developers to manage risk, which of course impacts price and price certainty, and protects ratepayers from, and the companies themselves from unexpected turns. Do you have anything else, Betsy?
Not in particular, other than to say that I think as Dominion were first constructing this eval project, and without sort of projecting things that I don't know about from Dominion's internal process, they did start with the 2 demonstrator turbines. However, I think that was at quite a different point in the evolution of offshore wind in the United States and demonstrating that that was viable in this market. I think with the number of gigawatts already under construction in the US, that we've probably moved beyond that point. We have a US supply chain. We have certainty on the viability of offshore wind in the United States market on the East Coast, and now very nearby, a large number of decisions in the ground.
And with Avangrid's experience and involvement with other projects, what is it that you have gained that you believe would be insightful to what we might do here in North Carolina?
Iberdrola globally has a huge amount of experience in developing offshore wind that's extremely valuable from a technical perspective in terms of how to efficiently engineer, design, construct, and then operate and maintain offshore wind farms. We have that maturing now in the United States with a large number of projects, a large portfolio in the United States. And I think also as applied to the US market, what we have is immediate insight into the federal permitting process, which here is a large driver for how offshore wind is developed, how it must be done respectfully and carefully. That is a set of experience that takes a while to develop, to understand the intricacies of that process and how to navigate it smoothly. Avangrid certainly understands that process well.
And of course, as it presently stands, I mean, you've had this leased out here for the Kitty Hawk site for quite some time. You got it at a good price. I mean, to what extent, if you can answer this question without getting to anything that might be confidential, if you can, to what extent have you engaged in conversations or dialogue with Duke as it relates to your existing sites and perhaps the structure of transactions that might make them viable or feasible? And if you're not able to answer that without getting into something confidential, certainly just state that. That's not a problem.
I believe that would violate confidentiality.
That's not a problem then. What the only other thing I would ask is there any information you would like to share or that addresses issues that you think are pertinent, significant, that has not been cured already as it relates to the stipulation or any other aspects of what this commission might consider in dealing with the offshore wind issues?
I think one thing we maybe didn't say categorically, although we have mentioned it, while structure of a transaction or various deal structures have been discussed a lot, especially over the last few days. Again, that's not something that we see memorialized in the documentation currently available, and neither is it in the stipulation. We feel that that's a really critical part of this conversation. You can't discuss price without discussing structure. You can't discuss even timeline without discussing structure. So as we move forward, we'd hope that that's something that is reflected in the ARFI process.
Yeah, and I guess the last question might be this. There's been discussion about opening up a docket before perhaps even a formal decision is reached. Notwithstanding, we're talking about moving forward with the ARFI at this time based upon what stipulation states. Do you see value in doing that?
We do see value in taking action as early as possible, but the most important thing to us is that the process as it gets defined is as defined as possible and has the most tangible and actionable results as possible, clearly defined as part of the process. And I would like to add to that point that although we're talking about what seems like faraway timelines here, we need to take action now in order to progress these projects. And even the longer period of time that there is between the bid submission and action, the more likely it is that we're going to end up being back here in 2 years without actually having made any sort of progress. And that will just put not just the future of these projects, but also the ability of North Carolina to maintain its optionality in achieving its carbon reduction targets. It will put all of that at risk. And so we really want to deliver a project to North Carolina, and we appreciate the opportunity and hope to be able to engage with you all in order to make that happen.
Thank you, presenting Commissioner Comrade. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Okay, Chair Mitchell.
Good afternoon. I have just one question following up on the ground that Commissioner McKissick covered with y'all. So the stipulation references the asset acquisition reference price. Y'all know what I'm referring to? Okay. I see you nodding your heads. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So, and I understand your testimony today about concern over how that price is established and the various components of cost that would be included in that price. But this is my question for you all. Has Avangrid been involved in a process or in a proceeding like the one envisioned by the settlement agreement, where parties come together to establish pricing like that which is contemplated by the reference price?
Not for offshore wind necessarily, but I believe yes, for some of our onshore renewables.
For onshore, did you say for onshore renewables?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And so neither one of you has been involved, but perhaps the company to some respect has been involved.
We are also supported by third-party consultancies who are experts in modeling this type of energy mix and supporting that process.
Okay.
They're intimately familiar with the project under non-disclosure agreements with us and have access to all of our information.
Okay. So then one follow-up question for you all. So is a process like the one envisioned here in the settlement agreement, where there's an establishment of an asset acquisition reference price, is that sort of an uncommon way to go about planning for or analyzing the potential for a procurement?
We have seen offshore wind procurements in the US that have price caps, but yes, the process as outlined here is unusual.
So in a situation, are you all familiar with the procurements that have occurred in the state of New Jersey for offshore wind?
Yes.
So how did those procurements occur? Was there not a reference price established there?
I believe not to date.
Okay, and so does that mean participants in the procurement would just provide their own pricing?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further.
And just a couple of follow-up questions. First, about the asset acquisition reference price, and you expressed some concerns. I think the primary concern that I heard was about this reference price, and you testified that you wanted to be consulted in the inputs for what the asset acquisition reference price, and you specifically mentioned transmission costs. And I want to make sure I understood your testimony. Was when you want to be consulted about the input for transmission, is that consultation to determine whether transmission costs should or should not be included in the asset acquisition reference price?
I think that is one part of the discussion, but even if there is a categorical decision that inland transmission, so from the point of interconnection inland, is included, then we still think we could bring some value in terms of how that is modeled. For instance, there are standard model scenarios in which all of the transmission upgrade costs would then be ascribed to offshore wind alone, regardless of the fact that those transmission upgrades would likely need to be conducted with or without the inclusion of offshore wind eventually. So that's sort of one scenario in which we'd like to bring some insight into the way the model could be constructed, the model assumptions, and how they're implemented. I think there is a discussion over whether or not inland transmission should be included. We understand that it has to be included up to the point of interconnection, but that sits within the scope of the developer. And so then there's a discussion on whether, to what extent and how inland transmission would be included on top of that.
And I think that that's a greater debate among public staff and Duke about all-in costs for the generation resource. So it clearly it sounds like Avangrid has a different perspective of what might constitute all-in costs than perhaps Duke and the public staff does. Okay. And then a couple of other questions. You talked about risk to developers. We heard a lot from risk to Avangrid or to the wind developer, from lack of certainty for pricing and time schedule. We heard a lot of testimony yesterday and today from the public staff panel, and they talked quite a bit about offshore wind, and some of their focus was on this ARFI as a way to protect ratepayers. Could you talk about balancing that risk to Avangrid and also protecting the ratepayers?
I think maybe if I start, sure. I think way to procurement doesn't necessarily mean that at the end of a process, procurement is guaranteed, and certainly, as my colleague Ms. Noble said, is guaranteed at any cost. We have seen other states go straight to an RFP, a request for pricing, request for proposals, and then elect to not award. For instance, Rhode Island, I think in 2023, did exactly that. They ran an RFP process, decided that the proposals received were inadequate for their needs and didn't award. From our side, the certainty of an RFP allows us to more meaningfully engage with our supply chain because it puts certain parameters on that discussion that we can then therefore take forward to our supply chain, turbine manufacturers, cable installers, construction vessels, et cetera, and get their meaningful buy-in because they see the value in participating and helping us to structure that pricing. In some cases, with sufficient certainty, then we could even put down deposits to hold and to secure that supply chain so that we can really lock in that pricing, be very confident, first of all, in their availability and second of all, in their pricing. So yeah, if you want to.
No.
Okay, and without this, the ARFI process that's proposed to the stipulation, how will Duke, the public staff, and then ultimately the IE determine that asset acquisition reference price if it's part of the stipulation? We haven't approved it, but that's an integral part of the stipulation. How would that be determined if you went straight to an RFP process and skipped that ARFI process?
I would assume to some extent that the results from the RFP could be run through the model then with an actual tangible, locked in and binding price tied to a calendar, tied to a specific point in time.
Okay. And then my last question deals with following up on Commissioner McKissick's question about looking for an order from the commission in September of 2024 before the commission issues the carbon plan order. Is Avangrid still planning to make the motion to request that the commission open a new docket and issue an order?
Our inclusion of that in our direct testimony has always been subject to the way that these proceedings gone, and I see that our counsel is.
I'll just interject that after conversations during lunch, I think some of the information learned today might inform our decision on that a little bit.
Okay, I will hold off on any other questions. I was just curious if the stipulation that was filed after your testimony was filed and then along had changed any ideas about that motion for a new docket. Any additional questions? Okay, Commissioner Brawley.
Thank you. This has been very illuminating and I appreciate it. Something I wanted to share with you that might help put two things in context. Number one, it's my understanding from Mr. Thomas that the reference price was a way of trying to determine whether offshore wind made sense versus something other than offshore wind. And you made reference to competition, and since there are limited choices for offshore wind in this docket, I'm not sure that there's going to be much competition on that. So the competition would be with other sources. Now, that price I understand causes you heartburn, but I thought I might share with you the way roads are built in North Carolina. A general design is roughed out. The engineer comes up with a price that is not shared with the contractors, but it is used to measure the reasonableness of the budgeting process and does that project design make sense in the transportation plan. And I think what's happening here is they're looking to see at what price does offshore wind begin to make sense. Now, I don't think we're claiming to have the expertise to do a great detailed design. And the purpose of this ARFI is to get a little more information. Is it going to be completely inclusive on your part? Probably not. But it is a decision document to help determine, does it make sense to go full on for an RFP? Which, you know, the language in here, it's going to lean towards a purchase. It's like, almost like if getting engaged doesn't mean you're going to get married, but that's the way to bet. So I think that you're asking for a much higher level of commitment, asking for us to order an RFP. We're not there yet. I don't think we're completely sold. Now, there's something else. You frequently used the term fairness and transparency. And from what I understand, you were asked to, would there be a developer fee? You've declined to answer that. The AFI would be asking for some rough information. You don't want to do that, but you want to be involved in how the model is applied. You want to help determine the price. You want to help pick the third party. You want to inform the process. You're asking for a lot of information, but you're not answering many questions. I'm not sure that feels like fair and transparent to me. So tell me what I'm missing.
If I could respond to that, I think Avangrid would be delighted to participate in the ARFI process. We see alternative solutions for achieving that information in the most concrete and expeditious way. However, if the ARFI process is recommended, we are absolutely delighted to participate in that. What we're asking is that the content of the panels and discussion that we've heard over the last 2 days is documented so that we understand the parameters of that ARFI process, the parameters of what we're being asked to bid on, the pricing that we're being asked to provide and to present, and that we can make that as meaningful as possible with the full engagement of our supply chain. So we don't mean to give the impression that if an ARFI process goes ahead that we're not interested in participating. We're trying to give the greatest possible opportunity for that to be a productive and meaningful process.
I'm not sure how to ask this, but have you thought about being proactive in putting together a document that would say what it might look like, give a sense of what costs are in a broad manner? At different times in my career, I was involved in bidding processes with fairly large, well, not billions, but millions, which to me is a lot of money. And that you might start with some broad parameters in an initial discussion just to see if there's really the possibility of doing a deal. And I think that may be the question that we're on different places. In your mind, doing offshore wind is a no-brainer. We should definitely be doing it. I think from the point of view of this commission and the petitioner here, while offshore wind shows a lot of promise and it has a feel of something that you really like because it can't be embargoed, and the price of wind is fairly low once you've got the infrastructure in. But we don't yet know that this is the deal.
Yeah, I think there was a question there, so go ahead and answer, and then we'll try to move on. So
Okay. I would just like to address the point where you stated that we want to do offshore wind no matter what, or that we believe that that's necessary. I would point to the fact that the IRP, Duke's model recommended portfolio, selected offshore wind, as did the public staff. And it's not, for no reason. It was part of a least cost and least risk portfolio that also, I think, speaks to the complementary nature of offshore wind, and the fact that you can't necessarily think of it as apples to apples. It's offshore wind versus solar. We don't see it that way. It's offshore wind and solar. It's what are the benefits that offshore wind can bring, the additional benefit and value that takes it even on beyond the discussion of LCOE and cost.
Okay.
We also did participate in the DMV study with confidential information, and we have been a participant now twice in these proceedings, trying to bring forward the best information that we can, given our constraints.
And let's stay out of any confidential information.
Yes.
Commissioner Brawley, is that?
Well, I guess to polish the edges of this rough thing I've said, there is a sense that offshore wind can be depending on price. And from the testimony of Mr. Thomas, at some prices, it was never selected. At other prices, it was. And we really don't know which of those prices is the most realistic. And to have a sense of, can solar be the least cost? We've used that phrase. That is the determination that needs to be made. My understanding is we have not yet demonstrated that it has to be part of the least cost, but it could be. And that's what we want to know. Will it be?
Okay. Thank you. And I think that comes to the end of commission questions. So we can have questions on commission questions that are related specifically to questions that were asked. Mr. Smith?
Yep, for Avangrid Renewables. I just have a few things to clean up. Hopefully it won't take too long. Commissioner McKissick asked about developer fees from the coming out of the DMV study. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that you two were not directly involved with the inputs in the DNV report. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the subject to check, the developer fees were a voluntary input included in that report. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And last thing on this line, Avangrid Renewables' position is that they are open to any sort of deal or transaction. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Commissioner McKissick asked about plans following the sale of Kitty Hawk North for interconnection and system costs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does Kitty Hawk South have an internet connection queue position anywhere?
No.
And if not, what steps would need to be taken for Kitty Hawk to enter a interconnection queue?
Given the market signal we felt we received in January with the inclusion of offshore wind in the IRP, we did actually just start discussions internally over whether we should take out a queue position at New Bern. One of our questions internally we've been considering is, where is the correct place to take out that queue position? Is it New Bern? Is there still a consideration that there are other POIs that could be meaningfully implemented in this process? That's a huge decision factor for us. Additionally, I think it comes back to our conversations about potential deal structure. I believe until the conversations in the last week, it's been very unclear to us if we are only discussing a straight asset purchase agreement, in which case Avangrid has been asking ourselves internally, is this a meaningful moment to take out a queue position and spend that money? Is there a likelihood of recovery, return on investment if we were to take that action? I think the conversations this week may put a stronger point on that discussion, and it's certainly something we are considering internally.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought up deal structure, because Commissioner McKissick asked a question about the ARFI and the price and the structure of a deal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would Avangrid want transparency as to the deal structure discussion as it relates to an ARFI?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving to Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite. Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite asked a question about the ARFI being categorized by public staff as a way to protect ratepayers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that one of the issues that you all see with the ARFI process includes a risk to ratepayers because the protracted process might result in stale bid pricing and will lose cost certainty?
Yes.
Thank you. Last question. Commissioner Brawley just asked you a few questions. One of them, I believe the last one was about lease cost. Do you recall that? Isn't it true that offshore wind was included in both the public staff and the Duke modeling preferred portfolios?
Yes.
And isn't it true that it was included in the settlement terms in the amended stipulation?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. That comes to the end of your testimony. Thanks to both of you as well for coming to North Carolina and testifying, and you may be excused. Mr. Smith, I don't believe that there's any exhibits that you need to move into the record. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so no motions are needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so we are going to continue until 5:30 this afternoon. I believe that next up, correct me if I'm wrong, is CCBA with Witness Haggerty. Is that correct? Or Total? Okay, my apologies. Total is up next.
Robert Josie for Total Energies. Would call Mr. Matthew Tanner to the stand, please.
Good evening, Mr. Tanner. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, and do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Tanner, please state your name and business address for the record.
It's Matthew Tanner, and my business address is 1800 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C.
And by whom are you employed?
BRG, Berkeley Research Group.
And what is your role with BRG?
I'm a managing director.
Okay. And are you testifying on behalf of Total Energies Carolina Long Bay LLC in this
Yes.
proceeding? And on May 28th, 2024, did you cause to be filed in this docket testimony consisting of 24 pages and 2 exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any changes that need to be made to your pre-filed testimony at this time?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you those same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Does your testimony contain any confidential information?
It does not.
And on July 25th, 2024, did you cause to be filed a summary of your pre-filed testimony?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, at this time, I would ask that the pre-filed testimony of Matthew W. Tanner be entered into the record as given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of his testimony.
Seeing no objection, the direct testimony of Mr. Tanner and the summary of its testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And his 2 exhibits pre-marked as identified.
Seeing no objection, they will be pre-marked as identified.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination and commission questions. I don't believe there's any cross-examination.
That's correct. There is no cross-examination, but I believe that Commissioner McKissick has questions.
Just a few, and we're going to try to get you out of here this afternoon. And we scheduled to adjourn around 5:30. You'll get some questions that are similar to what you probably heard me ask Avangrid. But Duke's long lead panel's rebuttal testimony discusses the 2023 offshore wind request for information and notes on page 7 stating at line 15 that offshore wind developers were also requested to provide a developer fee for the projects. The offshore wind developers provided differing preferences on acquisition or bill transfer arrangements, but provided no acquisition structuring details and declined to provide a developer fee. instead communicating that such an arrangement will require further discussion and negotiation. Can you explain the reasoning or rationale behind Total Energy's decision to decline to provide a developer fee or anything relating to or concerning that?
Yeah, so I was not part of the RFI response, so I can't speak directly to what Total was thinking, but I can speak more broadly.
That would be fine.
Yeah. In my experience, and sort of seeing the RFI response, I was able to see what Total sent. It was a little more high level than what I think is being anticipated in the ARFI and sort of moving forward. And so I think that I've seen companies where the view is that it's, there's not enough information, from Duke of what's acceptable or, how the information is going to be used to give the more detailed information. But that's, again, that's speaking in terms of what I've seen from just general development.
I appreciate that 30,000-foot elevation view. Now, Total recommends that Duke can engage in near-term development activities and expenses to advance offshore wind procurement and activities related to onshore transmission. Specifically, what development activities do you recommend that Duke take related to onshore transmission development?
So I think, probably hear a lot about this from me. I think a lot of my testimony is around the scheduling risk for when offshore wind has been identified as needed and just the length of time it takes to get there. And one aspect of that schedule, which I think is well known by I think everyone, and certainly Duke has talked to it, is transmission development. And so starting the planning and development of the onshore transmission, making sure that it has to be done essentially in parallel with the offshore wind development. Like you can't build offshore wind and then have a delay before it can interconnect with the system. I mean, like any other resource. And so to the extent that Duke identifies things that can be done cost effectively and usefully to make sure that that onshore wind or that onshore transmission is being developed so that it's available when the offshore wind is needed and developed, then I think it is best to get that started as soon as possible.
So starting it as expeditiously as possible is what you would envision being the best pathway.
Yes.
Got it. Let me ask you this. It's a broad question. Open the door for you as I did for Avangrid. I mean, I assume you're familiar with the amended stipulation provisions dealing with offshore wind, and that's paragraphs 27 through 34. What are your thoughts about the structure that's proposed? If this commission would decide to accept that stipulation, move forward, it has provisions in there for the RFP, as I will refer to it as an acronym. Likewise, it's a timeline that's proposed for getting that out within 90 days of order. It provides other deadlines in terms of when information might come back, say by next June or so. But what do you see is missing? If more specificity needs to be provided, or what do you see that may be at odds with your perceptions about how this can best be implemented, or how it might be implemented in a way that's collaborative, that would involve perhaps the company you represent or other interested parties like Avangrid in the process? So it's a wide open door. Share with me your thoughts.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll echo a lot of what was said previously with Avangrid, but probably slightly differently. So I hope it's helpful. I think as I've said, like in my testimony, I mean, my biggest concern with the ability of the identified offshore wind to actually be constructed by the 2033, 2034, 2035 timeframe is schedule risk. I mean, can all of the development activities be done and sort of done expeditiously and in parallel where possible, so that that schedule can be continued? I completely understand the goals of the RFI. Like I see the need. I mean, we can say there's certainly it's almost a no-brainer. I mean, North Carolina isn't going to pay any price for offshore wind. It only makes sense if it's part of the least cost, least risk solution for ratepayers. And I think one thing that I see in it though, and it does echo what was said by Avangrid, is that when I first read about the RFI when it was first submitted, it felt like just a repeat of the RFI, and that that obviously makes it seem like, well, it's just a 2-year delay in the process. From this couple of days, it's been very helpful, especially hearing from public staff how it's being thought about. And I think that does assuage a lot of the concerns. For example, Duke and you all need sort of the most detailed, I think the phrase was, as not as firm as possible. I forget the specific phrase being used, but as actual as possible cost estimates from the developers. And I think the way that it was described by the public staff, starts to get there, which is, you can't have a firm price for offshore wind or really any project without the, business structure being set up ahead of time. What is the contractual structure? What is the actual schedule? Things like that. And I think when I look back at the RFI, I mean, one impression I have is it was almost a blank page, right? I mean, just tell us any contractual structures that you want, which is useful information. I think for the ARFI, where it's moving towards, a real go, no go decision and actual development, I think that there is a need for, part of the commission description of the ARFI to basically say this is what it should be. But I would recommend that there's sort of a two-way street between Duke and the developers to hopefully in the ARFI narrow down the universe of what's being looked for. What are the acceptable business structures that can be chosen? I think getting as detailed as possible. I think the more detailed that the potential business structures that are acceptable to Duke and ideally acceptable to the developers, the more firm the information is going to be. Same thing with the procurement structure. To the extent that there could be some, even if it was just goals, just pre-specified, here would be the step-by-step procurement schedule. That allows the developers to, such as Total, to go out to their suppliers and get firm bids and come back with the best information. And so I think my recommendation from sort of hearing everything and that question is, making sure that if there is a directive to do the ARFI and have this process to actually specify that these are parts of what goes into it before it's released, 90 days after. I think the request for a separate docket makes a lot of sense. I think if it helps with the schedule and helps do things in parallel and helps, move certain things forward that isn't tied to the CPIRP schedule, that makes a lot of sense. And again, it's not something that I would certainly be against. I think that the reference price, maybe a slightly different perspective than Abigail was saying, but it's actually a very similar comment. I don't see any problem with the reference price being private. It's a process where you're looking for the best bids, but I do think that there's just a lot of points of complexity in terms of defining the process to get to the reference price. Like, I think it was explained very well at a high level, just figure out the highest price at which this is part of the least cost solution. And that makes sense. But I think there's a lot of details in how you actually get to that highest price that I think the developer should at least have input into it. They just to be part of how you would, do that calculation, even if the calculation is then done privately. And then in my testimony, I did mention, I made the recommendation that Duke request and, the commission approve, some initial development expenses. I understand that Duke has declined their recommendation, and has good reasons for that. I'm not withdrawing that recommendation. I think it's probably part of it being the separate docket. I think part of this schedule risk is a worry that, you have the ARFI, then there's the 3-month delay, 4-month delay. People, things get busy, things get delayed, and it just keeps on getting pushed back until the end all, sort of necessary schedule doesn't get hit. But I understand that, in terms of that $200 million development expenses, it certainly can't be released until after the ARFI as it's discussed. It's something that would be, I guess in an ideal world, it's something that would be requested and released, very, very quickly as soon as it makes sense for the ratepayers of North Carolina.
That's helpful. I appreciate you sharing those thoughts. I think you've touched upon the most significant or pertinent provisions of the stipulation. Is there anything which I have not asked you about that you would like to share in terms of observations relating to the current offshore wind proposal that's before this commission for consideration?
Yeah, I think the continuing on the scheduling risk, it's something that was in my testimony, and I did want to bring it up. One issue with the cost of offshore wind and nuclear or anything is that the federal tax credits are extremely important. And so I think when defining a procurement process, defining procurement schedule, running the RFI, figuring out when development funds can be released. I mean, it can't be, it needs to be kept in mind that construction needs to start essentially 2032, or, we could lose 40% of, the tax credits. I mean, it's a huge issue. And so I just wanted to highlight that as a, continued issue of, all in the idea of the scheduling is a huge piece of this. I think that's actually it. That was the last of the piece.
Well, in the interest of time, Presiding Commissioner Cameron, I don't have any further questions, and I'm not sure if you other commissioners might, but I know you want to
Thank you.
conclude at 5:30.
I do. And this will be a very quick question following up on Commissioner McKissick, or your last point that you brought up about IRA tax credits. And Duke's modeling assumes that the IRA tax credits will be extended and will not expire before 2050. Do you have any concerns with their assumptions or their modeling it in that way?
I mean, it's a risk. I mean, I don't want to. It certainly could be extended. I mean, tax credits have been extended before. They've also lapsed for at least a period of time before. And so I think that it's always something that should be thought about as a risk in any sort of resource planning. I mean, even, we just don't know.
Right. Okay, thank you. Let me check to see if there's any other questions. That's the end of commission questions. So I'll take questions on commission questions. Mr. Josie.
Just a few. Mr. Tanner, could you turn to Total Energy's potential redirect exhibit number 1, please? And at this time, are you there? Okay. And is that a response to a Total Energy's response to the AGO's data request 1-7?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Presiding Commissioner Kim Wright, I would like to introduce this potential exhibit as Total Energy's Tanner Redirect Exhibit 1. Okay. And the exhibit you have in front of you, is that a more detailed timeline that you have put forward? More detailed than the timeline you put forward in your testimony, correct?
Yes, the request was for a year-by-year schedule of what would be the steps, and so that's what this is.
Okay. And you prepared this response yourself, correct?
I did.
And do you have any reason to believe it's not still accurate?
No, I believe this is still accurate.
Okay. And it also gives cost information as to the development cost that you are requesting?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's pretty exact.
That's all the questions I have.
So that comes to the end of your testimony, Mr. Tanner. Thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused. Mr. Josie, I think you have motions to admit exhibits into the record.
Yes, Total Energies would move Mr. Tanner's 2 exhibits in his pre-filed testimony into the record, please.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. And for clarification, Mr. Josie, the first exhibit that you identified on questions on commission questions, would you like to?
Yes, and the redirect exhibit, Tanner redirect exhibit 1.
Okay.
Yes, I'd move that into the record as well.
Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed. We have only 4 minutes. We're going to be concluding for the day at 5:30. But if CCBA is ready to, let's go ahead and get the witness sworn in, and we can do the preliminary motion in regard to testimony and summary of testimony.
Commissioner, just for clarification, he's not being subject to cross, but if he's sworn in, would I still be able to talk to him about this matter? I think that would be, there's no limitation on that, is there, once he's on the stand? I would just want to be careful about that.
So, Mr. Burns, I'd have to consult with counsel
Right. I
for
just
the
want-
commission. But we're going to go ahead and swear him in now. So regardless of what the answer is, we're moving forward.
So that's fine.
And good afternoon. I'll go ahead and swear you in. If you could place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haggerty, please introduce, for the record, this is John Burns for CCBA. Mr. Haggerty, please introduce yourself to the commissioners and tell them your employer and your work address.
Sure. My name is John Michael Haggerty. I'm a principal at the Brattle Group. My business address is 1800 M Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., 2036.
And could you please briefly explain your job responsibilities as principal of the Brattle Group?
Sure. I provide economic and financial analysis for a broad set of clients in the electric utility industry. I'm mostly focused on the drivers of new infrastructure investment in a decarbonizing world, including renewable energy and gas-fired generation resources, as well as transmission assets. That's also included a recent study of interconnection processes across the United States.
And just going forward, could you make sure that your microphone is below your mouth and you're talking right into it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Put it up, because I thought it was needed to go higher.
That's fine.
Maybe
Thank
not.
you. Did you prepare for filing in docket E-100 sub 190 confidential direct testimony consisting of 39 pages and cause that to be filed on May 28th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you also prepare a redacted copy of that same testimony and cause it to be publicly filed?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Burns, can you double check it to see if it's 37 pages or 39 pages? My notes say 37 pages with one appendix and one exhibit. So I want to make sure that our notes are clear about that.
I got 37.
Go ahead. You got 37?
I
Okay.
do, yeah.
37 pages.
If I look down, I.
That's my mistake. And there were no exhibits filed with your original testimony. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Did you also file corrections to your pre-filed confidential and redacted testimony on July 23rd, 2024 in docket E-100 sub 190?
Yes.
And did that corrected testimony contain Exhibit A attached to it, your CV?
Yes.
Do you have any additional corrections to your testimony other than those filed on July 23rd?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as in your pre-filed corrected testimony?
Yes.
Did you also cause to be filed a summary of your testimony and file it in E-100 sub 190A?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, CCBA moves the commission to admit Mr. Haggerty's pre-filed corrected testimony, both confidential and public, and Exhibit A, and his summary as if delivered from the stand.
Seeing no objection, Mr. Haggerty's direct and corrected confidential, non-confidential and confidential testimony with one appendix will be entered into the record as a given orally from the stand, along with the summary of his testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And you mentioned the exhibit. Are you going?
Well,
to
I believe that I may be calling it exhibit and you may be calling it appendix, and I'm not looking at it. So if it says appendix, then appendix it shall be.
So we'll
It's
take
his
this up.
CV.
Okay, my notes indicate that it is an actual exhibit.
Mhm.
So we will go ahead and identify the exhibit as pre-marked, and you can make a motion to have that included in the record.
Will do.
At the end of his testimony.
I'll do that. Thank you very much. I'm informed that there's no cross for Mr. Haggerty, but that the commission does have questions. So we hereby tender him to the commission for questions.
Thank you. And so we will take up commission questions tomorrow morning. And before I excuse you for the evening, I'll go ahead and provide the schedule for tomorrow. We will begin at 9 o'clock in the morning and we will continue until 5:30 in the afternoon. So thank you very much. We'll go off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.